30 seconds, Kev.
I have to disagree with him.
Did you?
And you said you just have to get 2 full rounds of cricket with no interruptions, and I said it's not from 10 points clear. I want it to rain for a fortnight.
Seconds.
And welcome to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about 10 minutes away from the start of day 2 of this Division 1 County Championship fixture between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. At the start of play yesterday, it is effectively second against first. And Notts will resume their first innings this morning on 29-4-1. That's replying to the Hampshire all-out total yesterday of 226. So Nottinghamshire will start the day 197 runs behind. Your commentary team for day 2. A little later, you will hear from the former Vipers Academy all-rounder Melissa Story. Even later than that, the Vipers batter and Trent Rockets batter Emily Windsor. Special guest appearance from her, but a special guest appearance, not from me, Kevin James, but from BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle, who's alongside me. Dave, good morning.
Very good morning, Kev. Very good morning, everybody. I've always longed to be a Viper as well, but sadly, it's not going to happen. No, looking forward to working with Mel during the course of the day and catching up with Emily, who, as you say, had 1 or 2 appearances at Trent Bridge earlier in the summer, so very envious. A little bit of a housekeeping with regards to Notts. Managed to catch up with Joe Clark last night. He split the webbing yesterday, and he said, to be perfectly honest, Dave, at that time they were better off with me off the field. A reflection that he put 2 down yesterday, but it's not much, but it's a bit of a nick. Split the webbing between a couple of his fingers, and all being well, he'll be okay to bat as and when required. So that's the principal news from Notts, apart from the fact that once again the 3 quick bowlers all said absolutely shattered. That's Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. And the other bowler, Joey Everson, sort of commiserated on his day yesterday, where he had 4 chances that went down before he got a wicket, and there was a little bit of fun from the camp towards him. Second time this season, he's got a 5 for in one spell, because he did it, of course, against Durham. A couple of months ago, he came on in that match and got 5 wickets in quick succession. Well, he could have done the same yesterday. 4 chances going down off his bowling. But it's the batsmen today for Notts. They lost to Seabermead last night. The 2 Ben Slater and Duckett will resume this morning in light that's considerably better than it was last night when we went off, but it is a little gloomy this morning nevertheless.
It certainly is. We've had the heavy roller on this morning, so the considerably green wicket that we were witnessing yesterday is still green, but a fraction lighter, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays today, because I think it's fair to say, Dave, yesterday Notts bowlers bowled well, but literally every ball, without exaggeration, either swung or seamed.
Yes, they were all getting prodigious movement through the day, and that will have contributed, of course, to those chances going down. It was a difficult day for Tom Moores and for the slips as well. There were plenty of nicks that also fell well short of the grabbers. It was a tough day out there for the batsmen. We had Richard Scott, the former Middlesex title-winning head coach, with us, and all day he was sort of saying 200's a decent score on there. So Hampshire getting 226. Just nudging above that total. So yeah, it looks from afar, I guess, 226, not very much in this. They had a good first day, but they're going to have to bat well here, and then we will really find out how good 226 is. Very often the second day is a good day for batting, but with this cloud cover and the likes of Keith Barker and Mohammed Abbas, I think it's going to be a tricky old morning, and if Notts can get to lunch only 2 or 3 wickets down at best, I think they'll have had a decent morning.
Yeah, no Kyle Abbott in the Hampshire side. He's injured, so they are a seam down. It was interesting, actually, that Notts used a total of 4 balls yesterday. The first new ball, the second new ball, and 2 balls that were changed during the day. All 4 did swing and seam, and in the 8 overs that Hampshire bowled last night at Nottinghamshire, who resumed 29 for 1, not one ball didn't appear to move off the straight. I did actually put that to the Hampshire camp last night. I said, what's going on? What sort of ball have you got? And varying answers, as you would imagine, all clean. No problems there, but I think they were a little bit frustrated that he didn't go off the straight. But generally, today's a new day. They can settle down, get into their bowling, and I think they are expecting to have maybe not as much movement as the Nottinghamshire seam bowlers enjoyed, but certainly some. Otherwise, that score of 226 really won't be par. We'll have to wait and see. There's the 5-minute bell. We await the teams to come out. The updated table, I said that the 2 teams started yesterday morning, second and first. Notts, with the bonus points yesterday, now sit with 52 on the top of the Division 1 table. Yorkshire have sneaked ahead of Hampshire. Yorkshire struggling a little bit in their game against Warwickshire. 95 for 8 they'll resume this morning. Yorkshire, though, have 41.5 points and Hampshire 39.5. So those are the top 3 teams, as was at the start of yesterday morning, but the positions have just slightly changed and the gaps have slightly altered. It's all very exciting, Dave Bracegirdle.
It is a remarkable day once again in the county cricket season, the county championship season. A lot of wickets went down on 2 or 3 grounds, or 18 wickets at Lords, and certainly 18 at Leeds, that game you've just mentioned, and you'd imagine there will be a result one way or another in that one. Yorkshire, Warwickshire. Yorkshire come to Trent Bridge next week for the final round of matches. I think not for that reason alone might be just encouraging Warwickshire to build on the success in the second part of the day at Leeds. I think they'd be rooting for Warwickshire perhaps to get the better of the White Rose there. Hampshire here go to well, you go to Liverpool, don't you, next week to face Lancashire, and they had a pretty good day down at Taunton as well. A century from Luke Wells, who always looks a very fine player to me. They're in a strong position at Taunton. Seemingly it's not going to be Somerset's year this year, but Lancashire, if they can win down at Taunton, I guess they'd be in with a squeak maybe of
certainly would.
Yeah, getting up there into the top 2. It's all going to be tight, but the outcome of this one is certainly going to be pivotal.
It certainly is. So as the umpires lead the Hampshire team out onto the field, live commentary not just of those other two Division 1 matches, but of course Division 2 and Division 3 matches going on today. Live commentary of all those on the BBC Sport website. We're also on the Sport website, of course. BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra are with us, if not all the day, for certainly most of the day. And of course we are going out on the live picture feed, which you can pick up via the Hampshire Cricket website. That is being beamed back to the Nottinghamshire Cricket website, so you can match our commentary with the pictures if you are in that position. Otherwise, if you're out and about or not near a screen, then of course you can pick us up online. Looking forward to today, as we've mentioned. It's overcast, as Dave mentioned, and a big morning session for both these teams as they look to sort of get their position within the game and move forward from there. Be interesting to see how this game unfolds, because as we mentioned yesterday, this wicket can be a little bit dull as we move through the 4 days. So if you can get yourself in front, maybe after a day like day 2, and get yourself in front at the halfway stage, then if this wicket does deaden out and flatten out, which it has done here on at least 3 occasions during the course of this season, where Gloucestershire managed to bat over a day to save the game, Surrey batted for over a day to save the game, Hampshire batted over a day to save the game in the last fixture here against Yorkshire, bowling becomes pretty much hard work. Nobody really wants to see that, so let's wait and see how we go. So it's going to be Keith Barker to open up from the pavilion end. Notts 29 for 1 then. We've had 8 overs, so this ball beginning its 9th over, and if it doesn't swing in the first few overs, be prepared for Hampshire to put pressure on the umpires to get it changed in any way they can. Barker bowls, it's down the leg side. Has he nicked it? Yes, he has. What drama here. Very first ball of the game, or day 2. Duck it goes, caught down the leg side. First ball of day 2. Good catch from Tom Alsop. His second good catch of the innings, and Barker's picked up his second wicket. Notts now 29 for 2.
Well, you just wonder what is the worst possible way you can start a day. Well, Notts have just experienced it. Ben Duckett making his way off very forlornly. Impossible to tell from here if there was contact with the bat, but absolutely to a man. Everybody in the Hampshire side were convinced, and so too was the umpire. Up went the finger straight away. If he did nick it, just a casual little flick down the leg side. Poorly directed ball, then you'd have to say, from Keith Barker, but the bowlers, they'll take them any way they can get them. The old leg side strangle just drifted down that leg side, and a little tickle. Yeah, in fact, a little more than a tickle, it seems. If he got a decent bit of bat on it. It was good keeping, good catch from Tom Alsop. Very quickly used the feet, moved sharply to his right, and then put the dive in, and obviously took it low down. So Notts 29 for 2 were reflected last evening when the gloomy conditions forced them off 3 overs early. That might be a blessing in disguise for the Nottinghamshire batsmen, getting off the field last night in the gloom. They could start afresh this morning when hopefully conditions might be a little better. Well, not to be for Ben Duckett. It's gone first ball of the morning, and Notts are 29 for 2.
Well, I think the line that Keith Barker bowled there, he was expecting that ball to swing, but it didn't. It's always an unlucky way to get out as a batter. Joe Clark's just taken his time here. He's only just starting to walk past the stumps at the far end. He wouldn't have been expecting to be walking out after the first delivery. So, yeah, not a great delivery, but I think it was on that line because Barker was hoping that would swing. Yeah. It didn't, which again, for me, whilst it's great news that Hampshire have picked up a wicket, the fact that it hasn't swung is already flagging up a few alarm bells for me. But we'll have to wait and see. There is only one ball of day 2. So Joe Clark, the right-hander, comes to the wicket. We've got 3 slips with Barker switching his attack to round the wicket. Paul Williams has already tweeted this morning at Solent Sport. Paul's in Portugal. He says, good morning, we'll be watching all day as rain would have stopped play here today. Well, it's a good job not playing in Portugal. Hope Hampshire can get in front. Well, it's been a good start, but it's a long day ahead for both these sides. Here's Barker then to Clark. Comes in and bowls. That's outside the off stump, and Clark leaves that one alone. What sort of season has Joe Clark had, Dave?
Yeah. It depends how I guess you sort of judge consistency, because he's been rattling off the 50s with great regularity. 7 times he's reached 50, but a top score of 67. So that doesn't cut it really at the sort of level these guys are playing. Going to be an update from BBC Radio Solent.
Quick 30-second update. Here it comes as Barker comes. Well, a dramatic start to the morning with Notts starting at 29 for 1. The very first ball of the morning. Keith Barker bowled it down the leg side. Ben Duckett tucked it away to Tom Alsop. Nice diving catch from him behind the stumps. And first ball of the morning, Notts lose a wicket. They are 29 for 2 here. They trail Hampshire on the first innings by 197. Remember, at the start of this game, Hampshire was second in the table, Notts first. Hampshire just dropped a little bit with other teams doing well, but there is still a lot at stake. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. Barker comes in and bowls to Clark. Oh, Clark plays it into the ground. Didn't quite know where that was as the ball just makes its way slowly back down the pitch. Yeah,
Clark 632 runs at 37.1. As I say, a top score of 67, but 7 50s. So he's been playing fairly fluently until 50, and for whatever reason, there's been some wonderful dismissals to dismiss him. There's been 1 or 2 poor shots, 1 or 2 poor decisions, a little bit unlucky, over the course of the season. Lots of factors, but top score of 67. They'll want to remedy that today.
Yeah, Barker bowls hot, chips it up to mid-on, and there's another wicket. Oh my word! Notts have started here poorly. And I think that's Felix Organ at mid-on. I'm not sure. I'll get that clarified in a moment, but it doesn't matter. Clark goes. And Notts have lost 2 wickets in the first over. I think that probably stopped in the pitch a little bit there. Joe Clark just pushing at that one, and it just carried to mid-on.
Well, not to be today. Talking of him being a model of consistency with regards to getting to 50, he's out for a duck here, falling in the first over of the morning. A terrific start from Keith Barker. rattling off 2 wickets in his first 5 balls. Well, not a great day yesterday for Clark, injuring his finger. He was off the field for the second half of the day after putting a catch down which split the webbing, and he's gone. That is his third duck of the season. The opening innings against Durham way back in April, he made 0 at Trent Bridge. Also at Nottingham he got a duck against Worcestershire in late May, and that's his third duck to go with that string of 50s. And Notts already down to number 5 in the order. A change in the batting lineup for this one throughout the season so far. Lyndon James, the 22-year-old, has been in the side and batting at 5. Of course, he's not playing in this one, so Stephen Mullaney nudges up to number 5 and is on his way out to the middle. Mullaney 612 runs at an average of 34, just the 1 century. This is his 150th first-class game for Notts, having made his debut here on this ground in 2010, and he scored a century, the first of 4 that he's got against Hampshire.
Wow, what a start to day 2 here. Brad Wheel was the catcher at mid-on. Apologies, I haven't got my my Mr. Magoo glasses on at the moment, but that was at the far end of the ground. Good catch from Brad Wheel there. So he's going to stay round the wicket here, Keith Barker, to the Nottinghamshire captain. 29 for 1 at the start of play, and here we are 5 minutes later, 29 for 3. Wow. Here's Barker bowling to Mullaney, and bowls, and Mullaney gets a length ball and he's off the mark straight away. I'll have to hurry here as the throw comes. No, it doesn't in the end, as that looked a hurried single, but Fuller had a little bit more ground to make up running from mid-wicket than I thought. And a warm round of applause for Keith Barker. What a start for him. What a start for Hampshire. What a start from Nottinghamshire, you have to say, on the other side of the coin. And Barker has picked up his 32nd and 33rd championship wickets of the season.
Yeah, absolutely disastrous start for Nottinghamshire. Still some players at the crease and players to come, but they are 2 really strong, really experienced players that would have been hoping to negotiate a difficult second day here at the Ageas Bowl and get Notts into a strong position by the end of the day, and they've both gone in the opening over of the day. Ben Duckett without adding to his overnight 9, and Joe Clark out for a 4-ball duck. So Keith Barker with all 3 wickets to fall. It's going to be Mohammed Abbas, and I can tell you Mohammed Abbas this morning for his breakfast had an omelette, because I asked the chef for a poached egg, please, and he said, where you sat, I'll give you a wave. So he did, and then he apologised for me having to wait for my poached egg. He said, you had to wait behind the main man. I've just done an omelette to be taken up to Mohammed Abbas. He has one every morning. Here he is, the Pakistan international, and bowls to Mullaney, who punches it up to mid-off. So my poached egg was second in line behind Abbas's omelette this morning. I hope he enjoyed it.
Do they not know who you were, Dave?
No. Do you know what it is today, Kev? It is International Chocolate Day, folks. So go on, spoil yourself. I'm sure Kevin Howells, who's supervising the team today, will look after us with a bar or 2 after lunch. In fact, Emily's on her way in, isn't she? She'll bring us some chocky, as this is pushed into the offside by Mullaney, 2nd ball of the day. And also, just on today, 13th of September, a couple of really significant Hampshire birthdays. Two former captains here both celebrate their birthday today. I would play Guess Who for Kev, but he knows already. One's got his name on one of the stands here. Shane Warne, happy birthday to the man who took 708 test wickets. Shane Warne is 52 today, as Mohammed Abbas comes in to Stephen Mullaney, and a slightly false shot there. He was trying to work it away to leg. He's just rehearsed a forward defensive push, but he was just trying to tickle that on the leg side, and it, I think, just moved away a little bit, and he nicked it low to second slip. It went along the ground, but slightly false shot. We've got a short leg in there, as well as the 3 slips for Abbas, who, I mentioned it yesterday, should have played for Notts in 2020. Had agreed to sign for the county, but of course the pandemic meant that didn't happen. Comes in again, bowls, and Mullaney will work this on the onside. Probably just settle for a single. Liam Dawson's quick across the ground, and a bit of a sliding stop That keeps them to 1, so they'll swap over for Ben Slater, who's managed to dodge the bullet so far. He 18 not out overnight, hasn't faced a ball yet this morning. Watched the carnage at the other end of the first over, saw Mulaney take a single final ball of the first over, and now with that single he's going to get on strike. And the other Hampshire birthday, you'll have played with a judge, won't you? Robin Smith, 58 today, 62 test matches. Robin Smith, it's his birthday today. Next ball is past the outside edge of Slater's bat. Nervy start here, nervy start for Nottinghamshire and their supporters, losing 2 wickets in the first over, and Ben Slater beaten outside the off stump. You'll have played with a judge.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
Probably, oh gosh, a lot of games, yeah. A lot of games. Yeah, he's sadly still not in the greatest of health, but he's hanging in there.
31 for 3. Here's Mohammed Abbas round the wicket, bowls to Slater, negotiates this one safely, plays it down to point. There's no run. Brett Hutton just off for a bit of batting practice away on the nursery ground. The net's over there, I can see. Might have been hoping to spend a day with his feet up in the dressing room, but it's never that easy, is it? It's never that easy, particularly this time of year. Wickets tend to go down in clusters all over the country, and there's no respite for the bowlers. End of the second over, Nottinghamshire 31 for 3.
Aid Smith's on the tweets at Solent Sport. You can also get in touch, solentcricket@gmail.com, at Brace Cricket for Mr. Bracegirdle, or at Melissa G Story. Melissa will be on soon without the E in the story. Aid says, but great start. He says, but here's Barker first of all, as he's wrapped on the pad, coming half forward there. Mulaney not out, says the umpire. Great start, but what are the 12th men doing, running onto the pitch twice in the first over? I have absolutely no idea. Maybe the players needed a drinks break, needed a refreshing drink. I don't know. I must admit I didn't look, but thanks for pointing that out, Aid. So keep those messages coming in today. Always gets fun when we get a few. I'm sure there'll be plenty of subjects that we bring up during the course of day 2. Plays and misses outside the off stump there, Mulaney. Still, for me, the ball's not doing loads. It's there's a little bit of seam movement there, not necessarily from that last delivery from Barker, but for me, it's still not doing anywhere near what it was doing yesterday.
No. Mark's been in touch. Goodness me, maybe Sam Northeast would have been a better option here in this match than either Ben or Joe. Not so sure. Need every batting point possible, especially when you see the Warwickshire-Yorkshire scorecard from yesterday morning from Stamford.
Mulaney gets wrapped on the pad. Oh, that's gone. There's the 3rd wicket of the morning. All 3 to Keith Barker. And in the space of just 12 minutes, Nottinghamshire have gone from 29 for 1 to 31 for 4, and Mulaney goes for just 2. Barker's on fire.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ideal conditions. We talked about the overhead cloud cover, but Keith Barker's putting the ball in the good areas, asking questions of the batsman, and we know all about momentum and how just suddenly a side can lurch from disaster to disaster with wickets going down in a cluster. That's the 3rd wicket that's gone down this morning. Duck it for 9, caught down the leg side from the first ball of the morning. We're only in the 3rd over. What have we had? 15 balls, 3 wickets already this morning, and that's a really, really disappointing start for Nottinghamshire. And well, hopes, I'm sure there were dreams of getting a first innings lead, batting through the day here, and really going on and dominating this game, but they've got an awful lot of catching up still to do in the first innings. Tom Moore's promoted 1 in the order, rejig in the starting 11, rejig in the batting order, and Tom Moore's, who made 97 last week against Lancashire, so he's in reasonable form, finds himself coming in at 6, and we've got 2 left-handers out there as he joins Ben Slater at the crease.
Wow. Sometimes you can't just quite fathom out why wickets fall in quick succession. As I say, I could understand it yesterday with the ball seeming and swinging around all over the place, but it's not doing that much this morning. It's just one of those little periods of play which tends to go one side or the other's way. It's certainly going Hampshire's way at the moment, and it's certainly going Keith Barker's way. He has 4 for 12 now to back up those 5 wickets that he got in the first innings last week at Edgbaston. Started the day on 1 for 11, so he has 3 for 1 this morning, Keith Barker. And it's going to be the left-handed Moores to face as Barker comes over the wicket this time, and he's playing inside the line there, Tom Moores. I know everybody's getting a little excited, but it was a good line. Actually, that just nipped away. To be fair to Keith Barker, that's just nipped away a fraction. So well bowled. Mike Martin at Sun Sports. So it's the judge's birthday. Definitely one of the all-time greats. Incredible record in one-day cricket, especially for Hampshire. Should I have bet on Barker getting all 10 here? Early days for that, Mike.
Wicket's gone down at Headingley. Yorkshire are now 108 for 9, trailing Warwickshire by 47 runs.
Here's Barker from the pavilion end again. Bowls to Moores. Moores just pushing that back to the bowler off the front foot.
Tom Moores this year 458 runs at 38. He's had a 96 not out and a 97. Played for the Trent Rockets in the 100. Had a reasonable time of things in the blast. But what's need him now more than ever before. He's got to hang around and just negotiate this tricky opening burst here from Barker.
Here's Barker then. Moores in behind that one, confidently enough, pushes that up to mid-off. That'll be another warm round of applause for Keith Barker. 31 for 4 knots applying to that Hampshire all-out total yesterday of 226.
6 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 12. Keith Barker. It's a terrific start to the day for him, and he's now passing on some of that knowledge to Mohammed Abbas as he comes down to this end, and touch of knuckles between the pair of them. Difficult start at the very least here for Notts. Slater hasn't scored a run yet. The only 2 runs we've had this morning have been accumulated by Stephen Mullaney, who's back in the pavilion. There's Abbas, right arm round the wicket to Ben Slater with 3 slips there. Slater eases it into the offside. So the next 2 batsmen to come, the talented youngster Joey Everson, young all-rounder, relatively fresh to the first-class game, and Liam Patterson-White, another left-hander who scored his maiden century a couple of weeks ago down at Taunton against Somerset. Ball in the hand of Abbas again. Slater, bat raised. This one strikes him on the back pad, I think. Outside the line, not a lot going for it.
Well, I'm still getting over those first, 15 balls, you say? Gosh, I think Notts are. I think everybody is. I think everybody's trying to draw breath now and just sit back and trying to take in what they've seen.
Yeah, latecomers to the ground will be looking and blinking, I guess, at the score boards either side of the ground there on the concourses as Abbas round the wicket bowls. This is wide enough and goes through to the keeper.
That hardly carried. Again, just emphasising that not only, well, not so much this morning, it's just been one of those mornings, but not only have you got to negotiate the conditions, a little bit of seam movement, but also the two-pace nature of the pitch.
Yes, Abbas again round the wicket to Ben Slater, push into the cover region, and there's no run. Hampshire yesterday making 226. The top scorer was Nick Gubbins, who made 54. 3 wickets for Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton. Notts, I think, would have been relatively pleased with how things went. A frustrating last wicket partnership of 33 held them up. 31 for 4. As Abbas Comes in again to Ben Slater. Again, he watches it onto the face of the bat. There's been times you'll know this season, and when it's been all Mohamed Abbas who's run through the top order, and the bowlers at the other end must think he's bowling with a different ball. Well, perhaps he's now just wondering why all the success has come to Keith Barker, but of course they work as a team. Barker from the pavilion end has had a dream start to the day. Getting rid of a Seabermead last night, low catch, diving across in front of first slip from Tom Alsop, and then this morning Duckett caught down the leg side, Clark chipping to mid-on, and Mullaney out. Plum LBW as this one allowed to pass through to wicket-keeper Alsop. So a maiden for Mohamed Abbas. Sticky start for Notts continues. They're 31 for 4. And we've had 12 overs in all, 4 of them this morning. Just 2 runs added for the loss of those 3 batsmen.
Well, it's quite interesting because Barker's 3 wickets this morning means that they've both now taken 34 championship wickets, and they've both played the same number of games. It's interesting, isn't it? Now, you would probably say, if you had to call it, you'd say, yeah, Abbas has got more, he's made more headlines. But that just shows you that Keith Barker, what a contribution he's made, because Abbas has been absolutely superb for Hampshire this season. But Barker, well, he just keeps going, and here he is again from the pavilion end, bowling to the left-hander Moores. Good leave from Moores, as that's outside off stump.
A lot of predictable messages coming through at Brace Cricket, at BBC Solent Sport. We'll get Melissa and Emily later in the day to flag up how you can get in touch with them. Nigel says hopefully Notts can now avoid the follow-on. It's amazing how optimism can quickly dilute, can't it, when there's a clatter of wickets. Steve says quickly deleting my previous tweet about it hopefully being a good day. As Barker from the pavilion end bowls, Moores leaves it alone. We've got the tricky red, clearly a Forest fan. It says, oh dear, it's not like Nottinghamshire sports teams to let me down, is it? Obviously Forest losing yesterday, so he's licking his wounds on both fronts. Just a horrific start for Nottinghamshire, and it will be a test of their mettle, a test of their character, I guess, Kevin. Also a test of how strong the middle and lower order is. To get them back on the straight and narrow, as Moores again just defends it with soft hands. It was almost like bat it ball then, rather than the other way around. He's just content to stop it and keep it out.
Yeah, that's good play.
Might not be a bad approach against Keith Barker.
No, you're right. That's good play. You've just now got to get your head down here and just take the sting out of the situation, because you know Hampshire will be expecting a few more wickets in this situation. It's now just, you know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, just be calm. Even if you don't score too many runs, just take the little situation out of the game for the moment.
31 for 4 it remains. Just the 2 runs still scored this morning. Moores remains on naught as he lets this one go through into the hands of Alsop. 3 slips. James Vince, the skipper, must be delighted with how the day has started. Joe Weatherly at 2nd, and Ian Holland next to him at 3rd. As and when Notts can get through this pair, still the threat of Brad Wheel, James Fuller. I'm not entirely sure we'll see too much of Liam Dawson or Felix Organ this morning. This is clipped to mid-on, and there's no run. The spin options for the home side.
I mean, I know Hampshire have taken 3 wickets in next to no time, but I'm more alarmed the fact that this ball doesn't seem to be doing that much. I think as this morning progresses and maybe the ball hardly moves, I think Hampshire will be grateful for those 3 early wickets, because I just don't know why. I don't know why this ball is not doing very much at all.
Here's Barker. Moores has nicked this on the bounce to Holland at 3rd slip. It's the end of the over. Another maiden from Keith Barker. 31 for 4. Barker 7 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 12. The floodlights are coming on here at the Ageas Bowl. Dean Saunders, I don't think it's that Dean Saunders, but he does play football, says, I used to play against Keith when he was a footballer. This Keith Barker, of course, he was a proper player at that age. He was even better than Jason Lee. Yeah, he did start as a footballer, didn't he? Was he on
Blackburn.
Rochdale's books, Blackburn's
Blackburn,
books.
Rochdale, yeah.
A
Rochdale,
little
yeah.
bit of...
I think he's still a bit of a scout in the winter.
yeah.
It might be that Dean Saunders then, if he played against him in the early days, you never know. Who knows? Please identify yourself, Mr. Saunders. Here's Abbas round the wicket. Oh, and that's beaten the prod of Slater. That ball has nipped there a little bit off this wicket. That's just gone away from him a fraction. I'm talking about the balls. Kyle Abbott actually messaged me last night, and I think it was just after play, or I might have missed it towards the end of play, and I was saying about the 8 overs that Hampshire bowled last night where the ball did nothing, and Kyle messaged me and said it was a terrible batch of balls this year. Ian Gould, one of the umpires, he said, told him that one game all 12 new balls didn't go through the ring, the gauge monitor that the umpires have, which is quite an interesting message. Wrapped on the pad there, they won a single, or certainly Slater did, but sent back by Moores as the ball goes out square on the leg side. So Carl goes on to say that a lucky packet is what you get. So it does sound as though overall this year, and I guess Carl Abbott would know, that the balls have not been of great quality. Maybe Knott's got the best 4 balls going, and Hampshire picked the start of the ones that aren't so good. We'll have to wait and see. 31 for 4, having started the day 29 for 1. Here's Abbas, runs away from us, round the wicket. Bowls, oh, has he edged? Oh, he hasn't edged that one. Oh, I've had to say, when that went past the outside edge, I thought he had to. Now that looks like that has seamed away. Just watching the replay on the live picture feed. A little bit. Just a little, just enough.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Slater was playing down the right line, but it's a difficult ball to negotiate. He's done well to escape unharmed. Still 31 for 4. Only 2 runs this morning, and we've had just over 25 minutes play. 2 runs and 3 wickets.
Yeah, there's Abbas again to Slater. It's come back a fraction, but a little too wide, and a good leave. Bill Seeger has emailed saloncricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning, Kevin and Dave. Barker has been a joy to watch this season, both with the bat and ball. A significant acquisition, and the Warwickshire commentators and fans were rueful that he got away from them in the last game, giving him a good round of applause. That's right, when he walked out to bat at Edgbaston last week, he certainly did. Lancashire
are all out at Taunton in one of the other Division 1 games. 373 they made. And Yorkshire are now 108 all out against Warwickshire.
Well, they've lost their last 2 wickets quickly this morning, as there's a nice push drive through extra cover by Slater. Chase is on there. That'll be picked up by Nick Gubbins just in front of the rope, and backed up by Liam Dawson. Throw comes in. I think Slater's got 2 there.
Yeah.
33 for 4 now, Warwickshire, replying to that Hampshire all-out total yesterday of 226. So, still overcast, lights are on, ideal bowling conditions you'd say, with the wicket still green, although it's had the heavy roller on this morning, which has just taken the darker tinge of the wicket away, but it's still green. As Abbas comes in, bowls to Slater. Length ball, Slater gets wrapped on the pad, but he's well forward. I think he's okay there, and in fact I think Abbas just injured his already injured ankle there as he turned around to the umpire and got a bit excited. Don't want to be appealing too much like that, Mr. Abbas, because you're going to be needed to bowl a lot in this game.
It's the omelette-powered Mohamed Abbas with his first throaty roar towards the umpire this morning. End of that over. 33 for 4, so Ben Slater getting underway for the morning. He's now on 20. It's been a tough old battle out there, as it has been for Tom Moore since he arrived at the crease a couple of overs ago. He's going to face Keith Barker once again. Brett Hutton's returned from a few throwdowns in the nets. He'll get himself ready to come in around about number 9 in the order as Moores clumps this to mid-on, and there's no addition to the total. Calamitous start, just joining us. First ball of the day, Ben Duckett caught down the leg side off Keith Barker. Brought Joe Clark to the crease, 5th ball of the morning. Clark hadn't got off the mark, and one that might just have stopped on him a little bit. He was pushing at it and clipped it to mid-on, where Brad Wheel took a fine catch, low down, diving forward. Next ball allowed to pass through into the gloves of Allsop, and Then in Barker's second over of the morning, the third of the morning, not skipper Stephen Mullaney, who'd scored a couple of singles, was trapped LBW in front by Barker, who had figures and still has figures of 4 for 12. Also dismissed Asib Hamid last night. We've got that rumbling around the concourse you can perhaps pick out. We identified it as the cleaners with their big their big cart full of all the cleaning equipment. Moores has got hold of this and forces it through the offside for 4. That's more like Tom Moore's game. He likes to put his hands through the ball, play his shots, keep the board ticking over, try and dominate the batsman. It's a difficult situation to come in to try and do that, but a nice looking shot gets him off the mark for 4, and it's 37 for 4. Sure what the hold up is here. Ball is being returned. Yeah, now they've got it back. They get it back to Keith Barker, 37 for 4.
Thanks, Dave. He'll be back in about half an hour. Melissa will come in alongside me. Melissa Story, the former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder, as Moores just quietly pushes that out to wide mid-off, and there is no run. Confident shot there from Moores in that over. Lee Bassett has tweeted at Solent Sport, what a start. It certainly has been by Hampshire. Ralph Beals at Solent Sport says, late start for me today, and I've missed all 3 wickets. Barker on fire. He says he certainly is. There's Liam Dawson is frantically rubbing that ball. It's still, for me, not doing enough this morning. Morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
What a start you've seen here this morning as Barker comes in. 3 slips weight and Moores just withdraws the bat, and it's a no ball from Keith Barker. What do you make of that this morning?
I mean, definitely not what I was expecting. Looking at the scorecard yesterday and the kind of pitches we've had at the Ageas Bowl this year, I was thinking I was in for a couple quite slow few days, but no, I've been jumping out of my seat already, and I mean, I didn't expect those wickets, let alone Keith Barker there, but I think going back to what you said, he's such an underrated performer in this team, and he often goes under the radar, but has done wonderful this season.
Certainly has, yeah. Comes in again to Moores, gets wrapped at the pad, that looks close. Oh, there's another LBW and another wicket for Barker. 5 wickets for Barker in consecutive championship matches, and Notts, who started the day on 29 for 1 and now 39 for 5, and Moores goes for 4, and Barker really is on fire. He's not just on fire, it's of November the 5th proportions.
It is, and I mean, wondering, has he had an omelette as well? Are they putting something in the omelettes here at the hotel? But I mean, whatever they've had, whatever they're eating for breakfast works, and he needs to do it for the remainder of all of Hampshire's bowling innings. Get him in for T20 finals day at this rate. But I mean, and that's an important wicket to take. We've had a few this morning, but Moore's actually, you know, he's been in good form this year. He's got a high strike rate. I think he's got a strike rate of around 59, second highest in the Notts team. So actually on this kind of wicket, he's the kind of player, you know, who could cause a bit of damage if you allowed him to get in, but in a difficult situation now, Notts.
They certainly are, yeah. Well, we saw an example, wasn't he, of Moores with that lovely drive on the up through the covers. Yes, there was a little bit of width there from Barker, but even so, a really strong and confident shot on a surface which has caused the batsman problems. You'll see if you're watching the live feed that a couple of the Hampshire players are looking at the surface quite quizzically. I don't know what to make of it. I haven't been anywhere near it. It's still green. It's not quite as green as it was yesterday morning, but even so, I can't quite understand why we've had 4 wickets so quickly, where the ball just hasn't moved quite as much as it did yesterday.
I know, it's difficult, but one thing I have noticed, I think it's Felix Organ potentially, is been in the field and has been repeatedly saying it's not going to get easier out here, lads, it's not going to get easier out here. And obviously, you know, it's a good sledging tactic to the new batsman coming in for Notts, but actually, of course, at the back of their mind, they know that they're going to need to bat again. So whether that indicates that this pitch, we saw with that wicket of Joe Clark, if it's just holding in, if it's just slowing up, and as we progress across these 4 days, it's going to get harder and harder to bat.
So Liam Patterson-White, the new batter for Nottinghamshire, another left-hander as Barker bowls. He's wrapped on the pad, coming forward, maybe an inside edge onto the pad, but quite high anyway. And another round of applause for Keith Barker. Well, that's becoming a regular feature here on day 2, or the morning of day 2, where we've had just about 40 minutes worth of play. Nottinghamshire from 29 for 1, 39 for 5.
Major collapse here, and actually Nott's lowest score so far is 267 in this tournament. That was against Durham at Trent Bridge. So in order to make sure they don't set any new records for this season, there's going to have to be a big partnership, and I think Slater, you would say, is pretty key in ensuring they get to, you know, first of all avoiding any kind of follow-on, and then being able to get close to Hampshire's first innings score. So Abbas continues from the hotel end, and that's left well alone by Slater.
So their lowest score in the championship this season is 267
batting first. So yeah, this is well off what they thought they were going to be getting, but it's good to see, you know, Hampshire probably, as you said, not much swing in the evening yesterday and not much today, but still they've got this attacking field in, they've got their slips in place, some close catches on both sides, and they know this is an opportunity here to bowl Nottinghamshire out cheaply. As Abbas bowls, and that's outside, a bit of movement there, and Slater almost stuck on the back foot and playing a delivery a bit too wide. But it just looks as if there could be a wicket here, any ball.
It does, doesn't it? Abbas has just found a little spot there, didn't he? I mean, that bounced and nipped away. You enjoy seeing that as a bowler. You'd have enjoyed that, Melissa? Bowling a ball like that, wouldn't you?
I'd love to swing the ball. I think I swung one yesterday, and that had me chuffed for the rest of the day.
We'll have to mention it, of course, because some good news, wasn't it? We learnt this morning.
Absolutely, some very tense news as Abbas comes past the stumps, and a fuller delivery left alone, but Slater playing, just almost withdrawing his bat there at the end, and as Kev mentions, Mohamed Abbas just getting that bit of away movement now from the left-hander.
He is, yeah, just finding something. Maybe just things are starting to I think things are starting to happen. They're happening, but in terms of the movement of the ball, maybe it's also starting to go a bit. We'll have to wait and see. We'll need a few more overs to see, really, won't we? There's certainly not a lot of swing for Barker.
No, Barker is very up-down today, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, something's going well for him, whether there's
Certainly is.
that spot he's finding on this wicket as Abbas comes in. That straighter delivery, just defended into the offside by Slater.
So BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Nottingham, and also on the live picture feed on the Hampshire Cricket website. That's been fed back to the Nottinghamshire Cricket website as well. So plenty of ways you can watch and listen to events here at the Ageas Bowl on day 2.
Just wondering as well, I mean, as I say, we're starting to see a bit of swing here, but whether Barker, obviously he's got that angle across the right-hander, but maybe just with the left-handed Slater at the crease, whether he'll swap sides of the wicket again and just try and push it across him as Abbas comes in, and this is played through the offside off the back foot. There's a long chase for the fielder, but this will be 4 runs, and an important 4 runs there for Slater. He moves on to 24, not out, not to move on to 43 for 5.
Nice time shot that, Melissa, wasn't it? A beautiful shot, really. Again on the up, not trying to hit that too hard. We saw Moores give it a little bit more of a thump before he got out through extra cover. That was just more pure timing, wasn't it?
Yeah, and this kind of wicket, I guess, if it is slow and that ball gives you a bit too much width, there is the possibility just to step back and guide it. And as we mentioned, Hampshire has quite an attacking field here, so anything which pierces that inner ring will be 4. Final delivery of the over from Abbas, and that's left well alone by Slater, and goes through to Alsop behind the stumps. Knots remain on 43 for 5.
So come on then, give us the good news.
Well, the ladies club I play for in Hampshire, Hursley Park, we had a final game of the season yesterday, and we set a number of points needed to win this league. We're in close spot with second place.
And what's the league? Just remind everybody.
The Women's Cricket Southern League. So we play the best kind of club sides from Kent and Sussex and Surrey and all of that sorts. But yeah, there was quite a tough equation of needing to take all the wickets of the other team and then score at something like a run rate of 3.4 max or win the game. I'll let you continue with Barker.
Barker to Patterson-White outside the off stump, and he leaves that one alone.
It's basically a very tough situation, and we were trying to work out all these calculations. I've never seen so many people on their calculators at a cricket game before, and we're fielding quite a young team, but we actually lost our game yesterday, so we've spent all evening yesterday on the drive home and all morning obsessing, just waiting for this scorecard to be uploaded on Play Cricket and just see, and found out this morning that by 0.02% of a point we managed to win the league.
Congratulations as Barker bowls, and that's a straight delivery which is pushed up off the front foot by Patterson-White up to Dawson at mid-off. So yeah, congratulations. Good end of season awards ceremony for you guys.
Hope so. I mean, it was a tough start of the season because obviously we lost the likes of Charlotte Taylor, Emily Windsor to the Vipers, and then on to the 100, and suddenly you had two of our most experienced players gone, and fielding a lot of 15-year-olds even in our team yesterday. So it's good resilience.
Yeah. And you captained them obviously with aplomb all throughout the season. Barker bowls, always having a little nibble at that one outside the off stump. The ball just straightened on Patterson-White a fraction. That means you must be very proud to have captained that side through the whole season.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'd only had a slight glimpse of captaincy last season, and when I was asked to do it, it feels like a lot of pressure. Obviously, it's the top standard of women's club in the country, and yeah, it was a relief, but I am quite looking forward to a Sunday without any more stress. Just go back to relaxing. It's the joy of the winter.
Here's Barker again, then runs towards us, left arm over and bowls. It's a length ball. They're going to take a quick single as it goes out into the covers. There's a gap there between backward point and wideish mid-off. 44 for 5 then Notts. They trail by 182 on the first innings. Ralph Beals has tweeted at Sun Sport. He says he loves it, Kev. He says, you say the ball is doing nothing, and 2 balls later Barker gets his 5-fer. Well, just imagine how many he'd have by now if the ball was swinging for him.
I dread to think. I'll be in the car back home at that rate already.
Be nearly all over. As I say, the 4 balls that Notts used yesterday all swung regularly and nipped away off the seam. Hampshire are not getting anywhere near the same amount of movement as Barker bowls to Slater this time. Slater also the left-hander, that's straight and that's played to square leg. There is no run. Matt Warmington at Solent Sports says, big shout out to Felix Organ for that rear guard effort yesterday. That batting point could be crucial with Yorkshire, Warwickshire and hopefully Notts all failing to get one. Thank you, Matt. Yes, spoke to Felix Organ last night after day 1. He made 36 batting at number 9, got Hampshire over the line for that one batting bonus point that they got. Is Barker, and nearly edged that one outside the off stump there. Slater just watched that go by into the hands of Tom Alsop, but he didn't get a nick. End of the over, 44 for 5. You can see that interview either on the Hampshire Cricket website, or there's about a half of it or just under on the Solent Sport Twitter account. Felix Organ talking about how he saw things batting at number 9 and how the day went for Hampshire. They're available on both those 2 sites right now.
And he's done that quite a few times, I think. Earlier in the season, the second half of the county championship, there was a game where he put in a good rearguard effort, and of course in the Royal London Cup, valuable batsman who's, I guess, flexible as well to where he's put in the order, because we've seen him bat just higher up before, and then, as we saw yesterday, a bit of rearguard action.
Did it last week against Warwickshire, helped Hampshire out of a bit of a pickle after being bowled out for about 80 odd in the first innings.
Abbas past the stumps and a fuller ball driven, not quite timed, and doesn't quite get past the diving Liam Dawson at mid-off. I was going to say, I remember looking at the scorecard last week of the Hampshire game and going, oh, you know, it's a nice day, bit of sun out, big score for Hampshire, and suddenly the dread of seeing 80 odd. But I mean, it was a difficult week last week actually. Some of the scores and the wickets being taken were absolutely incredible. I think the number of wickets fallen on that first day was insane, and at least Hampshire had some company in those lower scores. As Abbas in again and looks at playing that, but withdraws his bat at the last seconds past some white.
Yeah, so we've had what, nearly 45 minutes of play this morning. Nottinghamshire have added just 15 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. Wow.
Gosh. Just looking actually at some ages here of Keith Barker and Mohammed Abbas, of course both over the age of 30. And I've been doing some research into the ages of bowlers in this competition, so I'll go into that after this delivery from Abbas, which is driven straight and it gets past the mid-off fielder. It's now a run chase for Keith Barker, and the ball's slowing up, but it looks like it might just tease them as it goes for 4. One of those ones you hate as a fielder, makes you do all the legwork and then still goes for 4.
Go on then.
So looking at, there's 16 bowlers in the county championship with more than 20 wickets and an average of under 20. And actually, you know, 5 of them are overseas. Looking at the average age, though, of these bowlers is 29.7, which is really quite old. You'd say in this, especially for these England selectors, obviously looking at, you know, young bowlers coming up who can perhaps break into that England selection in the future. So these 2 bowlers here, and it just shows in this competition, you know, actually not necessarily some of the slower, but definitely the older, more experienced bowlers are the ones making the largest impact in this competition, which goes to show why these 2 have had such a good season so far, as there's a bit of bounce from that delivery and it goes through to Alsop.
So go on then, give us a little bit more.
Just some, I mean, I can go through some names. You've got obviously Luke Fletcher in this competition, Chris Rushworth, Tim Murtagh, Dane Patterson. Just some of these names, obviously not all of them over the age of 29, but as that average, it goes to show. I mean, Kent, you've got again, whose name I always forget. Darren Stevens. He's still one of the best. Everyone calling for him to go to England as a batting, and that's defended, but backwards point for no run.
I think it also says a lot once you get into that sort of 30-odd age bracket, that if you are taking that many wickets, it sort of shows that, you know, staying fit.
Absolutely.
Of course, you know, it gets harder once you get into your 30s, but the fact that these guys are.
They are, and that's the support, I guess, in the background staff now. Just the increased standards of fitness within these setups means that these bowlers can go on for longer. And actually, it is surprising to see how many of these bowlers, of course, are seam bowlers. A lot of the time, you'd expect coming with age, spinners come more into their element. But we're seeing this season the rise of seam as that ball's driven back to Abbas and he flicks it back at the stumps. Not sure there'd be too much of a run out there, but at the end of the over, Notts 48 for 5.
So there's no spinners in that group?
Oh, this is testing my knowledge of all the
let me
counties
have a look
now.
at the names. Ethan Bamber, a seamer. Norwell, seamers. Overton, Bailey, Abbas, Ollie Robinson. Rhodes is a seamer. Broad, Michael Neeser, I like his bowling. Glamorgan, Shane Snater at Essex. They're all seamers. So there's not one spinner amongst that. Mind you, that says a lot about conditions and wickets.
It does, I guess, and you know, most of this being played at the start of the season, at the end of the season. There's been no ideal circumstances for spinners in this tournament, really. But I mean, goes to show Barker already 5 wickets under his belt here. Abbas holding up this hotel end. Just so valuable to these teams, especially in Division 1 of this tournament.
Yeah. Say holding up an end, Abbas, I mean, that's something as well, isn't it? He's bowled 9 overs and hasn't taken a wicket, none for 29. Actually, he's been a bit more expensive than he normally is. And here's the main man, 5 for 19, starting his 10th. Barker bowls. Oh, does he edge that one? I think he has. Everybody's convinced, but not out, says the umpire. I think Slater is probably... I don't think he's indicated it, but I think that may have just come off his back leg. Although he was looking behind as that ball went towards the keeper.
I think he's done that sneaky thing, potentially. You know, when you edge the ball and you just turn around to see if it carries, but then just turn it into marking out your middle stump again and actually show no interest to the umpire. I mean, it very much could have honestly come off a bit of pad here, but I know that's the tactic I always jump to. Just don't show a reaction, you know.
That's right. It's difficult to tell, of course, from the distance we're at, but I don't think anybody looks too disappointed in the Hampshire lineup as Barker bowls again. Let's just come back a fraction at Slater. Slater's actually batted quite well through all this, 24 off 49 deliveries. You're going to need a little bit of luck out there. I mean, all the Hampshire batsmen needed a little bit of luck. And the one person that got a real good bit of luck was Nick Gubbins yesterday. He was dropped 3 times on his way to 54, but it is that sort of surface. It's those sort of conditions in this game, even though for me, still Hampshire aren't quite getting as much out of it as Nottinghamshire did. But it's still tricky out there, isn't it? You can see.
It's because we're only on our first ball. Give us 3 more and we'll take all the rest of the wickets.
Here's Barker. Slater pushing forward, goes out to backward point. That's fielded by James Fuller. Same 2 bowlers used this morning for 50 minutes of play. So no, that's really the amount of over 30-year-olds that are just consistently putting in the yards and getting the wickets.
You'll love what I've got on batters, because there's actually a trend here.
Ooh.
That the top 20 batters, again 5 are overseas, the average age is 29. It's the same average age as the bowlers in this competition so far. It's a great year to be 29.
That's way outside off stump, and Slater leaves that alone. You've got a long way to go to get there then, Melissa.
Yeah, honestly, give it 8 years time and I'll have the best season of my life. Racking up hundreds every Sunday. But I mean, it's interesting, and again, it goes to show why perhaps this England Test team is having a bit of problems. There feels like they're not quite getting the players they need to from that county championship, because the players who are predominantly performing are in their late 20s, and actually whether England want to be looking at calling up some of those players, and why it's so important for younger players who have a good season.
Barker comes in, he's wrapped on the pad, but I think that's going down. Stifled appeal.
I mean, those standout performers who are of a younger age, is why they're getting into that England radar perhaps a bit easier than they'd think. But it's really interesting to look at, actually, and see, just especially in English conditions, as we mentioned, playing this competition at the start of the season, at the end of the season, you've probably got the most difficult conditions of playing in, and why this experience comes on in handy.
Well, the stats certainly back it up, Melissa. The stats that you've compiled. Emily's obviously listening. Emily Windsor. That's pushed out towards extra cover, and there is no run. 48 for 5 here at Nottinghamshire. There are 178
Go on, what's she saying?
behind. Emily Windsor, who will be with us a little bit later on. She says, ask Mel if she thinks it's because the youth focus on white ball cricket.
I mean, yeah, that's a really good probably explanation. It probably will pan in, I guess, as a young cricketer as well. If you're not quite making those performances in this format, you always need to consider that the money opportunities, if you specialise more in that white ball cricket, and it's younger players, you can go out and fly out to these tournaments all around the world, earn a bit more money potentially than in the county setup. And actually, it's causing to be detrimental, you could argue, to England's red ball form, but there's so many arguments who come into it, and I don't want too many people on my back, but that's definitely you definitely agree that is a significant contribution, and almost having to the ECB looking at how to level up these opportunities in the county setup and encouraging people to stick with this red ball stuff instead of perhaps flying the nest into tournaments. And as we thought, Abbas just changing the angle here, coming across the left-handed Patterson White, who defends it into the offside for no run.
I think that's a good point again. I think you probably have hit the nail on the head, so to speak. BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sunderland, BBC Radio Nottingham. You're listening to live commentary of day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. I'm Kevin James, next to me Melissa Story. A little bit later, Dave Bracegirdle will be back with us. A little bit later in the day, Emily Windsor of the Vipers and Trent Rockets will be with us as well. And TMS, should add TMS now, really.
I know, she's up with the big shots.
She is.
Abbas past the umpire, and that's swung slightly towards the left-handed Patterson White, and he works it down to fine leg. They get through comfortably for 2 runs. And just these two again proving how important this partnership is. Brings up the Notts 50 runs. They've got that off 19.2 overs, 89 minutes of play so far for that 50 runs. And we're seeing similar conditions to how it was in this Yorkshire game, the last home game Hampshire played here, when it was, I mean, we found many ways to entertain ourselves up here, but it was a slow, steady game, and every run so valuable. Was a bat in and left outside the off stump.
Yes, it was. Yeah, this game's moving a bit quicker, isn't it, forward, for whatever reason, but yeah, I still fear that this wicket might yet flatten out. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe not on this occasion.
Do you reckon there's been much impact of the heavy roller? We saw that, of course, at the start of the game. What Do you
Start
reckon
the
they were
morning, yeah.
hoping to get? from
Well,
that?
I mean, heavy roller usually equates to the wicket getting flatter, doesn't it? And we saw it this morning. I mean, it might yet do that, yeah. There was only a light roller between the innings yesterday.
Very knowledgeable, Mr. James.
I just happened to notice it.
In comes Ageas again, and that's just on the hip of Patterson White, and he tries to work that way into that vacant square leg region, but doesn't manage to time it, so it trickles to Felix Organ there at mid-wicket. And going back to how difficult it is to score runs here, it's almost one of those games where just whenever there's a single, you just want to stand up and celebrate it. It's quite fun, but proper red ball cricket, and it's a good battle between two teams here, of course, sat at the top of the table together, and going to show just how vital it is.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake in this game.
Ageas in again, and that takes a thick inside edge. This is running down to third man. We have two fielders in pursuit, but again a tantalising chase as that goes for 4 runs. Not to move on to 54 for 5 off that delivery, and 1 ball remaining in the over. Ageas will be going at this rate, you know, if he's going trying to hold up an end, being hit through all the boundaries, and Keith Barker's the one getting all the wickets in the morning.
Incredible. Well, Ageas has gone for 3.5 and over, just over. I think that's the most he's ever gone for in a game. I mean, he could drag it back with later spells
I reckon.
in the day, but I've never seen him go for this many runs.
See, the chef was too focused on the poached eggs at the back of his mind that perhaps the omelette wasn't quite up to standard, and that is the reason he's not taken any wickets this morning. As in he comes, and that's cut off the back foot by Patterson White, just trying to hit that gap again, but doesn't get the ball through. So Notts 54 for 5, and that's off 20 overs.
Let's keep you up to date with the other matches going on in Division 1, because of course the 6 teams contesting Division 1 is come the end of next week is where we'll find our county champion, or our champion county of 2021. Lancashire playing Somerset. Lancashire starting the day on 364 for 8, were bowled out for 373. Somerset have already lost a wicket. They are 18 for 1, and Chris Green is the man out, bowled by Tom Bailey for no score. Lammonby and Azar are the two in the middle there for Somerset, so they trail by 355 on the first innings. Currently, as Barker comes in, he's very gloomy out there. That's foolish, and Slater just works that up to mid-off, and there is no run. And the game between Yorkshire and Warwickshire, Yorkshire starting the day on 95 for 8, were bowled out for 108. And Warwickshire, who made 155 in their first innings, are batting for a second time there, and they are 9 without loss. So Warwickshire lead Yorkshire by 56 runs now, with all 10 second innings wickets remaining. That game is moving rapidly forward as Barker comes in and just wraps Slater on the pad as it goes out behind square on the leg side. They'll jog through for a leg bye, and the Nottinghamshire total onto 55 for 5, trail by 172.
I'm sure some of our Yorkshire listeners from a few weeks ago won't be too chuffed with that performance so far from their beloved Yorkshire, but I mean, good for Hampshire, you could say, as those two sat next to each other at the table and vying for those top positions. And I guess the only one you'd say who's probably in the mud a bit too much is Somerset at the moment.
Yeah, they're bottom of the live table currently as Barker comes in. Need a bit of bounce, but Patterson White's nicely inside it, or inside the line, or behind the line, and plays it out on the onside. The live table has Nottinghamshire currently leading. Yorkshire have moved into second place ahead of Hampshire. They both started the day equal second, but it is all very tight between Yorkshire and Hampshire and Warwickshire. Lancashire not too far behind in 5th, but at the moment Nottinghamshire enjoying a lead in terms of points of 11.5 outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Patterson White.
Hampshire love an upset though, don't they? I mean, we saw in this quarter-finals between these two teams, and Hampshire absolutely in the mud at one point, but somehow scraping it back to qualify for T20 finals day. I think they'll just be a bit wary here, going, we can't let them have it again, come on. We got, you know, I bet Notts at the end of yesterday as well thinking, bowling Hampshire out for 226. It was, an average score so far, but
Barker's
situation.
in. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump there, Patterson White. That ball straightened on him. That was a great delivery there from Barker, moved very late.
Although considering that, I think Hampshire would be quite chuffed with 226. It's their 4th lowest first innings total this year, but actually they've also got out for 79, 89 and 92. So 226 sounds absolutely grand compared to that. And in this situation now with Notts 55 for 5, looks even better.
But wildly fluctuating first innings total, you mentioned earlier, wasn't it? Nottinghamshire's lowest of 260 in the first innings. Hampshire's completely different to that over the course of the summer. It's played out square on the offside. End of the over. Barker has completed 11 overs. He has 5 for 19, having started the day with 1 for 11. And Abbas still wicketless, which is very unusual for him. That was a maiden over for Keith Barker. 5 of his overs have been maidens out of those 11.
So you say surprised about these fluctuating scores, but consistency in Hampshire's batting, not something we've seen too much these last few years. But it keeps, Hampshire supporters and fans on their toes and always ensures there's some tight finish games so far. But just speaking of Mohammed Abbas's economy rate so far of 3.5 across the season so far, his economy rate is 2, or 2.08 to be exact. So definitely not quite going as planned this morning, and whether it is a case of how well Barker's been bowling so far that the Notts batsmen are almost seeing him as the one to attack a bit more.
Yeah. Now it looks like there's a chat here going on between the umpires, Vince, Barker and Dawson. I wonder if they're talking about the light here, with Brad Wheel coming on to take over from Abbas. Are they saying to him, sorry, but you can't bowl Brad Wheel in this light?
I mean, as you said, it is getting quite gloomy. We've had the floodlights on here for quite a while, and even driving down here this morning, you get a feel that, there should be rain in the air, but there's not. And actually, it's a bit murky, a bit gloomy, and hopefully we will see a bit of Brad Wheel here. He's at the top of his mark, and he's looking ready to go. Maybe it was just a discussion from the umpires going, look, if it gets this little bit darker, he comes off straight away, but for now, he's allowed.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. It's obviously borderline. I mean, he is a little quicker than Abbas, but I don't think there's a lot in it, if I'm honest. So, do this over Melissa, and then we'll bring Dave Bracegirdle back in.
So, Brad Wheel, what a season he's had so far for Hampshire across all formats.
Yeah.
But he will be coming on to replace Abbas, hoping for a bit more luck from this end and continue Hampshire's streak of wickets as he's passed the umpire, and that's left outside off stump. Just a bit more pace from that delivery from Brad Wheel.
Just do a quick 30-second update for listeners for Radio Solent. Yeah, it's been quite a start by Hampshire. Now, you'll remember Nottinghamshire started the morning, that was an hour ago, 29 for 1. They are now 55 for 5. They trail Hampshire by 171 on the first innings, but we had 3 wickets in the first 15 balls of the morning, including the first ball. Ben Duckett, the left-hander, just touching Keith Barker down the leg side. Good catch from Tom Alsop, he went for 9. Joe Clark went for no score. He was caught at mid-off by Brad Wheel, and then Stephen Mullaney, the captain, LBW to Barker for 2. Those were the 3 quick wickets, and then not so long after, Barker came in again and had Tom Moore's LBW for 4. Barker currently has 5 for 19, matching his 5 wickets of last week. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Just saw 2 runs taken off that previous delivery again. Seeing the Nottinghamshire batsman Slater just waiting for that ball and pushing it through that offside, but Brad Wheel, he's had a good season so far, 30 wickets in this competition, and past the stumps he comes. That's outside off stump, and playing that ball is Slater, but through to the gloves of Alsop again for no run. Just got to stay patient here, Slater, because he is the key in the Nottinghamshire innings, and he's showed, he's showed a lot of patience so far. He's just got to ensure he doesn't get too frustrated out there in the middle. It's a difficult surface to bat on.
Certainly is. Yeah, Brad Wheel, you mentioned Brad Wheel earlier, 30 wickets this season, averaging just over 26 apiece.
As he comes in again and bowling, and that hits Slater perhaps on the pad there, but well going down leg side. No runs as it trickles into the leg side.
Batting looks just as tricky this morning as it did yesterday, but as I say, I'll just repeat that the ball isn't doing as much, but I think it's just enough that it's slightly unpredictable, isn't it?
It is, and especially I think less so off Wheel and Abbas. They're quite, a bit shorter, and statute bowlers are a bit more skiddy, but Barker, because he gets more bounce off that delivery, it's sticking in the wicket as in comes Wheel. That's a fuller ball and it's driven, but there's protection out there in the deep as Mr. Deep Point runs round for that delivery and restricts it to just a single.
Felix Organ out there all on his own on the right.
Did you ever like boundary fielding, Kev?
I did actually, yeah. Yeah, I quite liked it. I wouldn't say you relaxed it a little bit more out there, but you know what I mean?
I like it too. You can, I mean, sometimes in those periods of play where the tempo almost drops a bit, it is just quite nice to just sit back, have a relax. It's only when you get stuck on the boundary then that's the problem. End up being out there for a full 50 overs and suddenly you haven't spoken to anyone for 2 hours.
You leave yourself open, of course, to the crowd sometimes for the odd comment.
Wheel past the stumps. That's a fuller ball driven again, but not past Liam Dawson at mid-off. And a good first over from Wheel. That's only gone for 3 runs, not 58 for 5.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Melissa will be back in around about half an hour's time. Melissa Story. And coming in next to me from BBC Radio Nottingham is Dave Bracegirdle. So Notts 58 for 5. They haven't actually lost a wicket now for just over 30 minutes, which will be a welcome relief.
Why did you say that?
Oh, sorry.
Why did you say that?
I don't know. I was just thinking of something to say while you were plugging in, really. Just happened to be that.
Yeah, 39 for 5. So they put 20 on. Small gains, I guess. The highest partnership of the innings so far between 30-year-old Ben Slater, 22-year-old Liam Patterson-White. There's going to be a new challenge for them. Keith Barker out of the attack. Simply terrific this morning. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 19 his overall figures. Bowled 3 overs last night, so it's a terrific 8-over spell from Barker in the first hour and a minute or two of day 2. Notts will be on one hand relieved that Barker is out of the attack, but on the other just mustn't lessen their concentration against the lively Ian Holland. And first ball is worked away through the leg side by Slater, and he will hope it just trickles over the rope. It will indeed. Couple of fielders in hot pursuit, but nicely timed by Ben Slater, and he moves on to 27. No, it hadn't gone on. It leaps on now to 31, so not 62 for 5.
Yeah, Barker's figures this morning: 8 overs, 4 maidens, 4 wickets for 8 runs.
Not so dusty, are they really?
Steady, isn't it? Eh? That's steady.
He's got his arms folded at mid-off. I think we could all have excused him if he just popped off for a comfort break, maybe even got in the dressing room, put his feet up and said, "There you go, coach, I'm having 10 minutes." Terrific start to the day for Hampshire. Ben Slater and Liam Patterson-White, they're going to pinch a single here as it was pushed into the offside. At extra cover there, it was partially stopped, partially parried, and they take the single. Liam Dawson again throwing himself around, always one of the most energetic in the field, and if you're looking for an experienced senior player to set an example, Dawson always does that for Hampshire. The 2 batsmen obviously with a single have exchanged ends. Liam Patterson-White's been out there for a wee while, but he's not faced Ian Holland, so Ben Slater came down and it was fairly obvious he was just giving him a quick 1-2 on Ian Holland's strengths, as the next delivery sees Patterson-White clip it away on the leg side, and they were very interested for a second in coming back for 2, but thought better of it. Good throw from Felix Organ, and that might deter them on future occasions from taking on his arm.
Yeah, looking quite busy, aren't they, the batsmen in this over of Holland's, looking to put him under a little bit of pressure here.
They'll be thankful that Hampshire's score of 226, good as it was, wasn't 326, otherwise they really would be a long way behind in the game. As it is, got some catching up to do as this one passed the outside edge, goes through to the keeper again, distracted by an umpire standing there with his left arm out, and you think, oh, it's a no ball. But again, it wasn't. It was just either the toss of the coin and the signal from one to the other to say there are 2 left in the over. It's good that they do it, but sometimes they can be misinterpreted as signalling a no ball. This is a hefty clump off the bat of Slater for no runs up to mid-on.
Yeah, he's looking to be very positive here, isn't it? It's almost as if there's a bit of relief now that Barker's out of the attack.
I could say the last thing you want is to get Barker out of the attack and then totally expose the lower order by falling in the early stages of Brad Wheel or Ian Holland's spell. Comes Holland again, nicely through the offside, and this will go for 4 as well. Talked yesterday about 1 or 2 shots that pulled up just inside the rope. It didn't see if there was much run on the outfield, but this morning, as you say, Slater is hitting the ball quite hard. That was Liam Patterson-White on this occasion, but I think most things that have been hit towards the rope have gone to the rope this morning.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the one from Tom Moores, the drive on the out from Barker. What a shot. That was comfortably the shot of the morning. We haven't seen too many, but that was.
No, that would have gone for 4 anywhere, but 1 or 2 pushers yesterday seemed to pull up, but this morning they are travelling. Once they've beaten the field, they've gone for 4.
Well, Ian Holland under pressure already. That first over went for 10, and that is completely out of character from what we've seen this morning. So there is a bit of a problem there already for Hampshire. I can't believe I'm saying that when Hampshire have dominated the proceedings so far, but I don't want too many more overs like that, otherwise Liam Dawson will be having to bowl a few overs at that top end. Here's Brad Wheel round the wicket to Patterson-White, who's on 12, and it's outside the off stump, and he's leaving that one alone.
I was a little surprised, and I shouldn't have been. My bad, as they say. I'd forgotten about Ian Holland. I was half expecting James Fuller to come on and replace Barker. Is that
well, yeah, I mean, if you just purely go on the way he bowled last week at Edgbaston, you would have said yes, stick him on. But as I repeatedly say, and probably Hampshire fans are getting a little bit bored of me, but they know as well that you're never sure what you're going to get with Fuller.
He's the 5th seamer out of those playing in this game then.
Here's Wheel, and that's a nice stroke off the front foot, guided down towards backward, a point where Felix Organ is out in the deep, and it'll be 70 for 5. So again, in a tight situation, Fuller last week, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Would we get the same type of thing from Fuller this week? You just never know. And I guess Ian Holland is the safer option, but as he proved actually a bit last week, really, a little bit ineffective.
Nice to have the options.
Well, of course, Keith Barker, Kyle Abbott would have been the ideal option, but of course he's unfit. As Wheel comes in and bowls, and that's a drive to extra cover, fielded by Gubbins.
And as we spotted this morning, the heavy roller was used this morning. Certainly didn't deaden things or quieten things in the opening half an hour. It's absolute mayhem as batsman followed batsman in and out, in and out, in and out, and Notts were in total disarray. 29 for 1 suddenly became 39 for 5, and were people talking about saving the follow-on and all sorts of things. So just calm down a little bit.
Yes, that's right.
Another wicket or 2 goes down. They are still deep in trouble.
Wheel again, cut away into the ground, which takes the pace off it. He wants a single, quickly across his Gubbins, throws at the stumps, but Slater is home anyway. But he wanted that one, and I think that was a good call from Patterson-White.
Sarah Gosling, oh dear, I've been in meetings for the last couple of hours. This isn't what I wanted to see. Now busy sorting my papers out. Got the live stream on, hoping for a quiet run-in at least until lunch. Steve Battlemuch, he's very much scraping the barrel because he says, get your pads on, Dave. Andy Dixon, conditions this morning with the pitch looked very bad even before the start.
Yeah, they're not great. That's a drive, but a bit of bottom hand in that takes that up to mid-on.
Yeah, you have the floodlights on and low cloud cover and gloomy conditions, and you've got Keith Barker at one end and Mohamed Abbas at the other, and as a top order batsman I think you pretty much know what's coming, and it did come.
Actually, that message just then, Dave, sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
about getting your pads on, that's just reminded me, of course, and we haven't mentioned it, you are a former Italian international.
Oh, yes.
But I tell you, moving
Gareth
on
Berg.
from that, Gareth Berg, who is now sort of director of cricket at Italy.
He is.
Who you may remember I mentioned,
Yep.
I bumped him on the beach a few weeks ago. Ooh, and a little fish at that one outside the off stump, goes through to all stop, end of the over, 69 for 5. He was telling me about all the plans that he has for Italian cricket coming up, with all these qualifying stuff coming up in the winter and what have you. And he's identified Jade Dernbach qualifies for Italy, Grant Stewart at Kent, to name but two, and wants to approach them. I think Jade Dernbach has basically said to him, yes, I'm interested.
It's time I gave Gareth a phone call. I think
You could be there.
I think media man for the next couple of years for
Yeah.
Italy, with all these big plans.
There you are.
He's a good man, Gareth. What's the applause? The applause is for Keith Barker, who's taken Brace Girdle's advice and is going to go in the dressing room and say, "Done my bit this morning, coach. Bring me my tea."
He can ask for what he likes at the moment. 5 wickets last week,
Yeah.
5 again this week.
There's not many players leave the field for a comfort break and almost get a standing round of applause. Here's Holland from the pavilion end. Played with soft hands by LPW. Runs it down towards third man, Liam Patterson-White. It is, of course, and the throw is a little wild and woolly as it's whipped in there by James Fuller, who we were just talking about. Tom Alsop, though, thought nothing of it, made good ground and took it on the fall. Not 71 for 5. A cleverer man than me would already know what the deficit is. Round about 150-ish as this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. 155, do we think?
It's exactly 155.
So one big blow and the follow-on is saved. All is not lost yet.
Bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, Kev's pointing on the scoreboard, exactly where it says the difference between the two teams. Deficit 155, it says. They're usually there on these big screens, aren't they? It's just figuring your way around them and finding it. Patterson-White pushes this back to the bowler. We've got Hampshire's number 22, Ian Holland, bowling to Nottinghamshire's number 22, Liam Patterson-White, who is 22 years of age. That's nothing to do with it, but that's what he is. And
Can we think of something else with 22 in it?
it used to be squad numbers, or number of players in a Football World Cup squad. I think they've extended it now to 23, haven't they, with an extra goalie, as this is clipped away on the leg side by Patterson-White for 4 more. Nice looking shot. Gosh, he did play well at Taunton a couple of weeks ago when he got that maiden century, and I think everybody within the camp and all the supporters were absolutely delighted for him. He's a very likeable young man, slow left arm spinner who can bat certainly, and to come in at number 8 and just transform a game with the quality of his stroke play was absolutely magnificent. It's earned him a promotion from 8 to 7 in the order for this game, and that was a nice clip through the mid-wicket area to take him on to 19. Next ball is played in the same sort of direction, but fairly gently, and there's no run. Will Rhodes of Warwickshire, the skipper, has just been bowled at Headingley for 12. Of course, Rhodes, former Yorkshire player. Warwickshire 23 for 1, so they lead Yorkshire by 70. That, from afar, seems like a fairly decent lead with 9 wickets left, but we'll have to see. Not entirely sure how Hampshire and Nottinghamshire would want that game to go, but what will be, as Patterson-White again looks to drive elegantly, and this time is it to mid-off along the ground end of the over. Ian Holland has now bowled 2 overs none for 16, Kev. When does that become a cause for concern?
Already for me. I would, Dawson's just had a quick word with Vince there. I wouldn't waste any more time, and I would just give Liam Dawson a couple of overs to see what happens, because I think already, you know, Notts are looking to sort of just tick along against him and look more confident. I've got an email here from Bill Seeger, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, is it me, or does there appear to be many more batsmen playing left-handed these days? I remember batting lineups having just 2 on average in the first 6 or 7. Notts seem to be overloaded with them. There's been a few, isn't there? There's 2 out there at the moment. Duckett, already out.
There's too many, far too many.
Lots,
Is it polo? Is it polo where they don't have left-handers?
Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Hockey, of course. Hockey.
Ice hockey.
All right-handed hockey sticks, aren't they? Wheel bowls, and that's cut away down to Organ at deep backward point, 76 for 5. That's
I know
right.
zero about polo, but that is the only thing I thought I did know. They're on horseback, but you can't have left-handers because of. You'd have. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But hockey certainly won. So yeah, lots have certainly got their fair share. But having Barker seems to have nullified their attacking play on this pitch. Teams do not appear to have as many left-handed bowlers in their attack.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. The other Division 1 game, Somerset are 31 for 2 against Lancashire.
Oh, they've lost another one since I mentioned. There's a nice drive on the up, and I don't think Organ's going to get that out in the deep. He isn't, and that's a nice shot there from Patterson White. Moves on to 23, and that's 80 for 5. And Notts just slowly but surely now coming out of that difficult start to day 2.
They've doubled the score, more than doubled the score in this partnership. They were 39 for 5 when they came together, so 41 added by these two lefties. Slater 37 and Patterson White just starting to flow now, 23 from 32.
Yes. Wheel. And for 9 in his third over here. 5 off his first 2 balls as he comes in and bowls to Patterson White. That's straight and that's a length. That's played back to the bowler. Dinkanatra, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'd like to present Hampshire's version of ABBA. That's Abbas, A-B, and Barker, B-A. Thank you very much, Dink.
Did he queue for some tickets to see the ABBA holograms?
I haven't. Have you?
No.
Haven't you? I thought that had been right up your street.
Well, it would have been if it had actually been them. I can't quite get my head around what it's supposed to be. Go to a concert to see holograms?
Yeah, that's the way forward, Dave, apparently. No, says Mel. Obviously not the way forward. Here's Wheel, bowls, and on the back foot there, Patterson White steering up to men on. She went to a concert the weekend.
She actually said, who's ABBA?
You do know that. She went to a concert at the weekend. I'm not sure I'd go to concerts at the moment, the way things are.
No, not me.
Was it squat? Were you all squashed? Don't get too close to Mel, Dave. She was in a squashed concert.
Did I hear she's looking forward to finals day at the weekend?
Yes, myself and Melissa doing the commentary up at Birmingham on Saturday.
Does she know about the old rookie's initiation for finals day?
Dave, please enlighten us as that's turned to mid-on and there's no run, please.
You know, that catapult thing that's always at the far end from the pavilion where media covering their first finals day all have to go up in the catapult before the start of play. Did you not know that?
No,
have you not told her about that?
No, but Dave, believe me, I'll escort her over there.
Have you seen it? Literally, have you seen it?
No.
Oh, there's one of those catapult things that throws them up into the air, and all day while the cricket's on,
Is that right?
There's absolute lunatics going in there and getting involved. I mean, I presume it was there this year. It wasn't last year, of course, because it was behind closed doors, but every other year in finals day.
Here's that wheel round the wickets, and that's a length ball. Just nips back and hits Patterson White high on the pad. Might have been a fraction higher than that, looking at his reaction. He's bent over, you know what I mean. Yeah. 80 for 5. Well, in fact, Mel has been there on finals day in the past as a spectator, so she'll know exactly what you're talking about, Dave.
Dressed as a fruit. We had all the fruits here yesterday, didn't we?
And they emailed in.
They did. They did. Lovely to have them. In case you're wondering what on earth we're going on about, as is usually the case when I'm on the. There were a group here yesterday. Well, there were 6 or 7 of them. They had planned to go for one young man's stag weekend up to Old Trafford for the Test match. They'd got the costumes, all as various fruits. There was a potato, which was a little bit of an oddity alongside the lemons and bananas and what have you. But obviously, the Test match was cancelled. They decided to come here instead, and we could certainly pick them out all day yesterday, very vibrantly coloured, and it seemed as if they had a good time, weren't making a nuisance of themselves. Had a little bit of a sing-song, and the young man, well, we wish them all the best, I guess. Bowling change as predicted by Mr. Kevin James.
Yeah, they had to. You have to, really. It's all about, if you're not taking a wicket, it's all about keeping things quiet, and I'm afraid Mr. Holland, 2 overs none for 16, couldn't do that.
So this is James Fuller, although the board still says it's Ian Holland bowling. Round the wicket, to Ben Slater, right on the money first ball, getting lots of encouragement from his teammates. It was a full pitch delivery, right up there in the block hole, and Ben Slater gets behind it, has a look, and sensibly just pushes it back.
Yeah, we gave him a name check because we got an email, and they very funny signed it off. Yours truly, 5 a day.
I think Simon Trafford, who keen photographer, takes photos for the Nottinghamshire club, is on the ground today. He sent us pictures of the say in a second as Slater, a little push and run into the offside, takes a single, moves to 38, 81 for 5. He's actually sent us a photograph of the ice cream stand, I guess, booth, almost like a little porter cabin there, but we can't see it from here, can we, because we understand it is right behind the scoreboard away to our left. But yeah. So Simon, who's on the ground, sent a photo. This is what it looks like.
Lovely. Although we've never seen it. Well, I must admit, I've not even noticed it when I've walked around that side. Didn't even know it was there.
Fuller comes in again from the pavilion end. Bowls to Liam Patterson-White, who again blocks this. Mike Martin says, in fact it's directed to you, Kevin at Solent Sport, tell Dave, us lefties are the most misunderstood minority in the country. Try playing for your school wearing right-handed batting gloves all season. I had a black thumb until Christmas.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Limited amount of kit passed around.
81 for 5, Nottinghamshire. Nowhere near out of the dark backwaters they found themselves in at the start of this second day, but another single taken here improves the position. 82 for 5. Follow-on has been saved, by the way, because the deficit is now 144.
I like the way these two are playing. You know, sort of positive even in defence.
Yeah.
And have been quick, but they're playing very straight, which is very important.
Yeah, and I don't think they've missed a single, have they? If
no,
there's been a chance
to
scamper down to the other end, they've taken it.
Yeah, it's been good. Good fight back.
Yeah, it is important to rotate the strike. 2 slips, James Vince at first, Joe Weatherly standing to his left on the pavilion end, full of bowls. Ben Slater just nudges it back to the bowler. The previous over, we had number 22, Ian Holland, bowling to Nottinghamshire's 22, Liam Patterson-White, and this over we've got Hampshire's number 26, James Fuller, bowling to Nottinghamshire's number 26, Ben Slater. There we are.
Spooky, isn't it?
Well,
well spotted by you.
There was a young lady at breakfast this morning, came around with the teas and coffees and all the rest of it. I spooked her. As not in any sinister way this morning. This is pushed into the offside by Slater. He'll get another single, 83 for 5. She had a lovely gold chain on, really nice gold chain around her neck with Pisces on it. And she came in and I said, I bet you're a Pisces, aren't you? And she obviously hadn't. Oh, how can you tell that? Thinking I was some sort of mystical guru or whatever, and obviously had to chuckle and sort of point a little bit. But it's little things like that get me through the day, Kev.
No, that's great, and it's we were all sort of hooked on that story, waiting for the punch.
All right.
No, we were, and it was God, Dave, you know I'm only joking. 83 for 5.
That was before my lengthy journey here to work today.
Yeah. You're still claiming 10p a mile for walking up 2 flights of stairs. Yeah. You'll get a mile out of it by the end of day 4, I should think. Just about. It's amazing how many previous commentators have come here and said that they're staying 20 miles away when they've actually been staying here. You'll be amazed. See those expense sheets.
It's very nice, being very well looked after. I think the entire Nottinghamshire contingent in the hotel here on the ground, and it is fabulous.
Here's Brad Wheel round the wicket, bowling to Slater. Slater pushes forward. There is a gap just in front of square on the offside, and Felix Organ coming round from backward point keeps it down to a single.
That said, my corridor.
Yes.
You really struggle to get to the rooms because. I might be wrong here. I think it's the England women's football team are here as well, and they're having a camp. They call it, I asked somebody and they said we're having a development camp at Eastleigh.
Eastleigh
We're all
Football Club
staying
down the
here,
road,
and
yeah.
there's all, I don't know if it's the full FA England women's team or what
Okay.
it is, but
Wheel to Patterson White, who cuts that hard past a diving third slip. That's Ian Holland, and that's gone for 4 along the ground. When after that, a little bit of width there from Wheel.
But the corridor is absolutely chock-a-block, full of skips, presumably full of kit and footballs and training gear and whatever. And
Yeah.
you know, I would have thought they could either left it in the coach that brought them here or take them into the rooms or whatever. But they're all in the corridor. So if you want a couple of £100 footballs, I know where to get them from. I can do you a deal.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it beats the old trays full of eaten dinner left out the room.
Yeah.
In the evenings. There's Wheel bowls. That's better. That's straight and length ballers. Patterson White meets it with a dead straight back to the bowler. And so a hive of activity then we're around you then, Dave?
Well, not exactly, but very much enjoying the visit. Keith Barker's not come back on the field. That's obviously not a problem. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. You know, he went off in a bask of glory. Would you sort of be asking to have another couple of overs of him just to end the session, just to see, one more, Keith?
Well, I can see somebody in the physio's room there with a white outfit on. It might be him, but he's standing up, which is good news. There's a nice drive, but only as far as Dawson up to mid-off.
But would Captain James be urging to give him another blow this morning? Or?
Will be half an hour away from lunch? Maybe, yeah. But again, I mean, for me, there wasn't a lot happening there for Barker.
No.
It wasn't like it was hooping round corners and nipping at right angles. It was just good old-fashioned line and length bowling. There was a little bit of two-paceness, if that's the right word, off the pitch, and just a fraction amount of movement, just enough. And it was his morning, that's for sure. That's cut away by Patterson White, again down to Felix Organ at backward point for a single.
What are we going there with? Two-pacedness as
Is
one
that a
word.
word?
I don't know, but I like the look of it. It's midday, time for me to go before I turn into a pumpkin. A round of applause for the 50 partnership between Slater and Patterson. Steve Crawley says you're obviously staying in the corridor of uncertainty then. I like that, Steve. And Anthony says, morning, Dave. Although I can't really say good morning, please can you ask Notts to let me out from behind the sofa sometime soon. Thanks, Anthony. I'll speak to you later.
Dave will be back in a few minutes as Wheel bowls. That's a length ball to Slater, who plays that back to the bowler. Mel will come in for me actually. When Dave comes back, I'll just do a few minutes on my own, that's all right. And then Mel will be alongside Dave Brace-Girdle, and Barker is the said Barker is walking out to the middle, and he's back on, which is good news, which does suggest that it might be an over or two from him before the luncheon break. Now this is interesting because James Fuller bowled just the 1 over and conceded 3. I'm just wondering if he may actually change ends. Brad Wheel has bowled 4 overs for 15, which in itself isn't particularly expensive, but I don't know, this Notts pair in compiling 50 unbroken for this 6th wicket do look increasingly confident, as Slater is on 40, Patterson White is on 29, so Fuller is off, and Scott Curry has come on as the substitute fielder, taking some sweaters off. There's something else coming on. Oh, it's a helmet for Liam Dawson, who's going to try his luck at the pavilion end. BBC Radio Sunderland, BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. You'll be listening to us online, and you'll also be listening to us via the live picture feed, so you're watching the pictures as well if you're watching and listening via the Hampshire Cricket website, and those pictures being beamed back to the Nottinghamshire Cricket website as well. So plenty of ways to watch and listen to this game, day 2 of this Division 1 County Championship match between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. So Liam Dawson just limbering up while we wait for the various padding for the short leg fielder, bit of some shin guards, a helmet, and we'll be just about ready to resume play here. 137 the deficit at the moment, with Nottinghamshire starting the day 29 for 1, 89 for 5, We've got another helmet coming out, so we've got another delay. It's been a few minutes already with Parker coming on, helmets, shin pads, all sorts. It's been like a proper moving day. I've seen people move with less gear, move house with less stuff moving around. Still waited to get things going. Hampshire, I don't know, maybe it's a deliberate ploy just to have a bit of break in play, a bit like the Raducanu US Open final there, where it's interesting, wasn't it, was going on there. Everybody forgot that Fernandez went off for a comfort break for a little while. Nobody mentioned that, but Fernandez not particularly happy that Raducanu had an extended medical timeout, which of course was allowed under the rules because of the blood. As he's playing a missing outside the off stump, and now there's an appeal for a stumping as Patterson White pushing forward there, beats the outside edge. Did he overbalance? Just the toe was right up maybe on the line. Difficult to tell on the picture feed, of course, because you're front on rather than square on. We are definitely front on rather than square on. The umpire is in the best position and he says not out. Bales are back on. Notts 89 for 5 as Dawson comes in from that pavilion end, and Patterson White pushes forward out on the offside. Good stuff from these Notts pair as Dave Bracegirdle will make his way back and just carry on doing this over. 2 balls of Dawson's first over of the innings. Welcome back, Dave. It's been too long as Dawson bowls, and that's cut away, but only as far as a point. Well fielded by James Fuller. I'll let Dave Bracegirdle carry on this over, and then alongside him will be Melissa Story.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin James looking after the team this week. And very much enjoying being down here watching on from the hotel end as Dawson bowls to Liam Patterson White, who defends. No addition to the total. A couple of people have just been in touch on Twitter at Brace Cricket. Read the messages in a second, but as ever with the spinner on, not too long between deliveries. Dawson bowls and Patterson White forces it into the offside for a single. Slater moves on to 40. Charlie says, oh my, I've just seen the score, perhaps been at work. Hasn't been so bad after all this morning. At least Slats and LPW seem to be putting up a good fight. Melissa alongside me will grab a word in just a second. Liam Dawson with ball in hand. There's one slip, James Vince. Short leg, short catching mid-wicket. Different test for the Nottinghamshire batsman here, and cries of catch it here as it's just popped up in front of Ben Slater. End of the over, 90 for 5. Keith Barker's come back on, and what a morning he's had, Melissa.
He has, and it's great to see him back on the pitch. I'm not sure how long it will be before we see him again. He'll probably have a bit more of a break, but it's actually good Hampshire have so many bowling options. I think they've got about 7-8 bowling options today. I mean, they all seem to go off injured at different intervals, which is great that they take it in turns, but always important that Hampshire does have these bowling options.
Now, when I was mischievously talking 2 or 3 minutes ago about the catapult thing at Edgbaston, you actually brought it up on your phone. Is that the sort of thing you'd do? I
am so, you know what, if this is an initiation, I will happily oblige, because every time I've gone to T20 finals day, I've been a bit younger, so I've gone, I don't quite fancy that, but I think at my right old age now, I could face the bungee jump. It's a fun day at finals day, that's for sure, and if you've experienced it as a spectator and now you're going to be part of the media, you'll have a good time. Although, of course, it's often dictated by how the cricket goes, how your support is through the day, and whether you're successful or not as a team. As Fuller bowls to Liam Patterson White, who pushes this out onto the offside. I beg your pardon, I've stolen your over. Felix Organ doing the field. I've been on both sides. I've been to a couple of finals day that Notts have won, and I've been to 3, 4 or 5 now where they've not quite got over the line, and quickly been in the car and headed off, but you'll enjoy it, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, of course Hampshire has that first game of the day. So as me and Kev were speaking, it could either be a very short day or a very long one, but I'll show up in the commentary box in fancy dress nonetheless, as in comes Fuller, and that's wide outside off stump and left well alone, and bounces twice before going into the gloves of Allsop. So just again,
just run that last line back through me again, but I shall be going in fancy dress nonetheless.
That, I mean, not guaranteed, but I very much could do. That could be a media first at T20 finals day.
Oh, it wouldn't be a first. It wouldn't be a first. But have you got options? Have you got fancy dress at home, or would you go and hire something?
Unfortunately, I've got quite a lot left over from my university sports socials, so I've got a choice of outfits potentially, as in comes Fuller again. And that's a better length delivery, just work down to third man, and there's a fielder coming around from deep cover to cut this off, but the ball just goes over the boundary rope. 4 runs off the bat of Slater, and he moves on to 44 not out now. And actually, this innings going quite under the radar, but just so important. He's helped them avoid the follow-on, and now getting them up to a more respectable total. So a good recovery from Nottinghamshire so far.
Yeah, Ben Slater was in the right place at the right time this morning, and that was the non-striker's end when Keith Barker was wreaking havoc. He was at Mohamed Abbas's end, and Barker ripped through those 4 wickets fairly quickly.
Fuller past the stumps, and that's a middle stump line delivery, just worked off by Ben Slater. And it is one of those scenarios where even if, you know, he was comfortably sitting at the non-strikers, I'm sure if someone had offered him a single, you go, no, just wait there, that's all right, we don't need to take any risky runs, and just watch from the other end. But a dangerous opening spell from Barker this morning.
No, he enjoys his batting. Some wickets have gone down in the other 2 Division 1 games, where Warwickshire 27 for 3 now at Leeds, leading Yorkshire by 74.
Fuller in again, and that's driven by Slater, square of the wicket there, and they'll get a single to Felix Organ, who's in the deep protecting that boundary.
And Somerset's woes go on at Taunton, where they're 37 for 3 themselves, replying to Lancashire's 3-7-3. All the scorecards, and in fact access links to all the commentaries available via the BBC Sport website.
Definitely not Somerset's day down in that match, but good to see Yorkshire having a bit of a fight back up in Leeds, as that ball's full and driven, but Keith Barker at mid-off means it goes for no run. So going back to that talk about left-handers, just the end of that over, Notts 96 for 5, and I was doing a little bit of research actually, speaking about the different sports. I know in women's cricket we've had a lot of discussions before about there's hardly any left-handers at all, and actually so many girls have come from hockey in school where you can only have the right-handed stick. But then obviously more inclined for ladies cricket. That looking at men's cricket, there was an Australian research done, and it said obviously 12% of the population are left-handed, yet 1/3 of cricketers play left-handed. And these left-handers, in terms of batting, they bat on average 10 minutes longer than right-handed batsmen, and they hit more 4s than right-handed batsmen. So there you go. You might be annoying to the bowlers, but you'll bat for a bit longer.
There's Liam Dawson going to bowl to a Nottinghamshire left-hander, and Ben Slater just runs this with an open face, angle of 45 degrees down towards third man. James Fuller's after it. They come back for a couple, and Slater moves on to 47. He's past 700 first-class runs for the season during this innings. A couple of centuries to his name, one at New Road against Worcestershire, one at Derby, his former county. Been in decent nick, and Notts have certainly needed him this morning, just holding it all together as Dawson bowls again and drops this down on the leg side. Just turned 30 a week or 2 back, so plenty more years left in the tank for Ben Slater. Came to Notts at the back end of the 2018 season, played the last 2 or 3 matches, scored a century in his 2nd game for the club. Of course, last year, start of the Bob Willis Trophy, went on loan to Leicestershire and scored a big 100. This one's forced into the offside, and he gets his 48th run. And Notts move on to 99 for 5, trailing by 127.
It's good to see Dawson just holding up this pavilion end here, a role he's done so many times this season for Hampshire, and getting a bit more luck than in his batting with the ball at the moment.
Liam Patterson-White back on strike. Dawson to bowl to him. It'll push into the offside. Another wicket goes down at Headingley, where Warwickshire having a little bit of a difficult time there. 27 for 4, lead Yorkshire by 74. I think if you got tickets for day 4 in that one, you might want to get them reimbursed pretty quickly. Might even be over today. 99 for 5 here as we move within about 17 or 18 minutes of lunch as Liam Patterson-White pushes it into the offside. No, yells Ben Slater. It was a push out into the deep, and Patterson-White was eager to come back for 2. Slater wisely sent him back, and the applause is for the Nottinghamshire first innings slipping into 3 figures. 100 brought up in the 31st over, and it's taken 2 hours and 20 minutes of hard graft. This partnership now worth 61, and its eventual importance will become very clear, I guess. And this is one of the strokes of the morning by Slater to take him to his 50. Very nicely played into the offside. He's only going to get 2. It's been cut off, but Ben Slater goes through to a top knock there. 85 balls faced, 7 4s, and in light of the carnage at the other end, that is a terrific knock from Slater. It's the end of the over. Knots are 102 for 5.
That's 450 of the tournament so far.
He's had 2 centuries and now, yes, 4 other 50s, averaging around about 37.
And he is now the anchor of this innings. Obviously, Patterson-White playing a good role as well. He's on 32, not out, but these two together is key for Notts. And actually, on this kind of wicket for Hampshire, you almost feel that when the runs dry up, it looks as if a wicket can be taken. But with these two just working the ball around and just finding these singles, it just looks like a wicket's going to happen.
Now, Kev's mentioned a time or two there were a number of ball changes yesterday whilst Notts were in the field, and James Vince not too happy with this one. And yet again, we're going to see the sight of the suitcase, the Tatcha case or whatever it is, being brought out onto the field, and a replacement ball being used. We must have had it 7 or 8 times last week at Trent Bridge in the Lancashire match, and I don't know, we're just up and down the country we seem to be having either a bad batch of balls or a particularly unlucky batch of balls that either keep losing their stitching or going out of shape.
Maybe they were badly affected by COVID and they've gone, right, how are we going to sell more balls this year? Yeah, let's make some which only last about 20 overs.
No, I don't think that would be the the way forward. So whilst this little delay is going on, the 2 batsmen both brought out a drink by Lyndon James, 12th man for this game, particularly unlucky to miss out. But the fact that he's got a bit of a side strain and can't bowl at the moment, a little bit of an issue. I think it's a side strain, might even be the shoulder, but unable to bowl, so a little bit of a shuffle in this game. Joey Everson brought in. It's taking a minute or 2 to sort out. Now, we've just mainly focused on Division 1 scores this morning, but just quickly around the grounds. Derbyshire 73 for 5, replying to Kent's 295. At Cardiff, Gloucestershire 35 without loss, replying to Glamorgan's 309. Leicestershire 9 for 1 at home, replying to Sussex's 359. At Lord's, second time round, Middlesex 26 for 1, trailing Worcestershire by 1 run. At Wantage Road, Northants 183, Durham 175 for 6. At Taunton, Somerset 83, replying to Lancashire's 373. And at the Oval, Essex Baton 408 for 5, replying to well, not replying, that's still the first innings of the match. Alistair Cook made 165, 78 from Daniel Lawrence. Are we just about ready?
There's been so many delays this morning. I mean, we even had that tweet in early in the day saying, why have all these 12 men run on so quickly? And actually, I think more time has been consumed at the moment with Hampshire faffing about a bit with the ball and different fielding changes, and potentially, again, just that factor of light playing a role in decision making, although I would say it's brightened up a bit here.
This is going to be, I think it's going to be Keith Barker to come back on. I was just talking to Kevin 15-20 minutes ago saying about the possibility of Barker coming back on. He's going to switch ends. He's had all his success, all 5 wickets from the pavilion end. He's going to bowl from this end of the ground.
See, I'm usually quite surprised we don't see Barker bowling more from this end, because a lot of the times, especially Abbott as well, you'll see you can generate a bit more bounce bowling from this hotel end. So whether he's just gone and noticed that this pitch is drying up a bit, wants to see if he can generate almost some unusual bounce. We'll see as he starts at the top of his run-up. He'll be bowling to Patterson-White, and that ball's edged and just past the diving third slip. It bounced just before them and potentially wouldn't have carried there, but just scraped their reaching left hand, and they get through for 2 runs there. So Barker making things happen from the first ball.
Yeah, I think it was Ian Holland dived away there, and as you say, just got a fingertip to it. Took a little bit of pace out of it. A couple of runs to Patterson-White. Another wicket at Taunton. James Hildreth's having a lean time of things at the moment. Back end of the season, gone for 2 there. Somerset 38 for 4. Lancashire made 373.
Barker in again to Patterson-White, and he's defending that confidently. Back to the bowler this time. Again, not seeing much sideways movement from Barker so far, and good to see some players. I noticed earlier actually a few of the Hampshire T20 players were doing a bit of fielding practice on the nursery ground here to the left at the Ageas Bowl, obviously preparing for their clash at Saturday. A few of them, as I say, not quite in these Red Bull squads yet, so at least they have their full focus on that. But for a few of these guys playing in both formats, jumping straight from this game into T20 prep for that also important finals day, as in comes Barker, and that's left alone by Patterson-White. Straight through to Alsop for no run. And what do you reckon these two are saying now? Just get through to lunch and then reevaluate, get going again, and just make sure that we don't lose that another wicket after lunch, because as you see so often, wickets fall with that break.
Yeah, given a choice, they they wouldn't have wanted Keith Barker to come back and just give them a problematic 2 or 3 overs before lunch, but it will certainly make them focused. They know the threat he poses.
Just the 2 runs off this over so far then, as it's defended off the back foot again by Patterson-White, and the clear tactic here, as you say, just to let's see off these last few overs of Barker before the lunch break, which is probably undoubtedly Hampshire going to Barker. Come on, just let's squeeze out 2-3 more from you just before lunch, and then you can put your feet up for a while.
Deficit of 122 now. Hampshire making 226 yesterday. That battling half century from Nick Gubbins, helped by being spilled 3 times by Nottinghamshire, who weren't at their best in the field.
Barker past the stumps. That's a full ball on the pads as an appeal. A lot more confident from the slips. Barker just turned around in his follow through, which is never a sign of confidence to the umpire. But it just looked a bit high, potentially going down leg, but
yeah, I thought it was going down leg. You know, even on the live stream, you can't necessarily see where it pitched. The umpire's in the way, unfortunately. But that's why he stands there, so he's got the best view. But just couldn't quite see. But might well have been going down.
Patterson-White there, just tapping the pitch where that ball bounced on that last one. Again, signs of inconsistent bounce as Barker comes in and defended by Patterson-White for no run, and a good first over back for Barker. Just the 2 runs from it, Notts 104 for 5.
Live county championship cricket is always brought to you by the BBC. Every ball of every game, all the domestic competitions brought to you and available via the BBC Sport website and app. Just click on there. There's all the scorecards from all the games. You can keep up to speed, and also click on the various commentaries as the matches build up to an exciting conclusion. Usually happens as we get deep into day 2, and then very often there's 1 or 2 that finish on day 3, and some go all the way to the end. All but the outcome here, we're not entirely sure yet. Liam Dawson about to start his 3rd over, bowling to Ben Slater, helps it away on the leg side. I make it about 7 minutes or so to go until lunch, so if they hurry through, might get 3 overs in. can do that with Liam Dawson bowling. Might just be fairly quickly through this set of 6. Comes in again, bowling to Slater. Again, turns it on the leg side, but not many gaps there. It's a fairly well populated leg side. 5 fielders there as Dawson brings it back into the left-handed Slater, who's on 50 not out. 34 for Patterson-White. Little push, gentle push into the offside. Looks as if the bowler will do his own fielding. Floodlights on. I think they came on very early in the piece after just 1 or 2 overs. May well have been on from the start, actually. It was fairly grey and gloomy in this part of the world pretty much as soon as daylight emerged. At least it's dry as Dawson bowls again. A little push and slight hesitation. They go through for it in the end. Tom Alsop reacted quickest from the Hampshire side, and although he got to the ball, they were safely home for a single. I think they almost wished they'd gone for a single from the previous ball when Slater pushed it into that gap, and they ummed and ahed a little bit, and Dawson did the fielding, but this time they took the single. 105 for 5. Notts are 121 behind, and that brings Patterson-White on 34 back onto strike, and he defends this one.
Really impressed so far with Patterson-White's just technique and everything. He looks really solid in his defence here, and especially against Dawson. Even that last delivery there, lunging fully forwards and presenting that full face of the bat, and he looks pretty like a wall at the crease here for Notts.
Got 1 ball left in this, the 33rd over of the innings. He defends, Liam Patterson-White. 105 for 5 it remains. Should be ample time to get 2 overs in. Yes, fortnight ago Liam Patterson-White making 101 at Taunton, his maiden first class 100. Really fine effort, full of attacking intent. Last week at Trent Bridge against Lancashire, 6 in the first innings. Second time round again he scored some important runs just when Notts needed it, just to take them further away from Lancashire. 37 not out, but it was typically attractive to watch. He's going to be a very, very good player, I think most that have seen him would suggest.
I've not seen too much of him, so has he come up through the Nottinghamshire lineup? Oh, brilliant. Good, promising young talent there for Notts as Barker continues. He's bowling at Slater, and Slater defends that into the offside for no run. Looking back at Liam Dawson in that previous over, looking at his stats for the year so far, and actually, although he's done a good job so far for Hampshire in this tournament at holding up an end, he's being quite economical. He's actually only got 12 wickets all season in this format. He's averaging 44.5, and he's got a strike rate of 110. So if Hampshire looking to just chip away at this partnership, hope to break it up, I'm not too sure he is the correct bowler of choice. But Barker, on the other hand, as he comes in, and that ball's on the hip of Slater, and he works it down to fine leg, where it would just be a single, fielded by Scott Curry, sub fielder. It's
just arrested back a little bit of control for Hampshire. Liam Dawson coming on. He wouldn't expect to run through a side in the first innings in these conditions, seamer-friendly conditions. But after Barker and Abbas had very much held sway in the opening hour of the day, the noose was just slackened slightly when the change bowlers Holland and Fuller, and to a lesser extent Brad Wheel, came on. But they just sort of arrested back a little bit of control from the pavilion end with Liam Dawson.
Barker in again, and that cuts almost Patterson-White there in half. He pushed his bat out onto the offside there, and the ball just dissected his shot straight through to the keeper. And first bit of movement there, potential of the seam there from Barker.
Coming towards the end of this session, hope you've very much enjoyed it. Of course, there will be plenty of cricket output on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra through the day. So if you're following on the BBC Sport website and app and want to stay with the cricket content with Kevin Howells through the lunch interval, want to change sometime soon, as this one passed the outside edge and goes through to the keeper. I'm guessing they might just squeak another over in here, Melissa. It's 106 for 5 in a second. You'll be joined by Kevin James.
So not the start Nottinghamshire wanted this morning, but of course this partnership here between Patterson-White and Slater just putting this game back in the balance. Slater on 52 not out, Patterson-White 34 not out, and that's Barker in, that's driven to mid-off for no run. Welcome back, Kev.
Thank you, Melissa. Just 2 minutes past 11 was the last wicket.
It's been an interesting period of play actually, because as we said, at that start of the day it looked as if there could be a wicket every ball, and I mean those first 3 overs there almost was a wicket every ball, but now the pitch again is just looking flat, and you feel as if Hampshire don't break this partnership soon, then they could do a bit of damage here. They already have these two at the crease, as that ball was back of a length and defended into the offside by Patterson-White.
So we had a ball change at what, 103 for 5, I think, didn't we?
Yeah.
Which I thought, oh, here we go, it's going to start hooping around the corners and nipping. It hasn't really done much either, is it?
No, it's just our luck, isn't it?
I know, it's weird, isn't it? All the balls that Nottinghamshire have used have been, well, you struggle to bowl the thing straight. Whereas for Hampshire, they're struggling to get it off the straight.
Just goes to show again, as we went back to all these Hampshire players saying it's not going to get easier out here, and I think that applies to both sides. And actually, interestingly, just as we said that Dawson isn't quite the strike bowler, Hampshire need to break this partnership. Felix Organ's been put on, maybe to see if he can just get a golden arm wicket in this potential final over before lunch.
Yeah, not ideal for him bowling to the left-handers, of course, because the rough is bit wide, a bit too wide, but he might find something. You're right. Here he is then, comes in and bowls, and that's a length ball. That's a good start to Slater, who's played absolutely superbly this morning. I mean, they both have, Patterson-White and Slater, but Slater I think has looked good this morning, hasn't he?
He has, and he's looked solid, but also been positive at the crease here and not afraid to play those booming drives through the offside.
No, I agree. Taking every opportunity to score when he can, as he just pushes that back to Felix Organ's right. I'm sure he'll be very much thinking about lunch now. This will be the final over of the morning session. Has it brightened up a fraction?
I think so. The floodlights having a bit less of an impact.
They are. They are. This ball just follows the Slater a little bit as he works that up to mid-off. He's trying to give himself some room and try and force it to the gap more between extra cover and backward point, but as I say, the ball just followed him, didn't get that room. 106 for 5. Organ with a short leg in and a first slip bowls again. May just have straightened a fraction. Good leave.
I think a good leave, but I guess his heart would have been in his mouth at some point there. As you say, the ball just straightening a bit and just going past the off stump of Slater there.
Bit of encouragement there for Felix Organ for this afternoon as comes in again and bowls, and quiet forward defensive out on the offside. One ball left until the luncheon interval. Haven't seen lunch here yet.
I know, it's quite worrying, isn't it?
It is a worry.
I think my stomach's been rumbling since about 10 AM.
You had a big day yesterday, Melissa. Winning the National South Club League, which is a single there for Slater, and he will move on to 53 as that goes out in the covers, and that will be lunch. 107 for 5 then, Nottinghamshire. They trail Hampshire by 119. I think it's fair to say, Melissa, first half of the session to Hampshire, second half to Nottinghamshire.
Absolutely, it's been a session of two tails here really, and never been exactly in the balance, always one side on top, but as we'll see after the lunch break, if Hampshire can just break this partnership, of course we would say wicket after drinks or wicket after lunch, I mean, I think then it might be more in Hampshire's favour there, but a lot of pressure resting on Slater and Patterson-White.
That's for sure. So Ben Slater 53 not out, and Patterson-White on 34 not out, and a very quick calculation means that these two have put on 68 unbroken for the 6th wicket. It's a good effort.
It is on a pitch such as this, and when they came in having Keith Barker storming in originally at that pavilion end, they managed to just navigate 2 of his overs there at the end, and it'll just be interesting to see after this break the likes of Brad Wheel and Mohammed Abbas, we're going to see them come back into the attack, and hopefully with a bit more oomph this time.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. I mentioned the batters there. A big mention, of course, for Keith Barker, who took all 4 wickets this morning, including 3 in the first 15 balls of the morning and the first ball of the morning. Ben Duckett caught down the leg side for 9. Joe Clark for no score. He was caught at mid-off by Brad Wheel. Stephen Mullaney, LBW, for 2. And then there was still time for Barker to nip in with another one. He had Tom Moore's LBW for 4. Barker's Barker's spell this morning was 8 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 8. So Nottinghamshire trail by 119. And listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, I'll hand you back to Kevin Howes. I've got to do a quick update, 30 seconds for BBC Radio Sun. Yeah, the players have just gone in for lunch here with Nottinghamshire in their first innings, 107 for 5. They trail Hampshire by 119. Fair to say the first half of that session went to Hampshire, the second half to Nottinghamshire as they stage a bit of a fight back. Ben Slater 53 not out, Patterson White 34 not out. They put on 68 unbroken currently for the 6th wicket. But the first part of the morning was very much about Hampshire and Keith Barker. He picked up 4 quick wickets, including 3 in 15 balls. His spell this morning, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 8. Live commentary when play resumes this afternoon in 40 minutes time via the BBC Sport website and app. And those of you watching on the live stream, and pretty much the same for you really, we'll be back in just under 40 minutes time.
Is it? No, it hasn't. Right, sorry, don't worry. Oh, it's, no. Right, we've got to be on this screen. Right, so speak to me. Cheers. Yes. As regards no food. Everything else.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway the afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. The state of play is, as we go into this afternoon session, Nottinghamshire are 107 for 5 in their first innings. They trail Hampshire by 119. Ben Slater and Liam Patterson-White have so far put on 68 runs unbroken for the 6th wicket, and are repairing some damage done to the top of their order this morning. Notts resuming on 29 for 1 overnight. Quickly lost 4 wickets this morning. Ben Duckett out first ball, Joe Clark out in the first over. Keith Barker claiming 4. He has 5 wickets overall in the innings. Your commentary team to take you up to tea. A little later you'll hear from former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder Melissa Story. I'm Kevin James, and alongside me to take you through this first period from BBC Radio Nottingham, East Hungary, it is Dave Bracegirdle. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Kevin. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope Keith Barker has absolutely filled his appetite, because he's going to bowl the first over after lunch, and he was absolutely terrific this morning, building on the wicket of Asiba Mead last night, as Kevin has just described. 4 wickets this morning, and Notts will be hoping he's not quite going to get the same sort of help from them after lunch. First ball is of a fullish length, just outside the off stump, and Ben Slater, who managed to dodge a few bullets this morning by staying predominantly at the non-strikers end in the first half an hour. He was down Mohammed Abbas's end. That's not to say that Mohammed Abbas wasn't bowling beautifully, because he was as well, but all the luck and of course all the wickets going down at Keith Barker's end. The first half an hour, absolute mayhem, as Notts were reduced to 39 for 5, but calmer water followed from there on, thanks to these 2 left-handers, and the first run of the session goes to Ben Slater, and he'll help it onto the leg side. There was perhaps 1 1/4 runs there, and that's why Slater sent Liam Patterson-White back as he was just starting to get interested in a second run. 108 for 5, Notts trail by 118 yesterday. Hampshire rattled up 226. We weren't sure how good a score that was yesterday. Always seemed as if it was going to keep them competitive, and when Notts were 39 for 5, I thought it might just be a very good score. Notts need a good afternoon here. They need to probably still be batting at tea. Here's Barker. Bowls wide of the off peg, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Tom Alsop, who's taken a couple of catches, one last night to get rid of Asiba Mead, and one down the leg side this morning. The first ball of the day, Ben Duckett, was one that Kevin described. He asked a lot of the ball, Keith Barker, hoping he would put it in a good area to swing away from the left-hander, and it didn't. It would have just drifted down the leg side, and had Ben Duckett got more of a contact and deflected it wide of Alsop away for 4, you'd say that was a fine start to the day, but he just thinly tickled it, and the keeper made a good catch. Here's Barker in again, and this one's punched back to him by LPW, Liam Patterson-White.
LPW. I bet Duckett wishes it had swung a mile, because he might have had half a chance then. It's one of those freak dismissals, isn't it, really, which happens, but not too often.
Floodlights still on, but I'm guessing if they hadn't been on all day, they probably could be playing without them. It's maybe as light as we've had today. That's not to say it's glorious overhead, it isn't, but it's lighter than it was during the morning session. This one is trying the same trick, sending it down the leg side, but Patterson-White has learnt from one of his seniors and doesn't go chasing after it down the leg side.
It's a dangerous ball for Keith Barker, that one. That's the umpire having a look at Barker's follow-through. That is not unusual, but with left-handers in at the moment, even with the off-spinner Felix Organ having a bowl, they shouldn't be troubled with those footmarks. It's more the right-handers.
Here comes Barker again to conclude this first over after the break, and just came back and got a little big on Patterson White, but he defends it. End of the over, 1 run, 108 for 5. Nigel says, I was planning to come down and watch day 3 tomorrow, Dave, with you from Stamford in Lincolnshire, but I've just seen the weather forecast looking it's taken a turn for the worst, so I'm not so sure. So that's Nigel. You can never be sure, and the worst possible thing anybody can do, a note for the future, is ask the commentators what's the weather going to be like tomorrow, because I mean, I literally can't tell what it's going to be in 10 minutes time, and as often has been proved. But I guess the knack with this game, or the game we're in Kev, is either stick your head out the window and see what it's doing, or find an app or a forecaster that you are reliable and comfortable with.
Yeah, I agree. And also, you know, I think depending on which weather app you have on your phone, they all kind of say different things, and that doesn't help. Well, Baz is going to try his luck at the change of ends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is it trickier down here? I often find nearer the coast it's more difficult to predict what it's going to be.
Very true, because I live maximum 15 minutes away from here, and quite often I'll go home and there's been rain when there hasn't been here, and vice versa, and I get from time to time messages from people in various parts of Southampton that say it's raining here and it's not here, and vice versa. So it's very local at times. Abbas is round the wicket then from the pavilion end, trying his luck from there as he's nipped one back, and I think that's high on Ben Slater, and I think the umpire has probably decided that as well. High and probably going down.
It's Martin Saggers at the far end, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Mike Burns at our end of the ground.
He's just signalled to Mo Abbas as well that he thought that was going down. I think that's a good decision, to be honest. It looked as though it did too much a little bit as well, Dave, which actually I'm not too unhappy about. I want to see Mo Abbas get a bit more out of this, from a Hampshire point of view, of course. Those of you that think otherwise will not want him to, as that's just played from fairly straight and worked down towards fine leg by Slater. I think he's played absolutely superbly today, I have to say. He was 18 not out overnight, moves on to 55, and I think he's played really, really well in really, I wouldn't say they were overly tough circumstances, because as I say, I think the ball moved more and more yesterday, but I think just generally I don't think it's the easiest wicket to bat on. It's a bit too paced anyway, and of course when you've got wickets falling all around you and the team has got their tails up, it's very difficult to really sort of impose yourself. And I think slowly but surely as the morning went on, he did. Yeah,
top scorer in the game now as well. He's just gone past Nick Gubbins' 54.
Yeah, he has, and wasn't dropped 3 times on the way to it either.
He did the right thing this morning. He hardly faced Barker at all.
No. That's the way to play. Yeah. Here's Abbas, bowls to Patterson White, who drives up towards mid-off, half stop by Abbas. Yes, that's always the way. If somebody's taking wickets, is not to face them as much as everybody else. And Barker was on a roll.
This will be another step along the way, along the development of Liam Patterson White. He's couple of 79s he's had, 73s there were this season, and then that 100, and now he's down here under difficult conditions here, facing 2 very experienced bowlers, Barker from one end and Abbas from the other.
Yeah,
be all the better if he can come through this battle.
Abbas comes in, always try to work that away square on the offside, bat a little bit too far away from the body. That was a bit ambitious there. Only 22 years of age as well, Patterson White. I think he's looked impressive out there. Apart from that shot, take that shot away. That wasn't one of his best.
Might have a more advanced role with the ball in Hampshire's second innings.
Yeah,
depending, of course, when that is.
2 slips for Abbas. Vince is quite wide at first. Weatherly the second. Here's Abbas, bowls. Patterson White gets one that bounces there and just pulls away as he pushes that out towards extra cover. We had one that just kept low, and that one that bounced in roughly in the same region. That bounces on him. Well played by the youngster there.
Andrew Wallace is groundsman at Wormsley. I've known a few times here when we've been getting quite wet, stood by the covers and ready to come on, and the umpires don't call us on as it's completely dry out in the middle.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Yeah, very localised. Yeah, I think the hill behind us is, probably may have something to do with that. I don't know. As Ageas comes in again and bowls, and Patterson White pushes that out quietly into the covers. End of the over, 109 for 5. Nottinghamshire trail by 117.
Yes, Ben Slater in that over has gone past Nick Gubbins, as we were saying. He's got 55 from 101 balls faced. Liam Patterson White 34 from 71 balls faced. They came together when the score was 39 for 5. So they've now added 70 for this 6th wicket. Can't afford really to have a lapse of concentration. Joey Everson, the youngster, just playing his 5th first-class match, due in next. And then the 3 bowlers, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. It's going to be Barker bowling to Slater, and he's thrown the kitchen sink at that one. We're talking about how disciplined he'd been this morning, but clearly felt that was one he could have a go at. It was short and wide. It was, I think it was swinging a little bit as well, and went through with the shot. Really gave it everything, but got nothing on it as it goes through in the end harmlessly to Allsop, but that could have brought any one of a number of outcomes.
Yeah, that did swing late, didn't it? And bounce. Seen a bit of variable bounce already since lunch.
Here's Barker. And once more, left armour to left-hander, edge, caught, second slip. That's a good catch by Joe Weatherly, and Ben Slater has to go. 109 for 6, he's out for 55, and Barker, well, is he on for all 10? 6 out of 6 for Keith Barker, but he was certainly helped out there by a very, very fine slip catch by Weatherly, low down, and that ends that partnership of 70, and it also brings Hampshire a 2nd bowling bonus point. Ben Slater caught Weatherly, bowled Barker for 55, faced 103 balls and hit 7 fours.
Yeah, just a little bit late taking the bat away, but again, I think the two-pace nature of this pitch is not helping. I think at times you can pull the bat away and the ball not coming through quite as quickly. You get it away in time there, as I think the ball previously. Sometimes it seems to just gather a bit of extra pace off the pitch, and Slater unable to take the bat away in time, but that doesn't take away anything from his knock. That is a really, really good knock, and probably in a game where, or in a situation where it's a normal championship situation, that 55 is worth a whole lot more. He's had to work hard for that.
That really does expose the lower order now with the opener gone. It's a slow walk back for Ben Slater, making his way up the pavilion steps at the far end, and then there'll be the rickety old iron-looking steps, almost like fire escape steps, tagged on at each end of the pavilion. They're not rickety and old, of course. The ground only opened 20 years ago, but they look like a fire escape that you find on the outside of hotels and tall office blocks and whatever. It's now just at the top of them, and we'll then go into the Notts dressing room, and there'll be a word or two of comfort. There'll be a word or two of well done, Ben, but he'll be disappointed. I'm sure he'll just sit down for a moment and reflect on getting a good ball, and also the fact that when he turned he saw Joe Weatherly take a good catch. 109 for 6.
Those steps can be quite dangerous as well. I think 1 or 2 Hampshire players over the years have slipped on those and actually had injuries which have caused them to miss a match. I can think of one guy actually 2 or 3 seasons ago. Anyway, Keith Barker at the moment has career best figures of 6 for 23. His previous career best, even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
6 for 40. So he's on for a career best, playing his 138th first-class game.
That surprises me a little bit.
I thought it'd be 8.
Imagine if perhaps had a 7 or an 8.
Yeah, I did.
It's round the wicket.
Was it me or you? I can't remember. No, it's you. It is you. Sorry.
It's me.
Yeah, sorry.
Dash off in a moment. Joey Everson is the new batsman, and an immaculate forward defensive push, and it's so straight it's rolled all the way along the carpet and clattered into the stumps at the non-striker's end. 109 for 6. is the score. New batsman, of course, so Hampshire have reinforced the slip cordon. 4 fielders in there. Just wondering if Joey Everson can be nicked off before he gets going. He's deflected this, in fact, down the leg side, and will get a single. So he's away, 110 for 6. So a couple of Nottinghamshire's younger squad members here. 22-year-old Liam Patterson-White set on 34, and 19-year-old Joey Everson with him. Single taken. 2 balls left in the Barker over. 6 for 24 his figures at the moment, as Kevin was saying. Outstanding performance. It's also broken the sequence of wickets from the pavilion end. Just shows that Barker can get wickets either end. He bowls wide of the off stump and left alone by Liam Patterson-White, and it remains 110 for 6.
Welcome BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners, and you join us as Keith Barker is added to his 5 wickets at lunch. He now has 6 for 24. He's taken all 5 wickets today.
Very impressive performance. His day couldn't have got off to a better note. Ben Duckett's wicket, the first ball of the day, one that went down the leg side, kept going, and Duckett tickled it through to Walsall. He bowls now to Liam Patterson-White, whose job is to hold the middle and lower order together here. The left-hander, 34 not out, but the applause for Keith Barker. Another successful over. And as Kevin has just alluded to, figures of 15 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 24. Got rid of Nasiba Mead on his recall to the Nottinghamshire side last night for just 2. Ben Duckett this morning, first ball of the day for his overnight 9. Joe Clark also fell in the first over of the morning without scoring. Stephen Mullaney for 2, Tom Morse for 4, and now Ben Slater for a very good 55. So is Barker on for all 10?
Well, he is at the moment. Somebody did actually say that this morning, didn't they?
Yeah.
When he'd only taken, I think he'd taken Ben Duckett or something, or maybe even Joe Clark. He'd taken 3, and they said he could get all 10. And you think, no, don't be silly. Well, 6 out of 6 so far. And Mo Abbas hasn't had a look in.
No.
Which is very unusual. And he's gone for over 3 and over, which is even more unusual. Here he is from the pavilion end. Bowls is a length ball to Everson. Pushes that up to mid-off.
It's like when you're watching the snooker commentaries, isn't it? And somebody starts off red, black, and you just wonder how long are they going to go before the 147's mentioned. And it normally it's only 3 or 4 reds and blacks before somebody just points it out, or they nicely spread for a maximum. Or should point out at this stage he's only had 4 147s in his career, or whatever it may be. It is a difficult feat, isn't it, for snooker players?
Certainly is at my level. As that's pushed out behind square on the offside. That's a good diving stop by Felix Organ.
It brings a bit of discussion, doesn't it? What's the hardest thing to do? Hole in one in golf, the 9-dart 501, the 147. But I guess all 10 wickets in an innings, that's going to be up there. I mean, where does that feature, you think, in those 4 different sports, the likelihood of doing it?
Well, I think, I mean, the all 10, I would say you need a bit of luck, because you're obviously relying on the bowlers at the other end, or bowler at the other end, not taking any. So there's a bit of luck, isn't there, involved? As Everson pushes forward out towards extra cover. I mean, the hole in one is a bit of luck, of course, but you know, if you can sort of generally hit the ball, then you've always got a chance, haven't you?
Yeah.
I don't know, difficult one.
You know, on this, Simon's come back to say he was at Trembridge, and I was there as well, of course, when Graham Onions got a 9 for Durham a few years ago against Notts, and the other wicket he says was a run out, a solo effort by Onions. It was Luke Fletcher run out by Graham Onions' direct hit, so he got a 9 for and contributed to the other wicket.
Abbas to Everson. Everson in behind that. That's gone out square on the offside. Organ the fielder again.
And the other odd thing about that was he didn't play on the first day because he was I think it was at Lord's for England. He was in a squad of 12 for a test match, and it was, you know, the regulations allowed for a replacement to come into the game. And I think Mitch Claydon played on the first day. Graham Onions came in on the second day just as Notts were going out to bat, and of course he got a 9 for and a run out. So there we go. Keith Barker, he'll be very pleased, but one or two more milestones perhaps he can notch up later in the day.
Abbas comes in again to Everson. Everson again prodding forward back to the bowler. Dave Bracegirdle's just going to take a break for a little while. Melissa Story will come in alongside me at the end of the over. Former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder. Captain of the Hursley Park Ladies, who yesterday won the National South Women's League. There is a North one, so they're split into two. Hursley winning the league, which I think is about the second time in about 4 or 5 years, I think, or 3 or 4 years off the top of my head. Melissa will fill you in. All playing and missing outside the off stump. That bounces and just leaves Everson as it goes through. Melissa, the successful captain.
I know, it feels good to say that. Didn't feel quite as, felt a lot of pressure yesterday, but very relaxed today now. Just enjoying the cricket, sitting back and enjoying that first wicket after the lunch break.
Yeah, Barker, as we said, on for all 10 at the moment. He has career best figures of 6 for 24. Very surprised that he's never taken more than 6 wickets in an innings. Can you believe that?
He just gives me very nice vibes. And I think that if he ever got more than that, he'd feel so selfish and want to share it with the rest of his teammates, because he just looks like a really nice guy. That's my theory.
No, he's a super guy. The left-hander Patterson White facing Barker. Start of a new over. Can the 7th one come here, as that's neatly turned away off his hips, and that's going to be 4. Barker hoping for a bit of swing there. It didn't, and just stayed on the line of, well, outside leg stump in the end.
And Patterson White, of course, now the key for Notts. Interesting, just as he's past the 30 mark, now moving on to 38. But Notts have the highest number of batters who average 30 plus in this competition. So actually, if you can bank on any team to just keep batting deeper and deeper and deeper with those useful contributions towards the end, then Nottinghamshire is the one to put your faith in.
Oh, well done you. Batting, well, you mentioned earlier before lunch that their lowest first innings score in the championship this year is 260 odd. Will do well to get there at the moment, as that's turned away off leg stump this time, down towards fine leg where Abbas fields. And 6 for 43, Barker's career best. So if he stays on 6, then of course he's got to stay under 43 runs for it to be a new career best. It's conceded 29 now.
And see, no Hampshire bowler has ever taken 10 wickets in an innings for the county. But it says here, the great Alec Kennedy did take 10 for 37 in the Players versus Gentlemen at the Oval in 1927.
We'll bear that in mind. Round the wicket, Barker to Joey Everson, who's on he's on 1. Here comes Barker, bowls. That's come back a fraction, but Everson gets a thick inside edge as that goes out towards mid-wicket. Trail by 111 here. Don't nip back a bit?
I think so. Barker's just been very animated here, and actually he's not that kind of bowler, really. He's usually quite cool and casual, but actually here we have him showing a lot of emotion out there in the middle, so he clearly feels like this is his day. He's in his jive now, and hopefully will be searching, as you say, for that career best 7 wickets.
He's having a good week, really, isn't he? If you take last week into account, that bounces a bit on Everson, but played quite nicely up towards mid-on. He's 5 wickets, of course, last week against Warwickshire. Here he is with 6. He's in a rich vein of form.
All you need him to do is take a few speckies in the field, and then he'll be like, yeah, I bat, I bowl, I take all the catches, and he'll feel on top of the world.
That's for sure. I'm going to do a quick 30-second update for BBC Radio Solent listeners, which is coming up in a moment as Barker comes in again. A bowls to Everson. Oh, as he edged that one, he's through, and that's a career best. There it is, caught behind. Everson's still there. What a time for them to be coming to him. Well, what a time to come to me, because Hampshire have just picked up their 7th Nottinghamshire wicket, and one man in the Hampshire side has taken all 7, and that's Keith Barker. He's just got Joey Everson caught behind for 1, and Barker's 7 for 29 is a career best. Not bad when he played over 120 first-class matches, the majority of those for Warwickshire. He's been on fire today. He's taken all of the wickets that have fallen, all 6, because not started at 29 for 1. Ben Slater, the other man to go since lunch, he was out for 55. Well caught in the slips by Joe Weatherly. Hampshire have a lead here of 111 at the moment, looking to get these last 3 wickets quickly. Who knows? Barker might even pick up all 10. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
I mean, we were joking about it, but now it's almost feeling like he could get all 10. You're just sat here and he's absolutely storming in from this hotel end now. Of course, he's changed ends, his first one being at the pavilion end, but looks pretty unstoppable. And if I was there padding up in the changing room right now, I'd be going, I'm not sure I want to be facing that.
Yeah, he's on a roll. He got a wicket with the very first ball of the day, and just generally it's been going his way. And 7 out of 7 now for Keith Barker, a career best. Whatever happens now, even if it's 7 for 200, it'll still be a career. That's one of those little quirky things, isn't it, about career best analysis? It's always about the wickets, isn't it? I mean, you could take, 6 for 30, but if you get 7 for 250, that's your best analysis.
I know. But as it, all those wickets count, and I mean they're counting now for Hampshire. That lead, when Patterson, White and you had Slater in together, it just looked as if they were just so comfortable to just chip away at this lead. But now, 7 wickets down, Nottinghamshire, lead of 111 for Hampshire. They'll be hoping now to polish this up and hopefully get batting in that later session today.
Yeah. Well, I would say, 75-run lead, 80-run lead would be a big one on this wicket. As I say, it hasn't quite moved around as much for the Hampshire bowlers, but it's always done enough. And batting, despite the fine innings from Ben Slater, despite the fine innings that we're seeing from Patterson White, is difficult still. That's Brett Hutton on the back foot, steers that into the ground and fielded at point by James Fuller. And another round of applause for Keith Barker. That's been a feature of the day, as much as Barker picking up regular wickets. We're into the bowlers now for Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton, it's his 9th innings today, although he scored 146 runs so far. He has got a half century to his name, averaging just over 18.
Just looking at as the last time as well, a 10-wicket haul in county cricket was achieved, but unfortunately Hampshire were at the receiving end of that. That was Otis Gibson, 10 for 47 for Durham in 2007.
Yeah, up at the Riverside. I remember. I don't think I was there, but I just remember it. Yeah. Otis Gibson.
Mohammed Abbas here going, what on earth can I do to get a wicket? I'm going at 3 runs and over as he comes into bowl, and that just tucks up a bit there. And Patterson White, who is now the key batsman in the middle now. I mean, he's almost, with these bowlers, as you say, coming in, it's up to him. And once you do get much further down the tail, it's going to be a case of I take 5 balls and then I get a single.
They've got to eke out as many runs as they can here, not haven't they, really? You don't want to be conceding too much of a lead. Both these teams, and it may be important at the end of next week, both these teams have now picked up 3 bonus points apiece.
Abbas coming into bowl then, second ball of the over. Patterson White on strike, and that's tucked him up. I think an inside edge into pad there, and that one was so close. Again, nipping into him quite rapidly. It kept low as well, and he was lucky to get some bat on that in the end, because you say if not, then that would have been pretty plumb.
It would have been, wouldn't it?
And again, even Patterson White, who's been at the crease for a while now, going down the wicket, just giving it a little tap there, and Hampshire coming out after that lunch break with almost like a fresh sense of hope and going, come on, we're on top here, we can't let it slide. And Keith Barker has delivered. Abbas looking for his first wicket then as he bowls outside off stump and gets left well alone by Patterson White.
It's noticeable it's been up and down, hasn't it, especially since lunch. I mean, we've seen some balls, well, mainly from Abbas, that have kicked wickedly low. That one there where an inside edge was basically Patterson White's saviour. But a couple in the previous over or over before that, sort of keep low outside the off stump, and Barker's a bit of bounce.
I think off Barker, I guess that's why it's been so destructive today, because usually with his height as well and his stature, he gets a lot of bounce. So those ones off him which keep low are even more unexpected. Abbas past the stumps, and that's straight a line, just worked off the hip by Patterson White and fielded by Felix Organ in the deep square leg for 1 run. Whilst Mohammed Abbas, I guess those balls which keep a bit lower of him, they're less, they're more expected because he is a smaller bowler, he's more skiddy, and I think they'll know that to him they need to get on the front foot. But Barker, on the other hand, I don't think those two, either of them will be complaining about this bounce, especially Mohammed Abbas. He's not exactly well known for his batting. He'll go, I'm doing my job, When I go out at number 11, there is no expectations on me whatsoever. 4 balls bowled in this over then, and the new batsman on strike, and Hutton just defends it back calmly past the bowler.
No, you're right. I think with Barker, you're probably more surprised when it keeps low. With Abbas, you're more surprised if it bounces. Yeah, you're right. So they kind of complement each other perfectly.
You just think what it could be like if... I'm not sure whether it's happened at some point this season yet. Obviously, I wasn't too around for the start of the season, whether you had the likes of Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas, Keith Barker, and then, would you say, Brad Wheel. Has there been a game when all 4 have bowled together yet?
Oh, I would have thought so in the first round of games. Yeah, I'll check that.
As Abbas comes in, that's worked off the legs, but good fielding at a short mid-wicket as prevents a definite boundary there. I think that's Scott Carr. No, apologies, Fuller.
I would say, yeah, I mean, they all stayed fit at the start of the season. The Leicester game at Grace Road, Abbas, Wheel, Abbott. Who was the other one you mentioned? Oh, Barker didn't play. Actually, Barker didn't play the first 1, 2, 3 games. 4 games. Didn't come into the side until Somerset here, because he was injured at the start of the year. So basically, altogether, Somerset here, Barker, Abbas, Abbott. Who was the other one? No, Wheel. No, Wheel didn't play that one. He had a rest.
So no game at once when...
I think they did. Hang on.
That first ball off from Barker's over, just defended into the leg sides. Yeah, I've put you on the spot now.
No, that's right. No,
right.
So Middlesex at Lords. That's when Barker got his 80 in the first innings, which swung things. So Barker played, Abbas played, Wheel played, Abbott. They played the next one, Leicestershire, here as well, which was rain affected. Somerset. Abbas had gone by then. So about 2 games. All 4 of them have played, that's all.
It shows the versatility of this bowling lineup, actually, that you would, your 4 strike bowlers, the ones you want to be playing every game, haven't been available or always fit, so they overcome that challenge.
Barker's in behind that is Patterson White. Pushes that out towards the covers where Nick Gubbins does the fielding. Just keep an eye on those other Division 1 games as well. Warwickshire 65 for 4 in their second innings against Yorkshire. They lead by 112 with 6 wickets remaining. That is going to be a close game there if they can score a few more runs at Warwickshire. And Somerset 65 for 5 against Lancashire Trail. Somerset do by 308 on the first innings with 5 wickets remaining. Somerset got a lot to do there as well. There's Patterson White with a lovely straight bat. I have to say, his technique, I mean, for me, Duckett, Slater and this guy Patterson White, they all look fairly similar in the crease, left-handers, and the way they play, don't they? I mean, you'd have to really sort of look and think, right, which one is it?
They do, and I mean, Duckett especially, I watched quite a few games of him in the 100 actually, and he just looked on a different level to some of the other players in that competition. It was just a calming effect at the crease. As soon as they walked in, you just knew there's no need to panic, and actually, even though he's so much younger, Patterson White gives that same impression out here today.
He's playing well. Edged, oh, there's nobody in the gully. That would have been a catch there. It's gone quickly down to third man. He's just pushing at that one. Hampshire only have 2 slips in there, and it was very wide of Joe Weatherly. I think it would have been wide of third slip as well.
Potentially, unless there was a absolute full-length dive there from the fielder at third slip. But it is strange, I guess. I know we're not seeing that much sideways movement, but the situation Hampshire are in, you'd think they would just allow to have that extra slip fielder, and especially for Barker. This man's got 7 wickets just in this game so far, and you just hope that they can bring in another slip with that edge.
Yeah, where from though, isn't it? That's the thing, isn't it? Barker bowls and Patterson White in behind that one, plays that up to mid-off. He moves on to 44 now, the left-hander. 120 for 7. And the lead for Hampshire currently is 106. Hutton at the other end yet to get off the...
And Patterson Patterson White, just the 2 half centuries so far in this competition, so he'll be eyeing up that third half century and then hoping to take it a bit further.
He will. He's got a lot of work to do, isn't he? He's been the main batter left as well. There's a nice drive through the gap, through extra cover. Just stroked it through the gap. Now this is a good contest, and well done. And I think that might be who's that there? Nick Gubbins.
Nick Gubbins, I think, yeah.
diving, a desperate drive there to try and save 1 run, which he does. Or did he? I think there was only 2 scored.
Yeah, just the 2.
Yeah, just the 2. He saved 2 runs. In a close scoring game, game, that you never know. That contributes to 1 or 2 other things going your way.
And we've had a few tempters already today where the Hampshire fielders have just been lured all the way to the boundary and then been teased over the boundary. So it's nice to see they can actually pull one back. And
that's for sure. Sorry, I'm just going to reach out my hand. If you can grab me that one, Dave, please. Yeah, that's the gluten-free one. So just leave that one there. Thank you. And the rest is all yours, guys. Sorry, the food's just turned up. That's why.
We've got the most smiles here in the commentary box we've had for a long time. A bass then. And there was deviation there off the pitch as the ball goes straight through to the keeper. But again, just that bit of pop in that delivery, and Hutton not hanging his bat out there, you would say, on the offside.
Extravagant shot, really, wasn't it? Abbas has never got big movement, but he's always got a little movement, which sometimes is better.
Exactly, because I guess if people aren't expecting it too much, all you need is that slight deviation either off the pitch or in the air, and actually those are the ones which catch the faint edges. It's nice to have the ball goes past the bat, but at the end of the day, it's those ones which make contact, as that's a mistimed drive from Hutton, looking to play it powerfully down the ground, and it's miscued to just to the right of mid-on for no run.
Yeah, it's a tough old game, this one, as you'd expect with 2 sides coming into this game in first and second place. You expect a tough game. You expect neither side to give each other an inch. It's exactly what we're seeing.
I think this game is illustrating as well this trend across the tournament, which after this delivery from Abbas, which defended straight back to the bowler, this season in particular it's been really, really hard for batters because bowlers are taking in general more cheap wickets. So in 2019 there was 9 bowlers who took more than 20 wickets at less than 20 runs per wicket. So there was 9 in 2019. This year in 2021 there's been 16 bowlers who have taken more than 20 wickets at less than 20 average. Wow. So that's almost doubling, essentially, or just below doubling, in terms of bowlers being on top. As Abbas comes in, that's driven, but straight to Keith Barker at mid-off, so there'll be no run. This is leaving out the 2020 season, of course, because being at COVID is effective. So, I mean, it goes to show how difficult it's been, and actually it's been hard to score the runs quickly. Not only has it been hard to score them, but it's been hard to score them quickly. And 49 bowlers in all divisions before this latest round. 49 of them had economy rates less than 2.5. So really good economy rates from a very large majority of bowlers, and batsmen struggling in these conditions as Abbas comes in, and it's defended back just past the bowler for no run. So again, these factors come into play about the times of the season they're playing the county championship. At the start of the season when the ball's nipping around, you've got it hard to score runs, and at the end of the season with these slightly used low slow pitches. But overall this season so far in this competition, it's been a bowler's dream. And today, I mean, with the likes of Keith Barker and these low economy rates, a lot of low scores around the country and a lot of grounds, it's been
very impressive. You're getting a reputation for digging out these stats, you know.
Abbas past the stumps, and it's defended. A bit of bounce there off the surface again from Abbas, and just seeing a few deliveries popping outside that off stump at the end of the over. Notts 122 for 7.
So this has been more of a bowler's season than 2019.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, there's just an example of a few of the bowlers. I mean, you've got Craig Overton, Luke Fletcher here today, Mohammed Abbas, Ollie Robinson, of course, and quite a few as well standout names you're seeing either just trying to break into that England setup, or like so Ollie Robinson already have. And it's been a good time for England sectors to have a look at the other bowling options, which of course with the likes of Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, I think there's just a bit more interest being paid to some of these young, quicker bowlers. But I mean, as we were talking about earlier, actually the bowlers shining in this tournament are the older ones.
As you were saying earlier, 29 years of age average for the bowlers taking the most wickets, is that right?
Yeah, wickets and averages combined. So if you're 29 years old listening, this is your season, or this was your season, let's hope.
Here's Barker, bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off by Patterson White, fielded by Felix Organ. So 122 for 7. Nottinghamshire, having lost 2 wickets since lunch. Ben Slater for 55, Joey Everson for 1, to this man bowling now, who has all 7 wickets and has career best figures of 7 for 35 currently.
Got a few tweets coming in. I'm not sure if you've seen them, about Richard Shelley. He's tweeted in to say Keith Barker becomes the 8th Hampshire cricket player to take 7 wickets at the Ageas in first-class cricket, and maybe get the listeners to name the other 7.
Whoa, that's an interesting one. I think I can name one. I'm sure you can. Down the leg side, taken by Allsop at Solent Sport or solentcricket@gmail.com for those. Shall I help with one?
Yeah, tap me out of this. I'm not sure I know any of these. Oh, okay, I did know one.
That's a bit.
Did Shane Warne ever get?
Probably,
Surely.
but I don't know. Richard Shelley obviously knows the answer, so Richard hopefully will give us the answer so that we won't say. We'll just keep everybody teased. But it's nice that if we do get some answers and we can say yes or no. Or Keith, or maybe Richard can do that for us. That's whipped away. There is a man out deep, and Fuller's not going to get there. On the line of leg stump, it didn't swing. Whipped away by Patterson White, and nicely timed.
And that's the danger, of course, with Barker not getting that sideways movement. But that brilliant shot, say, brings up the 50 of Patterson White, and what a well-played innings from him. It's been well-paced, patient, and very mature for someone of his age.
88 balls, 8 fours.
Someone has replied to Richard's tweet actually saying Balcombe.
Oh, David Balcombe. Now that is a good shout.
And actually Richard Shelley replied to that saying correct, and Kyle Abbott is the only person to have done so twice.
Great. So we've got we got Abbott then, for sure. David Balcombe sounds about right, I have to say. We were talking about him yesterday, actually, funny enough. Richard Scott, the former Hampshire batsman, was talking about a certain type of ball, the Tiflex, that David Balcombe went out on loan to Kent. This was a long time ago, Melissa. So I know you're looking at me quizzically as that's pushed up to mid-off and there is no run. He was a very good right-arm pace bowler here. I can't remember exactly how long ago, but a while. And he went out on loan to Kent and just took loads and loads of wickets, and very quickly came back here and got in the first team. Did well, but didn't quite take the volumes of wickets, and it was worked out that in Division 2 in those days, these Tiflex balls were being used, and they just went woof, woof like that all over the place. And then, of course, it didn't do it quite so much in Division 1, so he didn't take the B. He was a good bowler. Went to Surrey when it didn't work out for here, and then it didn't really work out at Surrey for him either. On the back foot there, Patterson White. That's pushed out into extra cover and there's no run. So I think that's a good shout as well.
Clearly needed that Tiflex ball. I mean,
Yeah.
it's interesting actually, because I remember when the pink ball was just coming in and being introduced as a concept, when I used to play in Division 3 of Women's County for Wiltshire, we were used almost as a trial. I remember one season using the pink ball to see, how it would actually for, higher women's counties and men's counties
right.
above us. And yeah, it was an absolute nightmare.
Was it?
It swung all over the place, and it was the worst season of my life.
Barker bowls, length ball, Patterson White comes forward and pushes that up to Brad Wheel at mid-on. End of the over, 126 for 7. So this is the pink ball.
Yeah, so I think it was not the most well-manufactured pink ball, but I remember it just really complemented the medium pace of a lot of girls at that county level, and a lot of them got the ball hooping all over the spot, and it was really difficult to play. And I remember when I saw all the pink balls being introduced into day-night test matches and other formats of the game, I was going, oh, good luck, batters, have fun with that one. But luckily, I think it doesn't move as much the quicker you get. But I mean, give a pink ball to Darren Stevens for England, and you'll get a 10 for that, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the pink ball experiment didn't really work in Championship cricket, did it?
No, I think it's too cold in England, honestly, for pink ball cricket. I'd love the concept in Australia. I'd happily go sit somewhere in Adelaide until the evening, having a few drinks with friends and watching the test match. But put me in, yeah.
Anywhere in England, yeah.
Even a lovely ground, anywhere around the country. Put me there past 9 o'clock in the evening and I'm cold.
Yeah, it's not much fun.
In comes Abbas then, and that's outside off stump, defended into the covers for no run.
I mean, that experiment, I think they played 2 in the end. I think both the games Hampshire played were here, if I remember rightly. And most people, like they normally do for Championship, started to head for the gates by 6, half 6.
I mean, that's why the county championship, I guess, works so well for a lot of these, die-hard Hampshire supporters and from the other team as well, and those who just want to come in for the day and enjoy the cricket. You do head around just before tea time, and it fits well into the day, but having it later on in the evening as Ageas comes in, that's smoked through the gap between third slip and backward point, and this will be 4 runs. And the valuable runs, just chopping away at this deficit, which is now 96, and 4 runs to Hutton, which gets him off the mark.
Yeah. Indie Thinker 73 has tweeted, Alan Mullally. That's a good shout. Alan Mullally ring a bell to you? Oh, Melissa, we forget how young you are. Spider.
I apologise for my age.
No, that's fine. No. Had a good career at Leicester and England, and came to Hampshire.
In comes Ageas, past the stumps, and that's down the leg side, almost hitting the back of Hutton's leg there, and I think a few of the fielders behind the stumps thought that was going to ricochet almost onto the stumps, just looking at this replay now. That was close in the end, so it was going down the leg side, caught the back of Hutton's leg, and actually in the end probably ended up going past the stumps by just about an inch. That would have been a very unfortunate dismissal. And I mean, I'm sure Keith Barker's secretly going, yeah, that's fine, I can still get 10 wickets if I want to. Mohamed Ageas is probably a bit more frustrated with that as he comes in, clips Hutton an inside edge into the pads, and again, Mohamed Ageas from this far end, the pavilion end, just making a few more things happen. I think it was a good decision from these two to switch up these ends.
So, yeah, Richard Shelley has emailed me the answer to the question. So the question is, Keith Barker, what was the original question? The 8th Hampshire cricket player to take 7 wickets at the Ageas Bowl in first-class cricket. A couple of you have come back with a couple of answers. David Balcombe is correct.
That ball miscued into the leg side and allows Hutton to get through for a single.
Kyle Abbott, we mentioned, is correct, and Alan Mullally is also correct. So there are still 1, 2, 3, 4 more to get.
I put my hands up and say I cannot get you a single one of those. And actually, just going back to the Scott Curry still on the pitch there as well. So who did he, or who has gone off and he's come on to replace? Because I'm sure he came on before the lunch break, but I'm surprised to see him still out there, if I did in fact see him. As Ageas coming around now, changing the angle, and that's just pushed into the leg side for no run. So at the end of the over, Notts 131 for 7.
Felix Organ.
Oh, potentially.
I don't think I can see him.
It's a good spot.
Yeah.
You're good at this.
Well, I got lucky. It was one of 2 or 3, and I started with him. 131 for 7 then. The deficit is at 95. silentcricket@gmail.com on the emails for your answers to the question earlier, or at Solent Sport, or at Melissa G Story if you want to send them direct to Melissa, no E on that one. 4 more bowlers to get. Barker, one of 8 Hampshire bowlers to get 7 wickets or more on this ground. So you're only going back 20 years, but Melissa's 21, so.
Yeah, unless there was a really notable cricket game I watched when I was 1 and I've retained that information. Like, oh yeah, I remember that actually, that day. Barker here at the hotel end. It's going to be impossible to drag him away from the crease as he comes in, and there's a false shot outside off stump from Hutton as he wafts at that delivery and it goes through to the keeper. And Barker again just making this ball jump around a bit.
That could have very easily caught the edge. Simon Woodhead has had a go. He says James Tomlinson.
Is that the player we saw in that Lashings game?
Yes, left arm seamer.
There you go, yeah. I do remember things.
He got the most wickets one year in the county championship, 64 one year.
He looked incredible in that charity match as well. Came in almost full pace.
Is it me? I can't remember. That's pushed up to mid-on. I can tell you that James Tomlinson isn't one of those, Simon. I think I remember he did take some big wickets down at Taunton in one of his early games. But not here, Simon, so that's not on the...
Kev, are you on this list?
No,
are you being modest?
I finished before here.
Oh, no.
I finished about 2 years or a year before they moved from the old ground.
So have you never played a game on this wicket then?
Never.
Not a charity game or anything?
Nothing. No,
and you turned down the chance the other week?
That's a ball that's just got in the inside edge and misses the leg stump by actually in the end quite a considerable amount. No, listen, I turned down the chance. No, I when I saw that, well, when we both saw the way that Owen Shaw played, there was no way I was going to play in that. Absolutely no way. Owen Shaw got 100, didn't he, in that?
In hindsight, I think it was a good choice from you, but I mean,
I'd have gone all over the park.
I've had the chance to play her actually on that wicket just in front of us. 2 T20s, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Not quite as many supporters in as we have today, but I think the 10-20 people in the crowd, they had a great time.
That's for sure. 131 for 7 as Barker comes into Hutton once more. Oh, there's an inside edge. It was a huge one onto the pad. It ballooned almost out to square leg. I think even if there'd been a short leg in there, it would have gone too quickly. It absolutely ballooned away, and I think about one bounce, maybe two, to Scott Carey.
I'm really surprised there's not someone under the helmet closer to the backs, especially Hutton here. He's come out a bit, looking to play his shots, and it's positive cricket, but this isn't perhaps the wicket to be doing that. So with this inconsistent bounce Barker's getting, it would be good to maybe have some people closer into the bat.
Certainly on that occasion. That's a nice drive through extra cover. That's a lovely shot. Well, he is going for it, as Melissa says, and that's going to be 4 runs. If it's slightly wide, if it's just not in the right areas, then he will go for it. He might perish doing it, but he might score a few runs at the same time. He moves on to 9, 135 for 7. Got a couple more answers as well, Melissa. Have you seen those?
No, I haven't.
Right, well, George KS at Solent Sport says he would also guess at Imran Tahir. And Imran Tahir is on the list. And Christy W at Solent Sport says surely Shane Warne at one point. Yes, he is also on the list. So we are 2 missing. Barker's throwing the ball back towards James Vince. He's not happy with something. Wants the ball changed, I'm sure. Vince is having a look. Walks forward from slip. Still looking at it. What's he going to do? And he's going to ask the umpire. We've already had 1 ball change here. We had 2 ball changes yesterday. It was 103 for 5 before lunch when we had the first ball change today. And Vince now is walking over and asking the umpires to take a look.
This is like watching a drama production. We've just got everything's going on here. We've got 50s and wickets from Barker, and then every third act of the match, then they come on and swap the ball. And as you said, 4 balls used in that first innings of Nottinghamshire bowling. So maybe, Hampshire just trying to level the playing field here and make sure they've got their choice of 4 balls too. I wish club cricket was a bit more like this. We bowl with our tiny ball and it suddenly gets smashed up after 10 overs and you're suddenly bowling with a sponge.
And there's no chance of getting it changed, is there? Matt Groot has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Matt is in Botley, which isn't too far away from here. He says, hi Kevin, hi Mel. Matt here in Botley, currently spending an entire day as Barker comes in and bowls, and he's playing and missing outside the off-stump hut, and I said he'd play like that. And he may perish like that, but the ball beats the outside edge, 135 for 7 at the end of the over. Currently spending an entire day slogging through bookkeeping invoices on my laptop, and your dual commentary and Hampshire's current match position is making my day 10,000% better. Can I also add that Mel's cricket knowledge today is outstanding, it certainly is, and is making the listening experience terrific. All the best and keep up the great chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Matt. Very nice of him, wasn't it?
That was very nice.
Stephen Easton is having a guess at 7 wickets or more here at the Ageas by a Hampshire bowler. He's having 2 guesses actually. Stephen says Dimmy Mascarenhas and perhaps Dominic Cork.
Oh, okay.
Neither are on the list.
So we've got 2 to go, was it?
2 to go.
And are they quite tough ones? It's just like when I was quizzing Jonathan with the quizzes and I got him sat there for about 5 minutes just glaring at me because he couldn't think of the final 2.
I know one of them off the top of my head. I'm going to have to go back to Richard Shelley's email. Well, now I've seen the names. I suppose one of them's a little bit more difficult than the other.
Okay.
Just think back to sort of early days here, early-ish days here. Early-ish, I say that way. It's not particularly early, but early-ish.
See, I've got obviously Dave Allen went and gave me a lot of his books about the history of Hampshire cricket, so give it next season when I finally had time to read them.
Yes,
I'll know these stats off by heart. I'll be like a robot. Ask me anything, instant answer as Abbas continues from the pavilion end and in comes in that bit of movement into the left-handed Patterson White, and he manages to work it away on the leg side. Whether there was a bit of bat on this, yeah, no signal from the umpire, so 1 run onto Patterson White.
George KS has got the answer, one of the two. Did you see that one? You can read it out if you want to.
Oh, wow.
He's tweeted at Solent Sport. Can you see it, George KS?
Yes, I have. So Shane Bond took 8 versus Sussex first day of the season in around 2008.
That's right. Shane Bond, a New Zealand quick.
As Abbas passed the stumps and pushed outside of off stump to extra cover, and Scott Curry fields there.
So 1 more to go. Andrew Ball, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, how about Chris Tremlett? Andy Ball's on the Isle of Wight. Not on the list.
I
sound like Nick Knowles on that Saturday evening programme. What is it? Is not on the list.
Maybe this could be a feature of all our days. We'll open up, almost introduce some props up here in the commentary box, and we'll unveil the answer. And incorrect.
Nick Seager, silentcricket@gmail.com, has also guessed Chris Tremlett. No, he's also guessed Shane Bond, which is right. Not guessed, but you're not.
Can you give me a clue?
That's the other one. Well, actually, you're off commentary soon, aren't you?
As Abbas past the stumps, and that's defended again by Hutton.
I'm not sure you'll get it, if I'm honest. Sean Udall says, Kev, not me, who's tweeted, no, not Sean Udall. He's a seam bowler.
Okay.
I'd seriously, Mel, I don't think you would get it.
Yeah,
and I'm not being unkind.
I wasn't backing myself from the start, to be honest.
A seam bowler that played here no more than 1 season.
Oh, we're getting everyone involved now in the commentary box. As Abbas in again, and that's driven in again, nearly hits the stumps there. Hutton playing some very expansive drives, or at least attempting to, outside the off stump, and that one just finding the bottom inside edge of his bat and trickling past the stumps behind him to his left. And I think Patterson White there just going down the wicket and going, just calm down, all right? We've got a deficit of 90 and I'm at the crease on 51 not out, so stop playing these silly shots.
Ben Manser, silentcricket@gmail.com. Sean Udall, he guesses. We know that's not right.
Final, apologies, second to last ball of the over, and it tucks Hutton up. He plays a more sensible shot there and out onto the leg side for no run. Abbas just the 1 run from this over so far, and he's confidently bringing down his economy rate. We're speaking before the lunch break that in the season previously he just goes for 2 runs and over, a bit more expensive in this first session of today's game, but he's pulling it back now with that change of ends.
We've even I'll come back to that.
Final ball of the over then from Abbas, and it's defended confidently back to the bowler for no run. So Nottinghamshire 136 for 7, and these two at the crease looking to rebuild that partnership.
Thanks very much, Mel. She'll be back in about half an hour's time. We've even spurred Kevin Howes at 5 Live into life on this one. He's guessing Alan Mullally. That shows you how far behind the game is at the moment. We guessed that one about 5 or 10 minutes ago. But thank you, Kevin, for having a go. We're still looking for 1 more bowler. A seam bowler who I think didn't play more than a season here. In fact, he might not have even played the full season. We'll give you a few more minutes on that one. Will Fuller has guessed Shane Warne. Yeah, that's right. We've got him as well. Phil Webb at Solent Sports says, I'm taking the kids for a walk through Telegraph Woods. That's the woods we can see behind the pavilion. After school pickup. Eldest just done first ever week. Tricking them into the end destination being the post-tea session. Oh, that's naughty. Anywhere doing ice cream in the ground? Yes, to our left. Between here and the nursery ground. Dave Bracegirdle is back as Keith Barker comes in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Patterson White. Have you had a guess for that last bowler?
I've not heard you, I must be honest. I've been doing other things, but I'm at the exact moment I'm cheating. I'm just pulling up most wickets in a match in an innings in first class cricket on the ground, so I have brought it up. Is this Hampshire bowlers you're looking for? I've just found an interesting thing though.
It's pushed forward, bounced a bit, thick outside edge, but it's perfectly safe. Patterson White gets a single up towards deep backward point.
I'm not going to spoil your fun and whatever, but I brought up a list of bowlers who've taken 7 wickets or more on this ground, and crikey, D. Patterson, South Africa A versus Hampshire. Now, I'd totally forgotten about that. He had a little mini tour of England with South Africa A. When was this? Back in 2017. And Dane Patterson has got a 7-wicket haul on this ground. He's currently playing for Nottinghamshire in this game, of course.
Here's Barker, he's round the wicket to Hutton. Hutton prods forward, thick outside edge, along the ground, through the vacant gully area. I think they'll get 2. They will. 139 for 7, deficit 87.
Patterson in that match against the South African A tourists. The wickets of Tom Alsop, Will Smith, Mason Crane, Bailey. That'd be the Australian Bailey? George Bailey, isn't it?
Yes, captain here, 1 year.
Brad Taylor, the spinner. A. Hart, who I'm not familiar with, and Brad Wheel. So happy memories from Dane Patterson, which I'd forgotten about.
Right, I've got the right answer here on one of the tricks. That's nipped back on Hutton. Perhaps him high on the pad. Right, let's go through 1 and 2 of the wrong ones. George KS has said Sohail Tanvir, no.
Is it?
Dale Stain says Phil Webb, no.
Is it this player that I'm pointing to?
We've just got him.
Okay.
Shane Bond. Where's this one? Is this Sam? If Barker gets all 10, I'll get a tattoo with him, says Sam on the tweets. Is that to you, Melissa? I think it might be. Well, that'll be interesting. Here's Barker again. I'll reveal the right answer after this delivery as he's wrapped on the pad. Another ball that's come back into him. Congratulations, Andrew Hensley, who is the first that I can see who's got the right answer at Solent Sports. Go on, I'll give it to the end of the over. We've got 2 balls left, so you can quickly get them. Ellie Macklin, great commentary from both of you and Mel. Notts fan listening in, hoping of LPW can get another ton. Is the bowler David Griffiths? No, I think he got wickets 1 year up at Trent Bridge, actually, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
The man from the Isle of Wight, but not here. Well, he did get wickets here, but not like that. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. Alex McKinley says, Sean, you'll know. That's on the email, sunandcricket@gmail.com.
When you said David Griffiths there, would that correspondent have been perhaps half right?
No, not on this ground. No, we got David Balcombe.
Oh.
Yeah, we got him as well.
This doesn't help.
No,
I can't help you because I've not heard who you've had guest. And
Matt Buckland has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm an Isle of Wighter transplanted to Nottingham. And Mr. James, you're too modest. I saw your famous 4 from 4 from Hampshire back in 1996. Still got your autograph somewhere from that day. That's nice, Matt. Nice it hasn't been rubbed out somewhere or used some other means of something. I will keep these going because we've got well, Jack French, congratulations to you. You've got the correct answer as well, who's emailed in at solentcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah. Would he have perhaps been an international cricketer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Crawford White says it's Chris Wood. No.
We found it on the
You
list.
know it, don't you?
Well, I do now. Found it on the list only because I'm reading the list.
Stephen Eason says Wasim Akram. No. We'll keep this going, shall we, for just a few balls.
From the far end, it's Mohammed Abbas bowling to...
Brad Wheel. Sorry, I've done
beg your pardon, it is, yeah, it's Brad Wheel.
Apologies.
Change of bowling to Liam Patterson-White, who's on 52. Terrific knock again from the youngster. Also, we've been talking about Keith Barker. Potentially on, well, he's on course for all 10. It's only happened once in Nottinghamshire's history that one of their bowlers has taken all 10. As this is just worked away onto the onside, out into the deep. Felix Organ doing the fielding, and Liam Patterson-White takes another single. 141 for 7. Ken Smales back in the 1950s down against Gloucestershire at Stroud. He got all 10, the only Nottinghamshire bowler to do it in an innings. Famously against Notts, of course, Headley Verity, the Yorkshireman, who got 10 for 10 at Headingley all those years ago, my word. And another one who did it, of course, he's got a very famous stand named after him that Kevin and Melissa will be, I'm sure, watching and enjoying the sights from on Saturday. the Hollis stand at, this is a nice boundary away through the offside by Brett Hutton, the latest delivery. Abbas just giving him a bit of width, freed his arms and punctured the offside with a boundary. The Hollis stand at Edgbaston, and he famously back on that ground got an all-10 against Nottinghamshire. 144 for 7. That Brett Hutton boundary means he's the well, takes him on to 15. He's the third Nottinghamshire batsman in this innings to get into double figures. The two that gone on to reach 50, Ben Slater and Liam Patterson-White. Brett Hutton, third top scorer now with 15. Wheel in, and Hutton's got that one away. He was really cramped for room, just got a little big on him and shaped back into him, but managed to deflect it down to Fuller at long leg, and the deficit now is 81. That's 145 for 7.
Somerset are 86 for 9, replying to the Lancashire total of 373, so they trail by 287. Somerset.
I'm half tempted to say I know how they feel. It had that sort of morning written all over it when they were 39 for 5. There's Wheel bowling and Patterson-White. Nice crisp connection up to mid-off, but there's no run.
Graham Snow says, is it Shane Watson? On the tweets at Solent Sport. He's from Newport on the Isle of Wight. No, it isn't. Mike Martin's hedging his bets. Warne, Bond, Mascarenas. Well, Warne and Bond was right. Warner and Bond. Richard Shelley says Warner and Bond correct. That's right. No, Warne. He's put an R in there. It shouldn't be. The one more to do, I will reveal at the end of the over. One or two, you're getting it now.
There's Wheel again, passed on by Saggers, bowls, oh, and he's bowled him through the defences of Liam Patterson-White. Huge blow for Nottinghamshire. So Barker isn't going to get all 10. Brad Wheel with his first wicket. I think he inside edged it onto the stumps. Looks crestfallen there, Liam Patterson-White. And he has to go for 53, bowled by Brad Wheel. Faced 99 deliveries. Stroked 8 fours, was at the crease for 2.5 hours, and he has to drag himself away. 145 for 8. The sequence bowling broken by Brad Wheel. Keith Barker, I'm sure, will be just as delighted for his teammate as he is for himself at getting 7 wickets, but he won't get a 10 for today, Keith Barker. No. Brad Wheel has his first wicket, and Nottinghamshire now, well, they're down to 9-10. Jack. Brett Hutton's out there with a bit of a start on 16, and he'll be joined by Luke Fletcher in just a moment. And of all the great batsmen on this ground that have scored 92 runs or more, Luke Fletcher is in that list. He was only playing his third or fourth first-class game right back in 2008 when he scored 92 on this ground, and he's not gone past that in the 13 years since. He had another 92 famously at Durham in 2017. If he could get half of that today, Notts would be delighted. 145 for 8.
Yeah, I just felt that Patterson-White wasn't quite in behind that one. It was almost as if he was trying to give himself a little bit of room. And the ball and the angle of the ball just coming into him a fraction. I'm not sure he was in the best of positions to play that one. I think that was a mistake from him. But 53 runs is still a huge effort in this situation. Let's quickly come to some right answers then as we go into a new over. Well done to Phil Webb at Solent Sport. He says, is it Stuart Clark? Yes, it is, the Australian seam bowler, and he puts in brackets, I've just spotted the winning tweet, so I'll hold my hands up and admit I've cheated. Well done, Phil. Not many would have done. So Stuart Clark, I think you had his figures here, didn't you? Stuart Clark? In that particular game?
I'll find it.
You gone somewhere? Don't worry.
Yeah, no,
I knew you had a page of stats up. I didn't see.
I did. I'll find it again in a second.
Right, Fuller's back into the attack, taking over from Keith Barker. That's pulled away in the air, and there is a man out deep, and Morgan takes it. Got underneath that one. Hutton is out for 16. Good catch, good running catch there from Felix Organ. Celebrates as well, and the crowd on that west side of the ground away to our right do so, and now his teammates join him. And Hampshire have picked up a couple of quick wickets after a bit of a being frustrated a little bit through Patterson-White and Hutton, and they've both gone within the space of an over.
Well, within the space of 2 deliveries, wasn't it? James Fuller starting his 3rd over. Brett Hutton going for the big blow away. Perhaps he thought only with Fletcher and Patterson to come. It's time for him just to try and connect with 1 or 2 and try and muscle a few runs onto the board. Hutton has been dismissed for 16. Nottinghamshire 9 wickets down then here at the Ageas Bowl, as we welcome back listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Dane Patterson making his way out to the middle. Bowled nicely yesterday, Patterson, finishing with 3 wickets in that Hampshire first innings score of 226, but Nottinghamshire could do with him just adding a few runs here, just sticking around with Luke Fletcher, who hasn't faced a ball. Ideal scenario, I guess, for a bowling and fielding side here. They've got 10 and 11 at the crease, neither of whom have faced a ball, and Nottinghamshire still 81 behind, something of that order. Yeah, I think it is 81 the deficit. Hampshire 226, Notts 145 for 9. Your boys could be batting in 10 or 12 minutes time, Kevin James.
Yeah, or equally in a couple of hours time. You never know, do you? James Fuller, who's doing a good job for the 2nd week running, did a good job at Edgbaston, doing the same here. Hampshire might just enjoy a first innings lead here as opposed to a slight deficit as they did against Warwickshire. So Fletcher facing, Fuller bowls, Fletcher's in behind it, plays it back to the bowler. Kev has tweeted at Solent Sport, great question. He says, who was the 7th? Because 5 Live left the cricket to go to the Yorkshire-Warwickshire game. Well, they're back with us. It was Stuart Clark. Richard Shelley has just confirmed that, but I got that email from him earlier. So we've got all the bowlers that have taken 7 or more for Hampshire on this ground since it opened 20 years ago. Thank you very much. Great question that was, Richard Shelley. Never disappoints, Richard. Here comes Fuller again, running away from us. Right arm over and bowls. Fletcher again in behind that one. It's gone out into the covers. We like questions like that. Gets everybody going. And sorry if there was a slight gap on the online cricket feed a moment ago. You might have lost us for about 10 seconds or so. We're all right now. 145 for 9. Is Fuller again. 2 slips wait. Sunshine out here. Bouncer. Fletcher ducks underneath.
Yes, it could be very pleasant conditions for Hampshire to start their 2nd innings. Stark contrast to what we've had all day. In fact, the floodlights are still on here at the Ageas Bowl, but there are shadows around the players and the umpires from natural sunlight. The overcast conditions certainly parting. Bit of blue sky up there now.
Somerset 90 all out against Lancashire. Lancashire have a 283 run lead there as Fuller bowls. It's on the line of leg stump. Rats Fletcher on the pad as it goes out for a leg bye. 146 for 9. 80 deficit between these two.
That's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot.
It appears a lot, Dave, at the moment, I have to say.
There's talk of a little bit of inclement weather around tomorrow morning, but I think it should be fine by early afternoon, they say. Depends, I guess, how much they get and how much damage it causes.
Fuller's in and bowls. That's cut away, that's short and wide, and that's nicely placed by Patterson. That's going to be 4 runs. Found the gap on that offside, takes Notts to 150 now for 9. Got an email here from David Rake. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kev, Melissa and Dave. I can't add to the list of bowlers taking 7 or more wickets. Well, we've got all the list now anyway at the Ageas, but mention of James Tomlinson reminds me of the time I worked in the ticket office at Andover Station. One morning in we love these. One morning in early spring many years ago, he came up to my window and asked for a single to Hedge End. No, resplendent in a Hampshire tracksuit and carrying a very large kit bag. I had to ask him where he was off to. I knew the season was still some weeks off. He replied, Barbados for the pre-season tour. Lovely.
Very nice.
Single to Hedge End.
Luke Fletcher's down in the firing line now, on strike. Just taken guard from umpire Saggers. A long time ago, as we were discussing earlier. since he made that 92 very early in his career on this ground. He pushes this up to mid-off and there's no run. The other end, Dane Patterson in as number 11. I was just having a little bit of a look, and he was last dismissed in the county championship. It's not been exactly full of runs, and you wouldn't expect him to be coming in at 11, but he was last dismissed in the county championship in the third game. Well, the third game of the season, the second he played away at Worcestershire. This is Fletcher off the mark, opening the bat and guiding it down to third man. And since then, at Derby, 0 not out, 0 not out. At Chelmsford against Essex, 1 not out. Against Warwickshire, 8 not out and 1 not out. The return against Essex, 11 not out. The return against Derbyshire, 2 not out. Somerset, 3 not out. And Lancashire, 2 not out. So he's a difficult man to dislodge, or put it another way, usually when he gets to the crease, the man at the other end decides to take a risk too many and perishes. 151 for 9, 75 runs are the deficit between the two sides. That's now reduced to 74 as Patterson clips this on the leg side. Ian Holland doing the fielding, and Knott's gone to 152 for 9, so a long way away from what would have been a precious batting point. Unrealistic to think that this pair can add another 48. Might be fun along the way, worthy to get anywhere near, but highly unlikely. As Brad Wheel comes in to bowl, and Fletcher pushes it back to him. Got Wheel bowling to Fletcher earlier in the over, Wheel bowling to Dane Patterson, and of course just a couple of weeks ago at Trent Bridge it was Brad Wheel who took the wicket of Dane Patterson to end that last quarter-final. A really dramatic ending, with Notts just needing 2 from the final over, and Dane Patterson had a bit of a swish, didn't he, and nicked it through to keeper Lewis McManus, and that was it. Hampshire on their way to finals day, which of course will be at Edgbaston this coming weekend. Full coverage on BBC Sport. Next delivery is a good one. Squared Fletcher up, goes over the shoulder of the bat and through into the gloves of Tom Alsop.
Quick leg break, that one. Again, emphasising the two-pace nature of the pitch. Floodlights going off.
They have. They've just all but 1 or 2 bulbs that are taking a moment or two just to fade away. There we go. All now totally out. So it wasn't just our imagination that the light was improving. Does seem a little gloomy now, though, to be fair. Now it's natural light down the leg side. Fletcher clips this away. Down there on the rope at long leg is James Fuller, makes the stop. 1 to Fletcher. 153 for 9. Ben Slater 55, Liam Patterson-White 53, and Brett Hutton made 16, the only ones to get into double figures. Notts blown away by Keith Barker, who took the first 7 wickets to fall, but he won't get all 10 because Brad Wheel and James Fuller over the last 20 minutes have each picked up a wicket.
Got an email here from Ian Clark, who resides in Brailsford in Derbyshire. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Afternoon, gentlemen. Do you think that Ben Slater will be allowed to play for his hometown club, Chesterfield Cricket Club, next Saturday in their must-win game to avoid relegation from the Derbyshire County Premier League?" What do you reckon, Dave? As I'll let you ponder on that one. As Fuller comes in and bowls to Fletcher, legs ball. Fletcher works that away, square on the leg side. That'll be a single. All runs to be ticked off. 154 for 9, deficit of 72. Will he be allowed, do you think?
I mean, the nice story to that is yes, of course he will go off and be the hero. But I guess realistically, whatever happens here, whether Notts win, lose or draw, there's a very important game against Yorkshire starting at Trent Bridge on Tuesday of next week, which could see Notts go through to the Bob Willis final, win the county championship or miss out altogether, and I guess they'll want him available for that.
Fuller to Patterson. Patterson drives up to mid-on. They'll take another single. 71 deficit between these two now. I think you're right. I think especially at this stage of the season with so much at stake, I'd be very surprised, but who knows?
Yeah, it's just so easy to pick up a hand injury. I know people will say, well, you know, you can do it just, you know, chop the end of your thumb peeling potatoes or whatever at home, can't you? But not that Ben might be having potatoes for his Sunday dinner this weekend, but you know what I mean. You can get yourself injured in lots of different ways.
Fuller to Fletcher. Fletcher leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Good carry through to Alsop.
It's a nice romantic ideal to think that players pop back and help out their home clubs, and it would be lovely. But had it been the week after the season had finished, then I'm sure he would have jumped at the opportunity and been allowed to. But I suspect not.
No, I think that's pretty much a given.
You know, it wouldn't just be Ben Slater either. There will be many players in the Nottinghamshire team. In fact, all the county teams that have got association with cricket clubs that'll be playing for promotions and relegations this coming weekend.
Fuller again. Fletcher prods forward. It goes up to mid-on. They were looking for a single, but Dawson's quite close. Dave's just going to nip off and do a quick update. And if they're still batting, I'll bring him back in with Melissa. See how things go. 155 for 9 here. Rich Lloyd at Silent Sports says Keith Parker certainly has a touch of the Darren Stevens about him. He's about 3 times quicker. He keeps getting better. That's about the same. Come on, Hampshire, it's fun listening, says Rich. It certainly is. It's if you're a Hampshire fan at the moment, you'll be fairly happy with the situation that Hampshire find themselves in. Just need to finish off this last pair as it's nicely guided out on the offside by Luke Fletcher. I have to say Luke Fletcher looks about as comfortable as a few that have been out there. He's on 3 of 13. Dane Patterson 6 of 3. We've had 4 wickets since lunch. Ben Slater for 55. Joey Everson for 1. Liam Patterson for 53. And that was the first wicket at 145 for 8 that hadn't fallen to Keith Barker. It fell to Brad Wheel, and then Brett Hutton caught by Organ in the deep on the leg side. And James Fuller nipping into the wickets column as well. Here he is bowling to Fletcher. And Fletcher's playing at that one. That's a huge leg break as well, which has bounced and nipped away. And, I don't think anybody's getting a touch on that. That's beating the outside edge, and I'm sure Fletcher's just had a little joke there with James Vince as James Vince just ran past, saying, how on earth do you get a touch on that? I don't think you do. I don't think anybody does. We've seen balls like that all the time. Maybe not so much from the Hampshire attack. In some ways, the ball not moving around quite so much may have suited Hampshire. There were points yesterday where the ball probably moved too much, but even so, batting has not been easy at all. Bill Seeger back on the emails at silentcricket@gmail.com, responding to the earlier email about the story about James Tomlinson walking into Andover railway station and asking for a single ticket to Edge End. That's in the air, and it could be caught in the covers, and that is it. That is the end of the Nottinghamshire innings. Patterson just dollying one up into the covers. In the end, Nick Gubbins had to dive to his left and take it low down, and Nottinghamshire are bowled out for 155 here at the Ageas Bowl, and a first innings deficit there of 71 between these two sides. Patterson going for 6, and that is a wicket for Brad Wheel, the second wicket for Brad Wheel in this innings. So 226 all out Hampshire, 155 all out Nottinghamshire, and we are in the afternoon session on day 2. I think it's fair to say, unless this wicket really flattens out, which it has done in the past in this season, then I think we are odds on towards getting a result in this game. And I don't think anybody will begrudge either side getting a result, but for certain it's going to suit whoever wins this. My word. That's going to help. Hampshire are just over 10 points away from Nottinghamshire. If they can, and if Notts can win this, well, of course, they have a great cushion going into the last round of matches. Jamal Makhlouf has tweeted at Silent Sports and says, Harry Kane and Felix Organ played for a team in the top division of our Saturday League 2 weeks ago. My team is in Division 6, so we didn't have to face them. But said the club broke a batting record, scoring way over 400 in 50 overs. Well, that's right. I mean, it does happen during the season. It just depends on which players are figuring at any particular moment, or if they need a bit of practice, or if they're not in the first team, then you know, the clubs are a little bit more lenient. But as I say, we are right at the business end of the season, and whether Ben Slater would be allowed or not, I don't know. Just come back to that Bill Seeger email under the heading "A Single to Hedge End." He says a single to Hedge End would involve a mighty hit from my wicket in Norfolk. It sounds like a good title for a book. Thank you very much, Bill. We're going to take a quick break here. So just a quick resume of where we are in the game. 155 all out at Nottinghamshire, and Keith Barker with 7 for 46, a career best from Hampshire's left arm pace bowling all-rounder. 2 wickets for Brad Wheel, 2 for 24, and a wicket for Fuller, 1 for 15 from his 4 overs. A couple of half centurions in the Nottinghamshire innings. Ben Slater, 55, the first of the wickets that fell this afternoon, and 53 from Liam Patterson-White. And I think the stadium announcers just read out Keith Barker's figures and mentioned that they are a career best. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with you in just under 10 minutes.
very shortly with an advantage of 71 runs, having bowled Nottinghamshire out for just 155, so no batting points for Nottinghamshire. Hampshire with the one from their innings, so Hampshire lead 4-3 on the bonus point situation, but they must be in a really strong position to go on and win this game, and if they can take 16 points, then they will really fancy their chances of lifting the county championship. Notts have got to show a little bit of backbone, a little bit of spirit here. They've had a tough old day and they really need one or two of their gun bowlers to come to the party. We've still got a good chunk of cricket left today. In fact, we've got exactly, no, not quite exactly, we've got 49 overs remaining in the day, so just a little over the full, half the full allocation. And the game could certainly have moved on a long way since then. It was going to be Luke Fletcher, I think, to get us underway with Joe Weatherly and Ian Holland at the crease. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside for this passage of play, Melissa Story.
I'm very much looking forward to this passage of play. I mean, that was a complete unexpected turnaround just from where we were at the end of that first session just before lunch to where we are now. I'm not sure even Hampshire could have suspected they would be out there in the middle, but Weatherly and Holland with a job to do here, up against, I mean, the best bowler of the county championship so far, arguably. Yeah, the leading wicket taker. In the first innings, Joe Weatherly made 11. He fell to Brett Hutton, and Ian Holland made 3, falling to Luke Fletcher. But with a lead of 71, Hampshire just haven't got to really take too many risks here as Fletcher gets us underway down the leg side, and it's gone through to Tom Moores. The first ball of the morning was resembling that. Obviously Barker to duck it, and he got a tickle on it down the leg side, but the two innings not exactly mirroring each other there. That was nicely left alone by Weatherly. Just hoping he could replicate that wicket, and actually with the season Weatherly's had in this format, only averaging 18.72, it would just be one of those things. If that had caught the edge, just why me? But he'll be looking on this surface hopefully to get a few more runs and boost his average. 3 slips, a fairly standard 6-3 offside field, and Fletcher again strays towards the leg stump, and this is worked down to long leg, fielded by Dane Patterson, and a single is taken. Hampshire are underway. Andy Dixon says, I've not been able to watch today. Dave, is it primarily a case of misfortune with the conditions, or have they fallen really short with the performance? I think early on, certainly every credit has got to go down to Keith Barker. He bowled superbly in the early stages, and if you get a wicket with the first ball of the day, admittedly it just drifted on down the leg side. Ben Duckett went to tickle it away. Had he got more of a connection on it and it'd run away for 4, we'd be saying what a start for Notts, but it didn't work out like that. Just a fine graze through to the keeper. Here's Fletcher into Ian Holland, strikes him on the thigh pad and then drops down on the playing surface. I don't think there were too many got themselves out, but it was certainly fine bowling. Perhaps a little bit of indiscipline here and there, but it's been tough going yesterday. If you were with us, we had Richard Scott, the former Middlesex head coach, and all along he said 200 yesterday looked a decent score, so that gives you some idea of how tricky the conditions would be. Ball in Fletcher's hand, and he turns once again, runs away from us at the hotel end and bowls one that gets big on Ian Holland, and he pushes it out onto the offside. Ben says, Dave, do you know anything about a loan agreement for Sam Northeast which prevented him from playing in this match? No, nothing. He'd left Hampshire, contract done, dusted, torn up, signed a contract for Nottinghamshire for the last 4 games of the season. I understand it was purely a selection decision. He also goes on to say, Lyndon James, could he not bowl in this game? No, he's I think it might be shoulder. I said side earlier. Fletcher bowls, and an LBW shout here, strong shout, but certainly it looked to be outside the line, and Martin Saggers says not out. Nigel King says it's a funny old game. I'm trying to get my head round how 2 batsmen get to 50 and hardly anybody else can make double figures. Yeah, there's only Ben Slater, so that's the sort of reaction we're getting in from Nottinghamshire supporters. Of course, Hampshire have had the better of the day, and Keith Barker undoubtedly the star of the day. Exactly. I think, to be honest, the general opinion of all Hampshire supporters listening right now is one of shock. I'm not sure against the top of the table team of Notts we were expecting this.
Here's Fletcher. Another LBW shout, but from behind the wicket, and it's the end of the first over. One without loss. It's typical. I mean, this is probably one of Nottinghamshire's poorer days of the season collectively, in the position they were in, and so much hope and what have you going into the day. They've got to show a little bit of fight here, but for Notts followers, I've just got a little bit of breaking news to give you. 2022 memberships are now on sale from Trentbridge. If you go on the website, obviously trentbridge.co.uk, or have a look in the tea break, there's all the information you could need, and of course the membership brings with it additional benefits, being first there in the priority queue for the international tickets. And of course there's some big games at Trentbridge next year, a test match against New Zealand, there's an ODI against India, there's the 100, and there's the Royal London One Day Cup final again. So memberships now on sale for Trentbridge.
Hutton from the pavilion end, that's defended back to mid-on for no run. And speaking as someone who has visited Trentbridge just the one time, it is a lovely ground, so I would recommend buying these memberships.
Were you enjoying it halfway through that Blast quarter-final?
I can tell you I wasn't enjoying it for about 99% of the final, including the last over, but the final bit where I could breathe at the end was lovely.
It was, I guess for somebody visiting for the first time, it was quite a match, quite a spectacle.
Hutton past the stumps as a Seagull sweeps below us, and that ball's tucked into the leg side for no run. I mean, I think the thing which hit me was the crowd, the amount of home support, which of course is going to be strong wherever you go, but I don't think I've even seen a Hampshire home game as loud and as intimidating as that. I felt intimidating in the commentary box. It was just an incredible atmosphere.
I want to hear a little later on when Emily Windsor joins us what she made of the atmosphere, because she played in the 100 for Trent Rockets.
Hutton in again, and that's down the leg side, and Weatherly just looking to play at that again. Needs to be careful here. Yeah, I mean, that was her first time with Trentbridge as her home ground, and I'm not sure she was expecting that call up to the Trent Rockets. It'll be a good insight from her, especially what it's been like in these almost 100 COVID bubbles as well.
Of course, she played for the Rockets at Lords. That's that's a nice one to tick off, isn't it? It really is.
Hutton in again, and Weatherly just drops that by his feet there. We're seeing that there's not as much bounce again in this wicket. It's just slowing down. We heard the Hampshire fielders going, it's going to get harder and harder to play on, and actually when they're out here in the middle now, you can tell. And both these two opening bowlers for the Nottinghamshire, quite tall men. So whether that bounce again, that like we saw with Barker, there'll be some inconsistent bounce it could keep low.
Have you ever done that before? Mentioned somebody's name and they've walked in behind you?
No, it's in. And that's another dot ball into the leg side. I personally think I summoned her. She was actually just stood in the car park, and as soon as I said her name, she just appeared.
Just to bring you up to speed with the other two Division 1 games, Warwickshire now in their second innings at Headingley, 119 for 7. That's a lead over Yorkshire of 166. Obviously 3 wickets left. That game is really moving on apace, with both sides very much in contention.
Final ball of the over from Hutton, and that hits him on the pads. There's a big appeal from the bowler, and nothing. The slip's there, quite convinced if we have a look at this replay, but nonetheless it's a maiden over from Hutton to begin with. And
that's a very good shout. Joe Weatherly didn't do an awful lot there, but sort of not even a full stride, a quarter stride out of his crease, and did seem to strike him on the pad. I can understand why Brett Hutton and his supporting cast all went up appealing, but not given. End of what was a maiden over for Brett Hutton, right on song. 1 without loss after 2 overs. Here's Fletcher going to start over number 3 to Ian Holland. Bowls and a forward defensive push. At Taunton, Somerset have been asked to follow on. Lancashire 373, Somerset 90 all out, and second time around they've started off a little better, 30 without loss, but it's been a tough 2.5 games in this stage of the county championship season for Somerset. Started with a lot of hope, but that quickly dissipated when they lost to Nottinghamshire a fortnight ago, and then at Scarborough last week. Lost in 2 days, of course, to Yorkshire at Scarborough. Here's Fletcher. Bowls down the leg side, clipped away down to Patterson, who's fielding in front of the Shane Warne stand. Way in the distance, mentioned it this morning, Shane Warne's birthday today. Also Robin Smith, two of the really elite amongst Hampshire captains over the years.
It's funny, speaking about Somerset's luck so far, obviously, in this competition, they've never won the county championship, but they've been runners-up 6 times, including 2018, 2019. Yet this season, as you say, not quite going that way, and that big loss up at Scarborough most recently.
It's Fletcher. Joe Weatherly on strike. Both batsmen have a single. Oh, he's hit it onto the leg side. Nice bit of fielding by Ben Slater at mid-wicket. Yeah, Somerset won't get any closer than 2010 when Nottinghamshire defeated them. They were both on equal points, the most dramatic final day of a county championship season of all time. And there have been a few dramatic ones, but they both finished on equal points, but Notts took the title by virtue of more wins through the season.
Wow, I wish I'd been old enough to remember that one, so hopefully this year we'll see something equally exciting.
Here's Fletcher. You remember the good days, I'll tell you, Melissa. Next ball is fullish length outside off stump. Weatherly on the front foot pushes it up to Liam Patterson-White at mid-off, and there's no run. We've got 14 overs after this one to go until the tea break. Nominally it should be scheduled for 3:10, but clearly it's going to be way after then. It's going to be 3/4 of an hour to an hour from now, assuming normal sort of over rate is maintained for the early part of the innings. Fletcher to bowl again to Joe Weatherly, and once again treats Fletcher with a great deal of respect, watchful, circumspect, and another defensive block.
Actually, Fletcher reminded me, I was waiting, just itching to get back on air to say that Fletcher, of any other person, has the most ducks as a percentage in this tournament. But to see him get that not out, I think that's worked in his favour. So, I mean, you're allowed to get a lot of ducks when you're the leading wicket taker in the tournament. And he'll be looking to take the wicket of Weatherly hopefully soon.
He's in bowls, and again Weatherly solidly behind it. It was miserly stuff there from Luke Fletcher. Single coming at the start of the over. Hampshire 2 without loss after 3 overs. That's extended their overall lead to 73 over Notts, who were bowled out today for 155, with Keith Barker getting 7 of the 10 wickets, in fact taking the first 7 wickets to fall.
It's quite interesting actually looking at these Hampshire opening batsmen, because Ian Holland, he's had an incredible tournament so far. He's got 746 runs in this competition. Joe Weatherly is on the complete other side. He's only averaging, as I mentioned, 18 runs. So quite a big difference between these two openers and their confidence in this tournament. As Hutton continues, and Holland carefully works that into the leg side for no run. And it reminds me actually of Yorkshire, I think, in a similar situation at the moment, with the likes of George Hill. He's had a quite good season for them, but Adam Live struggling a bit more with the runs. So it's again, I mean, we were speaking earlier about how hard it is this year for batsmen and openers. They've got the toughest job of them all.
Yes, Yorkshire at Trent Bridge next week. Adam Live usually finds a bit of form against Notts.
In comes Hutton again, and it's a middle stump line, and Holland just carefully defends that up to mid-off. Hampshire being cautious here. They know they've got this lead of 73, just looking to settle into it. It's been quite a difficult pitch to play on. It's not a high-scoring ground by any means. Hampshire's first innings score of 226, looking very comfortable on this slow and low wicket. Hutton coming in to bowl, third ball of the over. And he's in, and back foot defensive this time from Holland, and just clips the outstretched hand of Hutton, trickles past the stumps.
Notts were bowled out in 52.1 1 overs. Clearly, whatever happens, whenever it happens, that they come to bat again in this game, they're going to have to bat a lot longer, a lot deeper than that. But they were blown away by Keith Barker. 20 overs, 5 maidens, 7 for 46, career best figures for the former Warwickshire Bear.
Hutton passed the stumps and again defended cautiously by Holland. He's on 1 off 10. Weatherly is 1 off 12.
Perhaps the biggest surprise, I guess, is that the 10 wickets that fell, Mohamed Abbas didn't get any of them. I mean, he's such a superb bowler, a frequent and regular wicket taker. Grabs his wickets in huge hauls more often than not. Didn't get any on this occasion. 16 overs, none for 43.
In again, past the stumps and left well alone, but a bit of sideways movement there from Hutton on the 5th ball of the over. And yeah, it's interesting you say that. He's almost got a Stuart Broad-esque kind of vibe where he either gets a large haul of wickets in one or just a scattering across the other games. But Hampshire will be hoping, oh well, if he doesn't get many wickets this game, then let's get one of those big packages in that next game, of course, against Lancashire next week. Hutton, 1 ball remaining. This could be his second maiden, 2 overs. In he comes, and that's cut off the back foot by Holland. This will be 4 runs. The fielder gives up the chase rapidly there, and Hampshire move on to 6 for no wicket off 4 overs.
If Hampshire win this game, they will tie the overall head-to-head against Nottinghamshire. At the moment, Notts 40 wins, Hampshire 39, 64 draws. Down here in the south, Hampshire have hosted it 72 times, 23 Hampshire wins, 22 Notts wins, and here at the Ageas Bowl, 5-4 to Hampshire with 2 draws. Nottinghamshire's last win here was in 2010 when a Mark War century saw them over the line on the way to that century. The only other time Notts have played here at the Ageas Bowl, apart from those championship wins, was obviously in List A cricket, where on the last visit in 2012, James Taylor scored 115 not out. Some of you may remember that. It was a televised one-day group stage match, and that was probably James Taylor at his imperious best. It really was a terrific knock that evening. Umpires got together again. I just wonder if it was an early chat about the ball again in this innings. It does seem, with both sides and wherever we go up and down the country, that these red balls just aren't lasting at the moment. Here's Fletcher, going to be bowling to Joe Weatherly, who's only on a single, and he's been very, very cautious against Fletcher. He's pushed this back from whence it came, and Liam Patterson-White, the designated ball polisher, will pick it up, eyeing it suspiciously, isn't he? And then he'll start buffering it away on the left side of his flannels. There we go.
I mean, it's a big responsibility to be the ball polisher in any game, but in this game, when we're going for about 1 ball every 10 overs, seem like it's a life or death job.
Ball handed back to Fletcher. Got his business head on, you can tell here with Fletcher. Oh, hang on. Now, what happened there? Did he lose his stride pattern, or did he sense that Joe Weatherly was pulling away? I'm not entirely sure, but he didn't go through with it, and Fletcher will have to march back to the end of his run. 6 without loss. And
he's a formidable bowler to have running in at you. Just his height and his stature.
He's enormous.
I'd be quaking if I was Weatherly at the striker's end.
A big bear of a man. It bowls to Joe Weatherly, who clips this on the leg side. Fielded by Ben Slater, top scorer in the match with 55. Ben Slater. Yesterday, Nick Gubbins made 54. Liam Patterson-White made 53, but there's not been an awful lot else in the game. So congratulations to those 3 for passing the 50 mark.
They were good. I mean, that partnership between Slater and Patterson-White, that was, perhaps the most comprehensive and batting of the game so far. I mean, we said Nick Gubbins even himself with his 50 dropped 3 times.
Weatherly's faced 14 deliveries for his single, make that 15. There's some oohs and ahs as it goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper. We're knocking on the door of 3 o'clock. Another word. In fact, Kevin James will jump in just a second alongside me. There'll be more from Melissa before too long. 6 without loss. Fletcher desperate to create a breakthrough, as he has done so many times this season, including the first innings here. He got one in his first spell. Runs in once more. Weatherly's edged this, and Nottinghamshire's slip catching and fielding in the first innings was less than 100%. This one's managed to squirm underneath Brett Hutton. It wasn't catchable, but maybe he'll feel he should have stopped it. And they've taken 2 runs, 8 without losses. Kevin James comes back to join us on commentary.
Thanks, Dave. We'll be back in a few minutes. Mel's just taking a bit of a break. Stand by after tea. It'll be an all-female commentary team of Melissa Story and Emily Windsor, who's in the house. Emily Windsor, of course, has a foot in 2 camps, down here with the Southern Vipers and up in Nottingham with the Trent Rockets. She is here and ready to go after tea. Ready to go is Fletcher. Another good length ball from him as that's pushed out behind square on the offside by Weatherly, who remains on 3. Ian Holland on 5. 8 without loss. Hampshire in their second innings. They lead in the game by 79. They also lead on bonus points. They have 4 to Nottinghamshire's 3. Jamie Fletcher at Sonnet Sports says, do you know what the ticket situation is after tea in the championship these days? I didn't even know what it was like in the old days, Jamie, if I'm honest. I think many moons ago. Here's Fletcher. Bowls, he's wrapped on the pad. He's a long way forward. Not out, says the umpire. Good delivery from Fletcher, though. I think that just nipped back a fraction. If you're having a look on the live picture feed, have a look now. I think that did, but I think he's outside the off stump. I think you'll agree. A good ball to end that over. 3 overs, none for 4 for Luke Fletcher. I think in, oh gosh, a long time ago, I think there was a situation where literally if you turned up for the last session, you could just walk in. But I don't know, maybe those days have gone. I don't know. I'm not even sure you can just walk into grounds these days. I don't think they're set up like that. But if you know different, then please let me know at Sonnet Sports, sonetcricket@gmail.com. Here's Brett Hutton, impressive in the first innings, bowling to Ian Holland. Holland gets a length ball, plays it back to him, and there is no run. We have 12 overs between now and the tea interval. So if you're eagerly waiting an all-female commentary duo after tea, then that will give you an idea. 20 minutes during tea, of course, and then they might be on straight away. If not, then they'll certainly be on soon after. So listen out for that. Looking forward to that. Me and Dave can put our feet up for a little while. As Hutton bowls, that's cut away by Holland. That'll be 4. Lovely shot, Ian Holland. Just rock back, hit it into the gap. Hutton just guilty of bowling a little bit too short and wide. So Holland moves on to 9, and Hampshire second innings on 12 without loss. If you're just joining us or need a quick resume, Nottinghamshire bowled out around 2:30 this afternoon for 155. Keith Barker taking 7 wickets for 46. That is a career best for Hampshire's left arm pace bowling all-rounder, as that's a turn towards mid-wicket and there's no run. And Barker at one stage had taken the first 7. The last of those, Joey Everson, the second wicket of the afternoon, caught behind for 1. And then Brad Wheel broke the sequence, getting Liam Patterson-White bowled for 53. Patterson-White played beautifully for his 53, as did Ben Slater, who was the first wicket this afternoon, for 55. And then James Fuller got in the act for the 9th wicket when Brett Hutton was out for 16. And then Brad Wheel claimed the last wicket. He's wrapped on the pad there, Ian Holland. It is that sort of wicket. It's nipping around a little bit, and with batting you're never 100% sure that you are in. And if you can get a few runs, then you make the most of it. all batsmen having to work particularly hard to make any sort of score. We've only had 3 half-centuries in this game. Nobody has passed, or nobody has got into the 60s. Dave Bracegirdle back. Hutton bowls. Holland works that on square on the leg side behind square. Might get 2 here as Fletcher comes in off quite a big boundary. And Holland, you're always looking for 2. And the crowd appreciated his positive running.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have been in these sort of circumstances many times, Kevin, over the years. It's a difficult situation to sort of turn round, isn't it, when, you know, it's relatively going to be a low-scoring game and you find yourself with quite a deficit at the end of the first innings. Lots of just simply got to go through all the disciplines, be as tight as they can in the field, and hope they can pick up a wicket or 2 just by demonstrating their strengths.
Yeah, it's bowl line and length. It might not look as though it's happening as it's pushed back to the bowler by Holland, end of the over. Might not look as though anything's happening for a few overs, but there is always something there from time to time, Dave, isn't there?
Yeah, that's what we saw this morning, certainly, as Keith Barker wreaked havoc, getting rid of Ben Duckett, the first ball of the morning. Joe Clark was off the field for much of yesterday with a hand injury. Was told, obviously, he could bat this morning. He was quickly out there in the middle, but perished. 4th ball he faced, still in that opening over from Barker, one that might have stopped on him a little bit. He just sort of checked his drive and chipped it to mid-on, perhaps. We've often seen him in the past a little eager to get his innings up and running. There's been 1 or 2 batsmen like that down the years. I think Kevin Peterson was one, wasn't he? He was like to get off the mark and get into his work. Well, Joe Clark's another one, likes to be busy, but chipped this one to mid-on. Decent catch from Brad Wheel. And Barker was on a roll, and you know, he didn't really come out of that until he got his 5 went off the field, almost got a standing ovation as he popped off for a quick comfort break, and then came back and got 2 more.
He did.
There's Luke Fletcher bowling now, and another one strikes the pad, but would probably have drifted down the leg side. So another strangled appeal, just waiting there for the umpire to raise and tap his knee, which he does. He was waiting for the ball to go dead, and it's in the hands of Liam Patterson, wide, who again starts polishing away. 15 without loss.
Yes, well, we've seen two good days of cricket so far, haven't we? Really, it's really tight, isn't it? I mean, you know, I know Hampshire have got an 86-run lead, which is great for them, but even so, these teams are playing cricket hard here.
Next ball, again, very watchful Ian Holland. The moment the batsmen are the reverse of what they got in the first innings. Joe Weatherly fell for 11 in the first innings. He's currently 3 not out. Ian Holland fell for 3 in the first innings. He's 11 not out. I don't know if that's anything other than just a strange quirk, but we'll see if Notts can create a breakthrough here. As Kevin said, sometimes it just takes a little while. Perhaps some of that lacquer starts to peel off, and the ball will do a little bit more. Fletcher bowls. This is dropped on the leg side. I think there's perhaps been 1 or 2 more leg-sided deliveries here than he would like, but it's still keeping the pressure on. And as we've seen throughout the course of the season, Luke Fletcher does like to build up the pressure on the batsman, and hoping that sooner or later they'll miss one and find themselves plumb in front, or the other way round, they'll be pushing plumb in front and nick one that just shapes away through into that slip cordon.
A couple of times he's walked back, Luke Fletcher, and just held his side a little bit. I don't know if he does that as just as a thing, or maybe it is a thing.
Here he comes in again and bowls very watchfully here, Ian Holland, isn't he? Just looking down there, Joe Clark, I don't think he's on the field again, which means he's obviously still protecting that that finger injury. I was just trying to see who's at first slip. Guess we'll get a better look when it's at this end. I must admit I'm not really absorbed who had slotted into first slip, but we'll see when they change ends. Is Fletcher in again, 15 without loss. This one is deflected away behind square. Dane Patterson will do the fielding. 16 without loss. Patterson last out in the Notts innings. I was saying he'd not been dismissed in the championship since April, which is a long old streak. He's very often come in and the set batsman has then been dismissed. But that's a long old sequence, 9 or 10 innings it was before he was dismissed in the championship.
It is.
Bowled well in the first innings yesterday. Seems a lot longer ago than that, but it was only yesterday that Hampshire were batting. And they're batting again today as Fletcher in once more. Another leg side-ish delivery will run away for a leg bye. And that'll take the home county on to 17 without loss and stretch the advantage to 88 over Nottinghamshire.
The other two games are going on in Division 1. Somerset 51 without loss in their second innings, following on against Lancashire, so they trail by 232. And they were bowled out by just 90 in their first innings. And Warwickshire are 130 for 8 in their second innings against Yorkshire. They lead by 177. So Yorkshire, whenever Warwickshire are bowled out, will need the highest score of that game to win it.
Yeah, it is Calvin Harrison at first slip, and Dan White's just been in touch also confirming that. Liam Patterson-White's dad will be very proud. Liam batted nicely today for his half-century.
Very nice.
Might have a bit of a roll with the ball later on.
Hutton comes in, bowls to Weatherly, who strokes that up to mid-on, and there's no run. He did play well. Him and Ben Slater were the standout batters, not just because they got half centuries each, but because of just the way they played the situation. Both batted in very difficult circumstances.
It's a lefty's world, isn't it? You mentioned Luke Fletcher and his side.
Is he?
Well, James Pipe, the physio, is coming round here towards him, running around the boundary edge, so we'll just keep half an eye on that as Notts decide to go from 3 in the slip cordon to 2 as Asiba Mead comes out and goes into a catching position on the onside.
Yeah, here's Hutton again then from the pavilion end, right arm over. Some big leg breaks in the first innings, where the way they went off the seam. That's just padded away, well, pushed away behind square on the offside, no run. He's having a word with Fletcher. Yeah, he has got a bit of a side strain, hasn't he? That's exactly where he's pointing.
See, that's no good at all, Kevin, is it?
No, it's not nice, no.
What are we? We're in the 8th over, so he's had 4 overs. And Luke Fletcher, if he's starting to feel it now, then I guess the best thing would be to probably get him back in the dressing room and have a little bit of a look.
Here's Hutton again then, bowls down the leg side, taken by Moores, I think on the second bounce. Good take.
You know, if there is something there, and he has another over or two, and you know, it might put him out for the rest of the innings and potentially the last game. But Luke knows his own body, and he will make the call. James Pipe there assessing him. Vanessa was talking earlier about what a big man Luke Fletcher is in there, and James Pipe is certainly probably above average height, but Fletcher absolutely towers over him.
Hutton, Weatherly just steers that off a thick outside edge along the ground down towards third man. Is that Kelvin Harrison, the substitute fielder, after it? Picks it up just in front of the rope and pushes it back to Ben Slater.
It's all rather bizarre, isn't it? Because whilst there's a cricket match going on, James Pipe is on the boundary, in from the boundary, treating Luke Fletcher.
As long as he doesn't field it for him.
Yeah.
20 without loss. They got 3 runs there, so Holland back on strike. Weatherly doubles his total onto 6.
Former wicket keeper, of course, James Pipe, Worcestershire and Derbyshire back in the day.
I always say, he always says hello to me actually, or you know, whenever we sort of pass each other, which isn't very often, but he's always sort of been polite and said hello.
Well, very much so, yeah. Lovely fella.
I think he was physio at the Trent Rockets as well, where Emily was telling me.
Yes, yeah.
Here comes Hutton, bowls down the leg side, tucked away. That's going to be 4. Very, very fine indeed from Ian Holland. And just past Tom Moores, went quite quickly as well. Holland moves on to 16, 24 without loss. Hampshire in their second innings lead by 95.
Yes, the run's just starting to flow now. That's the benefit of being cautious, playing yourself in, just getting the feel and the pace of the wicket. 7 runners from the last 2 balls. Still working on Fletcher. We're going to have a decision in a moment or two, because this is going to be the final ball of the over.
It's just whether we can get through his action, isn't it, really? It just looked like he was just holding back a fraction early. Oh, that's a great leg cutter. There's what we saw from Hutton in the first innings. Not so easy to bowl them now. The ball hasn't seamed around quite so much as yesterday, but that's what we saw from him, and we saw a lot of it. 24 without loss, Hampshire lead by 95.
I guess the thing now for Luke Fletcher is if there's a seed of doubt in his mind as to whether there is something there or not. He's having a word with Stephen Mullaney, but just the way he trotted up and has quickly got himself at the end of his bowling mark would suggest that he feels he's good to go, and he's had some words of reassurance from the physio. So yeah, it's going to be Fletcher to continue, but this might very well be a fact-finding over for Luke Fletcher and his body. He's going to be bowling to Joe Weatherly, who's on 6. 3 slips again, and Fletcher comes in, goes through with his action nicely, and just outside the off stump it goes through to Tom Moores.
It's obviously not giving him too much problems, but he's obviously feeling it when he lets the ball go, isn't he?
Yeah.
Which isn't normally a problem. I suppose he's warmed up at the moment. I suppose the problem with him will be when he finishes his spell, and then there's tea.
I know Hutton, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson won't be thrilled that, again, they've only had, relatively speaking, just a short time off away from bowling duties as he bowls, and Weatherly plays this up to mid-off where Liam Patterson-White's fielding. It's usually square of the wicket, Liam Patterson-White, but started off here doing mid-off to the bowling of Fletcher. Yes, they could really have done with a day with their feet up in the pavilion watching the runs be gathered, but they didn't turn out like that. Never looked like turning out like that as play started under overcast conditions. Don't think the floodlights were on for the first over, but they were quickly on soon afterwards, weren't they? The first 2 or 3 they were on. 24 without loss. Fletcher bowls again, worked onto the leg side. There won't be a run there.
Our friends the Fruits are back.
Well, they are indeed. Yeah, well, 3 of them.
Yeah.
3 of them. So what's that? The watermelon, the strawberry, and
pineapple.
Yes, the pineapple. We got the binoculars on him yesterday, didn't we? With the green collar, the yellow outfit with the green collar. You're doing finals day with Melissa. You've both revealed today, and Melissa says she's going in fancy dress. I don't know what you make of that.
Is she really? No. What, in the media centre?
Well, there's Fletcher into Weatherly. Little push and run here by Joe Weatherly. Ball played into the offside, and beg your pardon, into the onside. Stephen Mullaney's picked the ball up, and don't think he's overly happy with the ball. He's handed it to Ben Slater, who's closest to the square leg umpire, and yet again for the umpteenth time in this game, the ball is going to be examined by the umpires. Just thinking of the weekend, and obviously I've got, what's the phrase, no dog in that fight with Nottinghamshire being knocked out. Keith
changed.
Barker, the form he's in, Kev, former Warwickshire player at Edgbaston, knows the ground better than anybody else. He's not been playing in the Blast, has he?
Won't play.
Oh, he won't play.
Yeah, guarantee it. Well, I can't guarantee, of course I can't. But the side that I think will play, the side that I think has been indicated to me, he's not in it.
No.
He hasn't played any white ball cricket at all this year. That ball's going to get changed. It's the second time they've tried to get it changed. For me, and they're probably thinking the same, why isn't it doing as much as yesterday? Well, listen, they do change it because the ball's probably out of shape, but I think they've also been trying a bit. And Kyle Abbott, who texted me yesterday actually, and did say that the balls this year are quite well known as not being a great batch.
No. I'm laughing there, sort of, while you were just saying that, because clearly there's a bit of a hold up once the ball is being changed. They've got the suitcase out and whatever. Some of the Notts players having a little bit of a chat, including Luke Fletcher, and poor old James Pipe, the physio. He desperately wanted Fletcher to come to him to just come back and have a little bit more treatment or massage or inspection of the area. So in the end, James Pipe has run all the way out there to the middle again. He's often on the field more than the players in some matches. But that's good. That's good.
Yeah,
caring
good,
physio.
Yeah, of course, that's what you want, isn't it?
Yep. So it appears that it's been changed. You'd assume so. They've brought a suitcase full of replacements out to the middle.
Always interesting to see how it behaves, isn't it? Be interesting this time. It has done a little bit, but as I say, I think Notts feel that they can find something that has a bit more. They need to.
Some way away from the tea break Still 40 overs to go in the day after this one, so another half an hour or so.
Yep.
8 more overs. So we're ready. Cricket might break out again. Fletcher to bowl to Ian Holland, who's on 16. The Nottinghamshire bowler spears this one down the leg side and goes through to Tom Moores, who was one of those early casualties this morning as Keith Barker, it seemed he could do no wrong. He got a leg side strangle to dismiss Ben Duckett. He had Joe Clark chipping to mid-on. Stephen Mullaney and Tom Moores both fell LBW. Later on, good catch at slip by Joe Weatherly to dismiss Ben Slater, and Joey Everson was also caught behind, as was Asiba Mead last night. That was the Barker 7 career best figures. Was it 7 for 24 in the end, something like that?
46.
46, yes. It was 5 for 24 at lunch, that's right. That's where I've got 24 from, as Fletcher bowls into the pad of Holland. And again, it's going to be a leg by, a little bit of a strangled appeal. Didn't have much going for it. Fletcher came through that over pretty well, but that's not going to stop James Pipe, the physio, again running on to attend to the big man, who's bowled 5 overs, none for 6. Bizarrely, no maidens. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 6. Normally, if you have figures as miserly as that, there's perhaps 1, 2 or 3 in the maidens column.
George KS has tweeted at Solar Sport. I think you may have answered this earlier, Dave, but you can remind us anyway. Was there any indication from Notch yesterday as to the damage to Joe Clark's finger? Is he okay to field stroke bat uninhibited?
Well, he's not on the field. I just grabbed a quick word with him last night. He split the webbing on his finger, so we were just sort of wondering initially when he went off had it been finger ended. Of course, if it's finger end right on the finger end, it could A, break the finger, or B, dislocate it. But it wasn't. It was the webbing between 2 fingers that were caught. He didn't seem in too much strife last night. I don't think there were any stitches or whatever. But the regulations permit you to. An external injury to not field in the next innings, and he's taken that opportunity.
Patterson comes in and bowls to Holland, edges it to first slip. There's the first of the wickets. Holland just trying to rock back and crack that through the offside. I think that's Calvin Harrison, the substitute fielder, has taken out the first slip. Went quite quickly to him. Good catch, about stomach height. And Holland goes for 16, and that bowling change has brought immediate rewards for Nottinghamshire. First ball there for Dane Patterson. And Holland has gone. Played a similar shot to that of Brett Hutton, I think, in the previous over from that pavilion end. But on this occasion, it's caused Holland's downfall.
Talked once or twice in this game about the first ball of a bowler's spell can sometimes define how that spell will go. Will he be an unlucky bowler? Will he be a fortuitous bowler? And Dane Patterson comes on. If there is any credence to that, then Patterson is likely to have a decent little time of it with the ball here in the run up to tea. First ball outside the off stump, and Ian Holland will be annoyed. He just couldn't resist. He couldn't resist the temptation. Just have a little bit of a look at the former South African Test bowler, and went after it, and he's nicked it through. And Calvin Harrison, it's always nice when you're a sub-fielder, isn't it, to go on there and make a mark, whether it's a fine bit of fielding, whether it's a sharp opportunist run out, or in that case, if it's a decent catch. And if you thrust in there at first slip and you hang on to one, crikey, you feel $1 million.
Welcome back to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. I think they're making a bit of a habit of coming back just as a wicket has fallen. There's been a few, to say the least. Not as many in 1 or 2 games around the country, but Hampshire find themselves 26 for 1 in their second innings. They lead Nottinghamshire by 97 runs. Ian Holland has just gone, caught at first slip. The substitute fielder Calvin Harrison clinging on to an attempted cut shot, which wasn't quite as well executed as Ian Holland would have liked. He's gone for 16. Dane Patterson with his first ball, having just taken over from Brett Hutton at the pavilion end earlier. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 155 in their first innings, a deficit of 71 runs for the current Division 1 leaders. Keith Barker taking 7 for 46, a career best. Dane Patterson's round the wicket to the left-hander, Allsop down the leg side, which has been a dangerous delivery to left-handers today, as Ben Duckett found to his cost at the very first ball of the morning. Tom Moores diving to his right, can't quite take it cleanly. We'll never know if he really got an edge. I don't think he did.
Patterson dismissed Allsop yesterday in the first innings, bowled him for 16 if memory serves. I think he was a little unlucky, wasn't he? It was an inside edge that sort of trickled back onto the stumps to dismiss Tom Allsop, but I'm sure they'll both remember that as their acquaintances are reunited.
Yeah, so Weatherly, the non-striker, with 7, watching. Oh, it's in the air. It's going to be caught at mid-wicket. Well, that's a simple catch. No problem for Seep Hamid. And that's an example there of the ball just holding in the wicket a little bit. Allsop pushing at it as the ball came off the turf slower than it was bowled into it. And Allsop goes second ball. And Hampshire, having been 26 without loss, find themselves 26 for 2.
Just go back 30 seconds or more to my theory about how your spell might go. Terrific stuff. It almost resembles Keith Barker, doesn't it, this morning when he began the day with a wicket first ball and then followed it up with another one, that of Joe Clark. So 2 in 3 balls from Dane Patterson on a ground that he must be growing to love. We had a look back when he came here in 2018, got a 7 for against Hampshire for South Africa A. In the first innings here yesterday, bowled nicely, got 3 wickets, including the one that took him to 400 first class wickets. And now in this second innings, after Fletcher and Hutton had they toiled away manfully, unable to get the breakthrough, throw the ball to Dane Patterson, and 2 wickets in 3 balls.
Yeah, well, what a bowling change by Stephen Mullaney. And this will bring Nick Gubbins to the crease, who's one of only 3 men to get into the 50s. 54 he made yesterday, although he had 3 drop chances before he got there, so he had a little bit of luck as well. But it's been difficult for the batsman. As I say, 54 for Gubbins yesterday. There was 55 for Ben Slater, which remains the top scorer of the game. He was out the first wicket after lunch. And Liam Patterson-White, who made 53. They are the only men who've got past 50.
I have to concede, I lost the flight of it. As he turned, I saw the ball obviously going in an aerial direction. I thought he'd sort of turned his body and was looking towards long leg as if it was going to go all the way down there to Ben Slater. Obviously your heightened excitement sort of led me to believe that it was in the end it was going to be a catch, and as I look back, Hamid was celebrating.
It was, yeah. That was a looping catch, wasn't it? So we've got another left-hander in there, and there's been a few in this game. Both sides. It's a left-hander replacing a left-hander. He's coming over the wicket to Gubbins. That's down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores. The live table I mentioned earlier, Nottinghamshire still lead the table with 52 points, having taken so far 3 bonus points out of the game. But Hampshire, with their 4 bonus points, have moved just ahead of Yorkshire. Both Hampshire and Yorkshire going into this last round of games in equal second place. Hampshire have 42.5, so they're 9.5 points behind Nottinghamshire. Isn't that ridiculous? Yorkshire are 1 point behind Hampshire. They are the top 3, as is of this particular moment as Patterson comes in. Right arm over, it's on the line of middle and leg, and Gubbins watchfully pushes that out towards mid-wicket.
So always dangerous when I dabble with maths, but if Hampshire win this, they would go 6.5 clear of Nottinghamshire, with in Hampshire's case a trip to Liverpool to come next week against Lancashire, Notts at home to Yorkshire. And their game is very much on a knife edge at Leeds, isn't it, where Yorkshire playing Warwickshire.
Yeah, we've been keeping you up to date on that, and we'll continue to do so throughout the day. Here's Patterson running towards us and bowls. Gubbins whips that away down towards fine leg. Obviously off a fairly straight delivery. Looking at 1 or 2 of the reactions, they come through for a quick 2. Gubbins off the mark here at the Ageas Bowl, as they've just taken a bit of a break, and Melissa Story will come in next to me. He's chatting away to Emily Windsor there. Dave, you can just whisk her over for me. I don't want to break that up. They are Hursley Park teammates. Obviously, Melissa, who's been captain in Hursley Park, you heard earlier, a ladies' side that's attached to a club just outside Southampton here. Emily plays for them very rarely these days now, but Melissa's captained them to the Southern National title yesterday. And I'm sure you've been telling Emily about how well you captained in the game yesterday.
Exactly. I told her how we didn't even need her anymore. No, she might have moved on to bigger things, but me and my army of 15-year-olds are absolutely fine. But no, we've been having a lovely little gossip. When I saw the signal to come back on air, I just had to sprint across the commentary box.
Here's Luke Fletcher then. His side is just about holding up as he bowls. That's a length ball to Weatherly, and it's pushed out on the offside. Melissa was just telling me really that Hursley don't need you anymore, Emily. They can win the title without you.
But you know what? We would have won the title perhaps with more than 0.02% of points if we did have Emily back. But you know, a win's a win. Well,
certainly is. That'll be one hell of an end of season do at Hursley Park. End of the season.
It will be, I can assure you that. And actually, speaking of captain, Emily did captain us to a great win against Canterbury. So
there we go. Here's Fletcher, comes in and bowls. Weatherly just steers that towards mid-wicket. Quickly round in the field comes Ben Slater, and the score remains on 28 for 2. Well, what a bit of a hiccup there for Hampshire. A couple of quick wickets there for Dane Patterson, Melissa.
I know, and I was listening into what you guys are saying about this slightly holding in the wicket especially, and it is going to get harder to bat. It's the trend we see in all of these 4-day games here at the Ageas Bowl. It just gets slower and more inconsistent, but thankfully with that lead on the board of 99 now, Hampshire is still in a safe position. Yeah,
well, there's a few more to get, that's for sure, but they're in a position that they probably would have, well, hoped to be in anyway. And of course, given a great start by Keith Barker this morning, that's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. So 99-run lead, I think, I don't know, anything around 200 and above.
That's what me and Emily were saying on the side. Anywhere 200, I mean, if they can get to 250, and I think you'd be very secure there, because we've seen some final innings scores on this ground, and they're so low, and especially with the likes of Felix Organ and Liam Dawson in the team. Yeah.
Fletcher bowls again. He's playing a missy as he edged it. Oh, he's gone. He's gone, and that ball just kicked up off a length a little bit and just straightened on Weatherly, and he's just got a feather through to Tom Moores, and Weatherly goes for 7. Good spell this for Notts. They are fighting back hard, as you'd expect a side would do at the top of Division 1.
They are, and I mean, as you say, that was a great delivery. This is why he's the leading wicket taker in this competition, because I mean, into his 6th over now and just only conceding 6 runs, you just felt like there could be another wicket. And Weatherly, we mentioned, he's not had the greatest season in this format. Before this game, he was only averaging 18, so another disappointing score for him.
Wow. This game has moved forward very quickly since lunch. 107 for 5 Notts were at lunch. I've got to do a quick 30-second update for listeners in the BBC Radio Solent transmission area on the south coast. Lots to pack in 30 seconds. Well, this game has been moving rapidly forward this afternoon. Now, Hampshire are batting in their 2nd innings, and they are 28 for 3 already. Holland's gone for 16, Alsop's gone for no score, and Weatherly has just gone for 7. And the upshot of that is that Hampshire lead by 99, having bowled Nottinghamshire out for 155 a little early, with Keith Barker taking career best figures of 7 for 46. This is 2nd against 1st here. And this is hard cricket, and Hampshire, they need to get at least 200, we reckon, to give themselves a chance, and they're just wobbling at 28 for 3. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Just hoping here, of course, as we said, Hampshire in a strong position here, and you just are praying almost they won't throw this away, as we've seen a few times before with our batting performances. So, I mean, with the experience of Vince coming to the crease, Gubbins as well, both of these two have had great seasons so far, arguably Vince across all formats. So just hoping these guys can stay out there at the crease, build that partnership as we saw in Nottinghamshire's innings.
Here's Fletcher bowls to Vince. It's right on the money, forcing Vince into a defensive shot, which he pushes up to mid-on. Yeah, this is a big partnership here for Hampshire, and a big one here for Nottinghamshire to break early on. Gubbins with... well, this is only his 8th innings for Hampshire, but he's averaging 41, and Vince averaging 39. So they are the top 2 performing batters for Hampshire currently, and this is a very big partnership indeed. Liam Dawson still to come, of course, but even so, you're looking at these two to really start and get Hampshire and let Hampshire to pull away. That's nipped back and bounced as it wraps Vince on the pad. It's all action stuff here at the Ageas Bowl, and we've had we've had 12 wickets fall today, and we've still got the best part of 30 late 30 odd overs to bowl. God knows where we're going to be at the end of day 2. Day 2, isn't it? Day 2, sorry.
Day 2. Getting our days confused, but just with that most recent dismissal caught by Tom Moores, looking at the wicketkeeper dismissals, Tom Moores has the highest dismissals of any keeper in this competition with 48, which is, I mean, to put into context, Lewis McManus, he's got 29 dismissals, obviously not playing today. Tom Alsop just the 7, as he's not the regular keeper. As in comes Patterson again, that's left outside the off stump by the left-handed Gubbins and safely through to the keeper. So, I mean, although that one was a simple catch, it just reminded me to mention that.
Yeah, well, no, it's a good point as well, and I think it says a lot about his keeping, but also a lot about the Nottinghamshire seamers. Yeah,
and actually 4 of the 9 top keepers are playing in Division 1, which is promising stuff, looking, to England selectors. Not that they need any more wicket keepers, but, I mean, it's always that tough spot to be competing for at the higher levels. As Pattinson in again, it's outside off stump again, and just Gubbinson looking to play that shot and just evades that outside edge through to the keeper safely. And it's surprising, I would say, of course I know they're on the back foot, there's a deficit of 99 runs already, but just the 3 slips in place here, Patterson's looking dangerous, and I'll be inclined to either put in another slip, maybe a gully, getting someone close catching on that offside, especially as we've seen the ball stick in the surface.
We have, yeah. But I suppose it's a delicate balance as well, isn't it, here, between not allowing too many runs to be scored.
In comes Patterson, that hits him on the pad, and the finger goes up from the umpire. That is 3 wickets now for Patterson, and Nick Gubbins gone. Again, a good length delivery, just moving in towards him and striking him on the pad. And Gubbins just looking there in that replay as if maybe he thought it was pitching outside leg. Of course, the angle across him, but nonetheless, Gubbins is gone, and Hampshire now in a bit of a sticky situation. What a predicament, as they are 28 for 4.
Well, 26 without loss, 28 for 4. And Patterson's taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall.
Now that's a proper Hampshire collapse, that.
That is a collapse. I think Gubbins also felt that he was probably a long way forward, but I have to say it did look out, didn't it? Didn't bounce much.
No, it didn't, and I mean, he got fully forward again. I'm looking at this replay, it kept low and just a bit of inwards movement. Patterson's a similar bowler, you would say, to Mohammed Amas and Brad Wheel, and we saw Brad Wheel pick up a couple wickets just at the end of that Hampshire bowling innings. So wherever this pitch is now starting to favour those bowlers who are a bit more skiddy, will generate less bounce, and actually it's looking harder and harder out there for Hampshire. So that lead of, at minimum maybe 200 now, if they can get another 100 runs on the board, Hampshire, then they could be considering that defendable. And we see Liam Dawson come to the crease.
Wow, big fight back here from Nottinghamshire. They'll have been disappointed to have been bowled out for 155, 71 runs behind. They needed a quick start, and whilst Holland and Weatherly put on 26, it's really been all about Nottinghamshire since then. This has been a horrendous about a 15-minute period here for Hampshire, and it could carry on yet. Dawson and Vince really do now have to dig Hampshire out of a bit of a hole.
And Dawson, again, he's been struggling with the bat this season so far for Hampshire, so he's got a big role in this game as in comes Patterson and takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat, runs down to that 3rd man, but inside the rings, there's no run.
Yeah, it was his first score really since sort of coming back after injuring himself or injuring his finger during the 100. Got 31 actually in the first innings just before tea yesterday, but yeah, I'll tell you what, it needs at least another 30 from him here. Otherwise Hampshire will really feel that they've lost the advantage on the first innings.
Yeah, Liam Dawson, 4 ducks this season so far, and he's on strike to Patterson, but he leaves it well alone outside the off stump, and an elaborate leave there, Steve Smith-esque, you would say.
It was.
Just making sure that he doesn't leave any part of that bat hanging outside off stump as this ball nips just a bit sideways, and at least these two very well versed at batting together at the crease.
Yeah. Well, they've only faced 2 balls each, so it's almost like the Hampshire innings is starting again.
Just with 4 wickets down. Past the stumps comes Patterson, and again that's so close to the stumps as he does another elaborate leave, and the ball just skidding through outside the off stump. So close in the end. I think most of the Nottinghamshire slip cordon thought that had bowled him. Not sure what Dawson thought either, but that's a wicket maiden from Patterson, and Hampshire 28 for 4. A big collapse so far. It's just off the 12 overs.
Jason Cole at Sun Sports says if Hampshire go on and win this, it's be good from this position now, the way things are going, and Warwickshire win theirs and Lancashire win 2, I think 5 teams could still theoretically win the tournament going into the final day. But if Notts win, says Jason, it'll be less exciting. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be if you're a Notts fan, but I know what you mean. Here comes Luke Fletcher, starting you over from the hotel end. Commentary end, comes in and bowls, and Vince plays that into the ground, plays it late behind square on the offside, and there is no run. Let's give you an update on the other Division 1 games going on currently. Somerset following on against Lancashire at 89 for 1. They trail by 194. Work there for Somerset to do. Lancashire well ahead there, and Warwickshire in their second innings 158 for 2 against Yorkshire, and Warwickshire lead that one by 154 for 8, sorry, so they've got 2 wickets remaining. Warwickshire in that one, that looks a good game. Headingley always wrapped on the pad. Is that going to be out? LBW, has he got an edge on it? I think he has. That could, oh gosh, it's all happening here at the moment. Looking at the replay, if you're watching the live feed, I think that's nipped back from. Oh, it's gone high. It's quite high.
Yeah,
isn't it?
nipped back almost too much there, and would have been missing the top of that leg stump by quite a mile in the end. But why does it always get so stressful when us two are in the box together?
There's too much happening for me.
I think this ball is moving a bit too much. I think we should get a new one.
Change the ball.
I'll go
again.
have a chat with the umpire. I'll be like, yeah, the one which has got no shine on it at all. Let's go for that one.
Oh dear.
But Hampshire.
It feels like something happening in every ball hit now.
No.
It's not good all the time from a Hampshire point of view. That's played late by Vince. That's off a thick outside edge along the ground. Perfectly safe. Running up towards third man. There'll only be 2, I think. 2 runs it is. And Dawson's going to run to the danger end. He's decided to take the next one on. And that's 3 runs to James Vince. He's off the mark, 31 for 4.
And again, we saw in that partnership in the Nottinghamshire innings between Slater and Patterson White, and you get the almost feeling that this is what these two need to do. And actually, once those two got settled, they got past that almost 15 runs mark on a wicket like this. We just saw that they were able to just sit back and just guide some shots through the covers, and just got to give yourself some time on this wicket.
Lead's gone over 100 now. It's 102. Vince plays and misses outside the off stump. Big leg break. Sorry, it's Dawson. Apologies. It could have been Vince, it could have been Dawson. It doesn't matter. I don't think anybody would have got a touch on that. That's a near perfect leg cutter there from Luke Fletcher. Good carry through to Moores as well. Again, emphasising that two-paced nature of the pitch. Dawson goes down to look at where it pitched.
I just, almost hoping. Luke Fletcher's only his 7th over now, and you get the feeling that he could go on forever at this rate. Similar to Keith Barker. On a different day, if it wasn't going their way, they'd go, yeah, take me off after 5 or 6. But when it's going your way such as this and you're in the rhythm, you just want to keep going.
Correct. We thought he might come off with a side strain, but he looks okay at the moment, Fletcher, as Dawson pushes forward. That's up to mid-off. It's almost a relief to see the ball hit anywhere near the middle of the bat at the moment. Fletcher has 1 for 9, 1 ball left of his 7th, but Dane Patterson, since replacing Brett Hutton at the pavilion end, has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 3. That is Barker-esque. Barker's spell this morning, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 8.
It's favouring the taller bowlers, and it's going back to that two-pace nature you were just talking about. With you expect these players to get a bit more bounce, and some deliveries they are, but other ones they're just completely dying in the surface and trickling through. Yeah,
a bit up and down, a bit two-paced. That's just shaped away from Dawson, who leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. Hampshire 31 for 4, 102 ahead. Again, it goes back to emphasising bowlers around a certain age. Seamers, Mel. that are having a successful season, and they're proving it here again.
Yeah, so just for anyone who wasn't there for our earlier chat, we were looking at the leading wicket takers in this competition so far, all who have an average below 20 as well, and more than 20 wickets, and the average age is around 29. So just emphasising, you said, with Luke Fletcher here, with, I mean, Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas, Keith Barker, these experienced bowlers in Division 1 making an impact. And in comes Patterson again, that's down the leg side, and a slight fumble there from Tom Moores, who ended up diving on the ball. Always be nice and painful for the keeper.
I can't help feeling, I know Kyle Abbott's been watching and listening to our commentary. He's injured. He's got a foot injury. We were hoping he'd be fit today, but hasn't quite worked out for him, so he's missed 2 in a row now for Hampshire. But I can't help feeling that he's probably watching and listening and seeing what's going on, and he's bowled on some pretty dead wickets on the last innings, a couple of times when Hampshire haven't been able to bowl the opposition out, and he's seeing what's going on here, and he's thinking, why do I get injured now?
Patterson past the stumps, and there's a swish outside off stump there from Vince, and an almost typical James Vince-esque dismissal there if it just made contact. And we always talk about, I mean, we spoke in that game before about this almost metaphor of a faulty switch in his head. He sometimes plays so patiently, and sometimes this switch just jumps into one-day mode, and you get those big booming and expansive drives or attempts at drives outside off stump, which can often lead to his downfall. As in comes Patterson again. 3 slips in place, and Vince is on the front foot defending that ball into the offside. Hamid gets around and prevents it going for any runs.
You feel like Patterson's got a wicket in him every over here at the moment, or every other ball or such. It's he's just getting the ball to shape a little bit both ways, isn't he? And looking particularly dangerous at the moment. Hugh Ellis at Solent Sports says, thrilling stuff at the bowl. What you need is a day of Hashim Amla if there's too much going on. Hashim Amla, of course, was part of that Surrey rearguard action I was talking about, where one of a couple of sides that have batted more than a day to save the game.
This delivery driven down the ground, and the fielder gets round though. James Vince was hoping that would just go slightly more to the fielder at mid-off's right, but they do a nicely executed knee slide to get around to that. And actually, yeah, I mean, I was there, I think, for maybe day 2 and 3 of that game, and Hashim Amla just, you know, showed that he's a different class to everyone else, being able to stay in. I think if anyone was hoping for, you know, to just stay in and for the draw, you would put Hashim Amla up there. And
you would.
That,
I'd back him in, even in this situation.
I don't think anyone else would argue with that, as that ball is just pushed into the offside, and Hamid again in to cut that single off.
Just feel like Hampshire are hanging on for tea here. 3 overs to bowl after this. 1 more ball. They're just hanging on.
I mean, there's not much else you can do, as these two, as we mentioned, they're used to batting together. And if you're out there in the middle now, you're going, look, you know, at the end of the day, we've got a lead. We're still on top here. We've just got to, first of all, get through to tea. And actually, it can be a case of just ticking off these overs, going, right, next 10 overs, me and you together. And something we say quite a lot at my club as Patterson, in and on the hips of James Vince, and an appeal from the slip cord, and if not, an optimistic appeal, and definitely going down leg. But another maiden over from Patterson then, and Hampshire 31 for 4, just hanging on at the crease is James Vince and Liam Dawson. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, you just have to say to each other, I mean, people go in and they say, let's score runs together, let's just stay in together. But, you know, if you can just go me and you regardless, I don't think you should constrict yourself to let's just stay in, because actually if you get into that defensive mindset too much, actually, you know, it can have a detrimental effect on your innings, and you suddenly get so obsessed with staying in that you don't actually progress the run rate. But then if you're going in and being, let's be super positive and play our shots, there's that nice middle ground in between where you can be positive but focus on that partnership between you and the batsman at the other end.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Slater and Patterson White did particularly well in the Notts first innings. Here's Fletcher to start a new over outside the off stump, and that's good carry. Again, an example of how Fletcher just kisses the surface and gets some nice pace as it goes through to the keeper. Mike Martin at Solent Sports says this has gone south very quickly. There comes a time when you have to question whether some players are good enough, and Weatherly and Alsop just haven't kicked on like we had hoped. Sad, but it's a harsh game, says Mike.
In that case then, who would you be bringing in? you know, posing that question to the listeners if they've got any thoughts on that, but especially, you know, with Weatherly and Alsop in the situation, who are your replacements for those two players at the top of the order?
Yeah, I think Joe Weatherly, especially at the moment, that's nipped back as well. It's a good lead from Liam Dawson, but he's just seen one which is shaped away from him, one that's just nipped back a fraction. And it's a good line that Fletcher is bowling, asking questions. And Liam Dawson's having to work hard just to stay out there, as is James Vince. It's unbelievable stuff, isn't it? 26 without loss. And then very quickly, 4 wickets fell. 26 without loss, and then 28 for 4. We haven't seen a wicket for nearly 15 minutes, which is a relief.
Splendid news. I did feel as if my heart rate was back down to normal rates.
Fletcher runs away from us, bowls to Dawson once more. Dawson prods forward, pushes a strong forward defensive up towards to mid-off, and it is fielded by Patterson White.
You know what I can't stop thinking about?
Food.
Yes, that first of all, but also the story of James Tomlinson getting a one-way ticket to Hedge End.
That's
it's
a
been
funny story,
living
wasn't it?
rent-free in my head, and I've been trying to think about any situations where you've randomly bumped into a cricketer in public.
Oh, there you
Now
are.
I've got quite a
Have
good
you?
one.
Melissa.
I know. So
Wow.
it was in Cardiff. I'll let Luke Fletcher deliver
Ooh, yes, we
this
like that.
ball.
Here comes Fletcher into Dawson. Dawson in behind that one. Pushes that down towards a straightish mid on no run. Go on then.
It's not too exciting. It's not quite a one-way ticket to Hedge End, but I was walking towards the Sophia Gardens in Cardiff and stumbled and, you know, started to tie up my laces, and there was quite this big hotel almost next to me, massive glass windows. I was a bit embarrassed, you know, I just tripped and was looking down, and I looked to my left and noticed that Mitchell Stark and David Warner were having breakfast together in the hotel to my left.
Okay.
So that was quite a nice story, but then I was really embarrassed and then had to try and convince myself to go back and edge to the window to try and get a picture, which I chickened out of in the end.
Fletcher bowls. Cutting that away, Dawson doesn't time it, goes out to Hamid and the covers.
But, so, I mean, it's not, as I said, it's not too interesting, but if anyone's got any completely random interactions and meetings of cricketers in public, then,
Yeah.
you know, give us a tweet in at Solent Sport.
Yeah, we'll do that. At Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com. Get your messages. I've got one as well, actually. Way after I finished playing, I was in Brighton with my family. My girls were a bit younger then, and we were just having a weekend down there, just like you do on the coast and the seaside. And walking around their lanes there, you know, looking for something to eat. Fletcher comes in, bowls. That's outside the off stump, and Dawson happy to let that go by. We've got 2 overs to go until tea. Hampshire 31 for 4 in their second innings. And as I was walking down the road, Fleddy Flintoff was on the other side.
Oh, God.
And
Was he looking for a place in Brighton to eat as well?
Oh, I don't know what he was looking for, but he was there. 102 is the lead, by the way. And as I say, I'd finished, you know, for a few years here, but I played against Freddie, and I'd sort of always got on well with him. And I thought, I was on the other side of the lanes were quite narrow, but I thought, you know, do I sort of just say, oh, hi, Freddie, or do I sort of not? Because if I said it and he didn't say anything and just walked past, then I'd look a bit silly in front of my missus
Be
and my
mugged
girls.
off.
Anyway, for some reason, I just found myself.
As in comes Patterson again and presents the full face of the bat, does James Vince, for no run.
And for some reason, I ended up doing it. I said, Freddie, how are you? And like that. And he looked across. He said, J-Mo, how are you? And he came over.
Oh, thank
He was with a
goodness.
group of a couple of guys and just came over and a very quick chat for about a minute or two, then just walked on.
I was
And
gonna
I
say,
thought, because I would have looked really stupid otherwise.
I was a bit worried you were just going to scream his name across the road, and he's going, oh, not another annoying fan, you know, screaming at me, and
Head
you're just
down.
there going, come on, look at me. But I mean, you know, bump into cricketers. I'll never forget the day here when James Vince opened the door for me. I've told you this before. I had to go just calm down in the corner for about 5 minutes. I was fangirling so much as Patterson comes in and Vince leaves that outside the off stump, and I was like, I just remember being like, what a gentleman, what a lovely man. Wow, great captain.
Did you
for
just
our
melt
club.
as you walked through?
Yeah, I think I was about the same colour as the ball out there in the middle. But it was my favourite act of chivalry I've ever had.
I don't know what the ticket price is between Andover and Hedge End, but I can tell you that the journey time is about 2 hours and 8 minutes, which surprises me because I didn't think Andover was that far away. It's North Hampshire, Hedge End just down the road here, but I think you've got to change, haven't you? I think you might have to change via Southampton, yeah.
Classic Southern Railway. As Patterson passed the stumps and this middle stump line and just defended calmly by James Vince. He's 3 off 14 now. Liam Dawson still yet to get off the mark. He is 0 off 12 deliveries, and just showing how difficult it has been to bat in for this small period. And full credit here to the Nottinghamshire bowlers, Fletcher and Patterson in particular. They have got the 4 wickets between them, both going at 1 or less runs per over, and they've just really, you know, helped Notts out from quite a sticky situation at the end of their first innings to fight back here as Patterson in, and it's tight on the stumps of James Vince, and he defends it to mid-wicket for no run.
8 balls, and I say this not easily, but 8 balls to survive until tea.
And then we can all just have a warm drink, just
That's
settle down.
Yeah.
Think about how much we love defensive shots and play a few more of them. Stressful stuff.
It is.
And I mean, Nottinghamshire will just be looking one more wicket here and they'll be going there really on top. As Patterson in, it's left outside the off stump, and a good take from Tom Morse behind the stumps. 1 ball remaining in this over, and actually they're in a similar situation to what we saw from Nottinghamshire in their first innings, that flurry of wickets at the start, and you suddenly go, oh my word, are they going to be bowled out for under 100 here? But all it takes is one partnership on this kind of wicket just to exhibit that patience which this pitch demands, and then suddenly you can dig yourself out of a bit of a hole. And as we've said, Hampshire, their lead 102 at the moment, but if they can just push to that 200 mark, then they could be in with a winning chance here in this game. 1 ball left in this over, Patterson in, and that's on middle stump line, defended by James Vince into the covers for no run. So Hampshire 31 for 4 here.
Yep, 6 balls left until a 20-minute break when we can all take a bit of a breather. You were right, Mel. I mean, this morning, Nottinghamshire start was horrendous, wasn't it? They lost 3 wickets in the space of 15 balls. They actually lost 3 wickets for 2 runs and 4 wickets for 10 right at the start of the day. So losing 3 and 4 wickets in a very quick period hasn't been unusual today.
No, and I mean, it's with this standard of bowling going back to, I mean, we keep going on about it, but Fletcher, the leading wicket taker in this tournament, he's not, you know, this express pace or anything, but just being able to put that ball on a certain area or tournament. I mean, I think he played 1 or 2 games in the 100 as well, and he did the exact same thing there, and he did well, because at the end of the day, if you find your area such that whatever format you're playing in, you'll be a formidable bowler.
Agreed. Here's Fletcher then to Vince, sorry, to Dawson, who flicks it away on the leg side. May just have got it on the thigh pad. Did he get a little inside edge onto that? No, says the umpire. But it's a run anyway. As Hampshire lead now by 103 at 32 for 4.
Dawson will just be begging that the umpire thought he got some bat on that. He's still not off the mark now, off 17 deliveries, and as I mentioned, 4 ducks so far in this format. He'll just be praying for that 1 run, even if it's an edge down to 3rd man, anything, a top edge.
And he is a man that likes to get off the mark quite quickly, doesn't he? He doesn't like to be on naught for very long. 13 balls he's faced. Here's Vince. Faces Fletcher. Flint's choosing not to drive. Push that straight now. That's a good run. As 2, no, in fact, not. And he sent Dawson back. And Dawson's looking at Vince saying, what are you doing? As 2 Nottinghamshire players from mid-off and mid-on converged on it like their lives depending on it. Stephen Mullaney and Liam Patterson-White. And between them, well, there was no run, but my word, what's going on there?
Well, it's funny because both Hampshire batsmen, Vince and Dawson, actually probably got halfway down the wicket each and then sent the other one back. So whether they could have actually accomplished that single in the end, but I mean, that's not what Hampshire need right now, a run out between these 2. I think there'd be being a few bats thrown in the changing room if that had been a run out.
I think that epitomises the pressure situation that these teams are in here at the moment, as Vince just plays that into the ground and there is no run. That typifies just how much this situation means to Hampshire, means to Nottinghamshire. The way the 2 fielders converged around there was amazing, and when Vince and Dawson normally have a really good sort of understanding between the wickets there, that's very unusual for them.
As you say, it's the pressure, and not only the pressure of, you know, both teams wanting to win this fixture, but just where they are in the table, with Notts and Hampshire positioned 1st and 2nd place in this table. Hampshire know they've got the chance here to get equal with Notts on points.
Certainly have, as Fletcher bowls and Vince quietly pushes out on the odd side. An enthusiastic Hamid comes in from the covers to field, and we have 2 balls left until the break. I think we all need to pause for 20 minutes. This is just riveting stuff here against two sides who probably don't want to talk about it too much, but are pretty close as any in Division 1, or closer than most anyway, but
I mean, Hampshire's been
just about think that they can win the title.
They haven't. I mean, Hampshire's fought so far so well in the second half of this tournament.
Certainly have. Fletcher bowls. Vince gets one that keeps a little low, pushes that up towards mid-on. One ball left.
Just that fighting for that draw against Yorkshire. I mean, I was on the edge of my seat listening from home just as they tried to block out with the two injured batsmen at the crease especially, and just getting that result earlier in the week as well against Warwickshire. Just they can't throw it away here, and I think with the captain at the crease, he'll know this more than anyone and not want to mess up the lead Hampshire's got.
No, had a 71 run lead at the end of the first innings, Hampshire. They've extended that to 103, but it's come at the cost of 4 wickets. Here's Fletcher to Vince then, last ball before tea. Comes in and bowls, and Vince gets one that nips back, gets a thick inside edge, and that'll run away down towards a fine leg. Again, they got excited behind the batsman, and that is tea, with Hampshire on 33 for 4 in their second innings. James Vince is 4 not out. Liam Dawson yet to get off the mark. Fletcher with 9 overs, 1 for 10. A few overs ago, he was having the physio on and off on the outfield, looking at his side, but he's kept going. And Dane Patterson, wow, what a difference he made when he took over from Brett Hutton at the pavilion end. He has 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 runs and 3 wickets. Hampshire's lead is 104 here at the Ageas Bowl. If you're watching on the live feed, of course, we'll be back in about 20 minutes time on the BBC Sports website and app. Likewise, listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, I'll hand you back to Kevin Howes. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are very close to getting underway. The evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. The state of play as we go into the final 32 overs of the day is that Hampshire in their second innings are 33 for 4, and that represents a lead of just 104 over Nottinghamshire. Dane Patterson has picked up 3 wickets for just 2 runs from a 4-over spell. Luke Fletcher has 1 for 10 from his 9 overs. James Vince will start 4 not out. Liam Dawson 0 not out. This is just a warm-up act here for the next 10 minutes before, at around about 1:30, we have Emily Windsor of TMS, Southern Vipers and Trent Rockets here with us. Also Melissa Story, so it's going to be an all-female commentary team for a little while. But I'm Kevin James to just nurse you through these next 10 minutes. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham alongside me. He's a bit more of a main event as well.
And no nails left already. There's still a good chunk of cricket left in this one. People asking, you know, what is it? Is it the surface, dodgy batting, or the conditions, or what it is? We had 159 runs today, Kevin, and 13 wickets. So tells a story. I'm not quite sure what it tells, but it's a game that's moving on very, very quickly indeed. And you'd imagine if we get a good chunk of these 32 overs in this evening, we're all going to be set up for a thrilling finale, for potentially, if the weather plays ball, a 3-day finish. But right now you wouldn't bet much more than a sandwich on which way it's going to go. I don't think Notts would want to chase, and I know they've been bowled out for 155, so I feel stupid in saying it, but they certainly wouldn't want to chase more than 200, would they? No. So they've got to get 6 wickets in this session, I reckon, and bowl Hampshire out for less than a 200-run lead. Dane Patterson it is from the pavilion end with the first ball of this final session. And wide of the off stump, Tom Moores has to move sharply to his right to gather it. The floodlights are back on. They've been doing the hokey cokey today. They were on through the first session, part of the afternoon session, and then were switched off, but they're now back on again. A little bit of sunshine overhead. Got it pretty dark, around about 20 past 6 last night, and off we went. This one's on the pads of James Vince, the Hampshire captain, and he's nicely tucking it away out into the deep on the leg side, where Joe 90, Joe Anderson, does the fielding.
Welcome to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. It's myself, Kevin James, and Dave Bracegirdle here for the next 8 minutes or 9 minutes or so, and then it will be TMS's Trent Rockets and Southern Vipers' Emily Windsor, together with former Vipers Academy all-rounder Melissa Story. We are looking forward to an all-female commentary team in a moment. We hope you are too.
Yes, Dane Patterson in. Vince, that elegant drive. That's, if you looked in the old encyclopedia there and looked up James Vince, you'd see a photograph of him playing that shot, but Stephen Mullaney was in the way. It doesn't go all the way to the fence this time. We've had a number of ball changes through the course of this match, indeed through the course of the season. It's very, very rare that a ball lasts the full 80 overs. Stephen Mullaney eyed that one suspiciously as he fielded it and then lobbed it to Liam Patterson-White to give a bit of a polish. Change to the field. Third slip, Brett Hutton is brought out onto the offside in a catching position. Here is Patterson from the pavilion end here at the Ageas Bowl, down the leg side, taken. They're all claiming this. It looked to me as if James Vince was quite some way away from clipping that one with the naked eye, and certainly the umpire didn't find an awful lot of favour. May well have been that James Vince clipped the ground as he did try and work it away square of the wickets on the leg side. Didn't have an awful lot going for it. There were one or two little teapots out there, but it did seem as if he was quite some way away from the ball to me. Yeah,
I was watching Dane Patterson actually, and I know he went up, but I don't know, I just got the feeling that when he was viewing it in his head as he did, he wasn't totally convinced, but hey.
Yeah, don't ask, you don't get, generally. Good afternoon to Andy Afford, former Notts spinner, is with us following on. Says it looks a tired old pitch, a little bit of up and down. Here's Patterson in, and Vince this time nudges it up to Luke Fletcher. at mid-on. Glad to have you with us, Andy.
Yeah, I remember him well. Good lad. Good left-arm spinner in his time.
Lots and lots and lots of wickets.
Yeah, he turned it, which I know sounds silly, but it's amazing how some spinners are not really big turners. I remember him turning it.
35 for 4. Biggest turners, as you raised it, biggest turners in your career, as Patterson comes in and again just played forward towards hitting in the V by Vince, and it's cut out by Patterson White. No run, 35 for 4.
That's a good question, actually. Depends what wicket you played on, really. Some turned it more when they played on the the wickets that helped them. John Charles was a big wicket taker at Essex. I remember. That's just off the top of my head. There'll be a few others which I'm sure I can remember.
Started Gloucestershire, didn't he, John Charles?
That's right, he went, yeah. So 35 for 4. Just before tea, myself and Melissa Story were talking about random cricketer encounters. Melissa gave hers down in Cardiff. I gave one in Brighton. I've got Edward Vokes here, solentcricket@gmail.com, as start of a new over. Brett Hutton bowls and Dawson pulls that away. Doesn't time that at all as it trickles out towards mid-wicket. Melissa's just coming in to listen. Right, meeting cricketers in random places. Edward says, I once did a really blatant double take when I glanced across an exhibit at the annual Chelmsford Model Railway exhibition, and my eyes met those of Nasser Hussain. To this day, I've not heard him discuss his love of Hornby 00 during his TV commentaries. Other makes of model trains available, I should imagine. Good job with the commentary. Vince and Dawson need to dig in. Ed from Chandler's Ford. Thank you very much, Ed. As that's pushed out on the offside. I've got one here from Julian Dean. Cricketers in unusual places. You mentioning meeting cricketers in unusual places reminded me of something that happened to my wife 30 odd years ago. I used to play for Alton Cricket Club in the old Southern League, and my wife, then my girlfriend, was visiting from Liverpool. Not being much of a cricket lover, she decided to take my car and go for a drive, stopping at a petrol station in Four-Marks, that's in Hampshire. As Hutton comes in again, Dawson on the back foot, steers that to mid-wicket. She inadvertently locked the car keys in the car. Seeing her distress, a very kindly gentleman driving a smart Porsche, other makes of sports car available, came over to see if he could help. Calming down, my wife, Zimbabwean by birth, recognised his accent immediately as being South African, and they chatted for a while about home and life in general until a garage attendant found a coat hanger and the car keys were retrieved. Not recommended, of course, but it can be done. As Hutton bowls and Dawson pushing out behind point. This is quite a long one, we'll be quick. Returning to the cricket club, my wife happily relayed the story about the charming young man called Robin from South Africa, who was a cricketer who had offered to give her a lift to the club in case she needed to retrieve another set. Intrigued by the story, we asked her to describe him. Curly hair, average height, moustache. At that point, and aided by a picture and a copy of Wisdom Monthly from the bar, the penny dropped. It was Robin Smith. I'm sure she had no idea who he was, but there was a whole club who would have loved him to have pitched up at the club and given her a lift. That's pulled away by Dawson. He's got hold of that one. That's going out on the leg side, and that is 4 runs. 39 for 4. Dawson is off at the mark. I never did get the chance to thank him for being such a good Samaritan. Lovely story. Love that one. I've got another one here as well. Hugh Ellis at Solent Sport says, random cricketer encounter. I was having a curry in Ealing in the early 90s, and a moustached gentleman and a lady sat down at the next table. They ordered their food in New Zealand accents, and I was forced to have a peek. It was Richard Hadley, newly knighted. I suppose that would have been his wife, Karen Hadley, I presume.
There's Hutton bowls to Liam Dawson, pushes it into the offside. There's no run. End of that over. Brett Hutton 5 overs, none for 21. Obviously doing what we do, we bump into cricketers here, there and everywhere, but I can remember back in the dim and distant past, I'll tell you how long ago it was, but I can remember pulling up at traffic lights. You hear of people sort of meeting people at traffic lights, and look to my right, and it was the car and the logo on the car more than the actual person, because emblazoned across the length of the car, Chris Silverwood, Yorkshire County Cricket Club in England. I mean, you don't get that anymore, but you know, for you know, the world we live in now, but you used to, didn't you?
Here's Patterson to Vince. Vince pushing back to the bowler.
Sponsored cars, logoed cars and everything, and
Yeah,
obviously
right,
he went to a first-class game. You looked in the car park, and that's his, because they had the name all over them.
They did, yeah.
Different world.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Not so much now. Talking about meeting people in Mount, oh, you just disappeared, so don't worry. We'll come back later after Melissa and Emily, who will be on shortly. We'll just let Dave do a couple of minutes. Well, he's going to stay off for a while. Basically, I've just got to do a quick update for 30 seconds on Solent, and then we'll bring in Melissa and Emily. So do it together. Well, if you want to come in now, it's up to you. But I'll just do a couple of minutes. Just hang on till I do that update. Vince is on the back foot, plays that out square on the offside, and there is no run. 39 for 4. Vince has 6. Dawson has 4. Bedford Place being a road in Southampton. He used to live around that area in his early Hampshire days, I remember. As that's pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. One of my few claims to fame. It's an exciting life I have led, says Stephen James. And Jeremy Moore at Solent Sport says, I was once saved from leaving my wallet on a tube train by Mike Gatting. Love it. Sat opposite me, who drew my attention to it on the seat as I rose to get off the train. Well, Gat was like that. He was a really nice, generous guy, and would have done that as well. Dave Bracegirdle, you missed that story. I'll show you a bit later. Vince drives, it's in the air, it's a thick outside edge, but it's safe backward a point. A little bit of width there from Patterson, and Vince went after it. Picks up a boundary, moves on to 10, and the Hampshire total to 43 for 4. So keep those stories coming on. Mel will see those, especially if you write them on the tweets at Solent Sport. I think Emily can see those as well, so they'll keep reading those out. I'll pass the emails on to them as well whilst they do their commentary stint. solentcricket@gmail.com. Keep those stories in of random cricketer encounters, men or women of course, but yeah, been good fun already. Love reading those out. Here's Patterson again then. Comes in and bowls to Vince. Vince gets one that's straight this time, and he works that down to fine leg. That's gone fine. They'll run 2, and that's going for 4. A couple of boundaries here in this over off successive deliveries. I'd like to say sort of just lightens the pressure a little bit, but it's still there, with Hampshire only 118 runs in front, having had a lead of 71 on the first innings. As the sun begins to poke through some high cloud here, it's generally been overcast with high cloud, quite thick high cloud, but that cloud is beginning to disperse, and the sun is beginning to find a way through that layer of cloud. Floodlights are still on. I imagine they'll go off shortly because the light has considerably improved because of it. Vince gets a length ball, plays that out on the onside, and there's no run. You can join us a little bit, Mel. Just warm up, ready for Emily to come in alongside you. I'm so looking forward to you two together.
You are. I'm about to get abused for half an hour, so.
That is the end of the over then. Patterson has his figures spoilt a fraction. 6 overs, 3 for 12. They are still fabulous, but 3 for 2 wasn't bad anyway. Tim Singleton, if I can quickly squeeze in, I've got to do a 30-second update. I don't think I am. I'll come back to it after that. Quick update for Radio Solent listeners on the south coast. Here we go. And we're playing just after tea here, evening session, with Hampshire 47 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Nottinghamshire by 118. A couple of boundaries by Vince in the previous over, and there's another boundary by Dawson, and that's been quite unusual in this Hampshire innings. They've been bogged down a little bit, and it's just relieving some of the pressure. So the lead is 122, and that is the 50 up for Hampshire. There was 4 very quick wickets before tea, between 26 and 28. So the Hampshire lead now, as I speak, and I've just got to quickly calculate because it's disappeared off the board, is 122. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. Very quickly, that story, which has just appeared on the tweets, that's Solent Sport, as Hutton bowls to Dawson, pushes it out on the offside. Tim Singleton says at Solent Sport, I remember my dad overtaking Lancashire opener Andrew Kennedy in his sponsored larder on the way home from Southport years ago. I'm not even sure larders are still around. You wouldn't know what a larder was, would you?
I was about to ask you what it is.
Right, here we go. So Melissa Story, former Vipers Academy all-rounder, will stay on, and then alongside her from the Southern Vipers as Hutton comes in. That's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. And Trent Rockets, Emily Windsor.
Just to recap those wickets before I'm joined by Emily Windsor. Weatherly fell off the bowling of Fletcher, caught behind by Tom Moores. Holland, he departed for 16, bowled Patterson and caught the sub-fielder. Alsop, a duck for him, bowled by Patterson and caught by Hamid at extra cover. And finally Gubbins, LBW just before the break from Patterson. And in comes Hutton and left well alone outside off stump. And welcome Emily Windsor.
It's a pleasure to be alongside you, Mel. I think having listened to you for so long this season, to get the chance to be alongside you now, I'm very excited.
I know, look at this power duo. And what are you making of the game so far? You've had about a session to sit back and observe now. What are your thoughts?
Well, before tea it was sort of very slow going, wasn't it? And Notts had the upper edge, but Dawson and Vince coming out showing what they do for Hampshire so often.
That ball just left outside off stump again, through to the keeper.
The runs have just come a little bit more freely for Hampshire, and this lead is creeping up. Now 122, so from what we've seen so far, this is going to be a tough score for Notts to chase down already.
Indeed, and I mean, as you say, just get into that 200 lead. I mean, I even heard Kev speaking over there about 180 defendable on this wicket, and we've just seen how slow it is. So in comes again and just dips away on the surface. Bit more movement sideways off the pitch again by Hutton. That's a 6-over bowled now. He's been a bit expensive, going for 25 runs, but Hampshire 51 for 4 and past that significant point of 50.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from Hampshire, the fans here will be very content, and all the listeners, the Hampshire fans, when these two are at the crease. They've done for many years, these two. Just take their time, don't they? They always deliver in tough situations, and I think obviously with the championship and where it's sitting at the moment, there's no two better men to be at the crease for Hampshire.
But do you feel, with your stint at the Trent Rockets, is there a bit of an alliance deep down to Nottinghamshire here with you today?
As that's flicked away nicely by Vince through the onside. They're going to have to run though, as the fielder does the chase. And Vince comes back for a couple here, moved to 16, 53 for 4.
Yeah, Trent Bridge was your home ground, and now you're seeing your two teams playing against each other.
Do you know what? It's weird seeing familiar faces. I spotted the physio straight away. He was the Trent Rockets physio. Pipey is now obviously with Notts, but Hampshire girl, a southerner. Obviously my alliance is primarily with them, but obviously I'm not biased at all when I'm on commentary.
Never us. You should have heard me and Kev at T20 quarterfinals. It was the most biased two people have ever been.
Patterson in again to Vince, just plays that back down the pitch.
I think a couple people got a bit confused as well, because at that game, I know Nottinghamshire were doing their own stream and we were doing our own stream. Then there was a BBC just TMS stream, and I think one mutual person accidentally clocked into our one and then was like, this is disgraceful, this is the most biased commentary I've ever heard. And yeah, I'd agree with that. So apologies to that one listener who was hearing that Hampshire was God's own country for about 10 minutes at the end there.
I'll tell you what though, what a game that was.
Oh gosh, my heart rate.
Patterson in again to Vince, driven, that's a thick outside edge. Can't beat the offside field. Top ball again.
Just looking at a few other of these scores, of course in Division 1, we've got the game going on between Somerset and Lancashire, and it looks as if Somerset has been put back into bat for a second time by Lancashire. They're 144 for 1 though, so a much better than their first innings where they were 90 all out. So Green is the only dismissed batsman, and Lammonby and Azar at the crease at the moment in that game.
Patterson to Vince again, left alone this time. The sun really is starting to come out here. I'm squinting looking at the pitch now here at the Ageas Bowl.
It's these evenings now we come down where for about half an hour you have the sun directly pointing. This is why they put us in the commentary box at this exact time. They were like, oh, you know, let's get these two in the box together, it'll be fun. But no, they knew this is the exact moment where your corneas get burnt out. And then give it about an hour and we'll be freezing in coats. So we've got the best of both worlds up here at the gantry of the hotel end.
Patterson to Vince again, bowls, and that's driven, but can only find Hamid at extra cover.
just looking at that Yorkshire-Warwickshire game as well then. So Warwickshire, they were 155 all out in their first innings. Yorkshire, of course, in response, 108 all out. Warwickshire in their second innings, they were 176 all out. So Yorkshire requiring 223 runs to win, and it's only the second day. I feel like up there in Leeds we're at a completely different pace to this game, where we've got perhaps a bit more of a traditional tempo.
Patterson into Vince again. That's turned away nicely on the onside. They're going to run hard here. They will come back for a couple. Vince moves to 18. And the lead now will move to 126 for Hampshire. And I also think, though, players at this stage of the season, I think they're just wanting an extra couple of days off. Tired.
So if you're in that you're there, you're batting up in Leeds at the moment, and you're going, yeah, you know what, I could chase a wide one.
Leave a straight one. Get on with it.
I'm not going to lie, especially, let's say you're playing in Division 3. You could have a couple of days off. Maybe not. Just say a fly flew in front of your eyes at exactly the wrong time. Yeah, I didn't mean to leave that full Yorker on middle stump. What a shame. But at least we've got 2 days of holiday, guys. Let's look on the bright side. Whilst, of course, Hampshire, I mean, they would probably be quite appreciative of an extra day with obviously T20 Finals Day on Saturday. It's quite a quick turnover for those players who play in both formats, as Hutton is in now from the hotel end, and that first, a fuller delivery, just clipped to mid-wicket where Hasib Hamid fields the ball for no run.
Yeah, it's quite tough, isn't it, changing formats. Even for me in the Vipers, going from 100 to T20 and then T20 to 50 overs only this week, it's very different, like a different mindset, a different pace, and standing in the field for 50 overs. So it's very challenging for modern day cricketers.
Hutton in again, and Dawson just works that off his hip, but again can't get through the field on the leg side, no run.
We've got another story here that's actually an absolute belter that I'm gonna leave the suspense till the end of this over.
Oh, no.
But I really have enjoyed it, from Jim Smith.
Oh, see, I've just got triggered by you saying story. So for anyone who doesn't know, that is my surname, and every single game I play with Emily, about once every 2 balls she goes, "Tell us a story, Mel, tell us a story," as Hutton comes in and punches off the back foot but doesn't manage to get past the fielder at cover. Another dot ball, and it was very funny and entertaining the first few times, but actually in your absence a lot of the players who played in this past few years have taken it upon themselves to make sure just to say that every time I'm at the top of the mark. Especially Ari behind the stumps, who's commentating the Southern Vipers game actually later on this week on Saturday. She's, yeah, it's lovely and annoying, but quite fun. As in comes Hutton again. 4th ball of the over now, and he's on the back foot is Dawson, and just pushes it back past the bowler.
I'm just really annoyed you took my punchline there, Mel. At some point in our commentary stint I was just going to say, Mel, tell us a story, but you've ruined it now.
I know, I can read your mind. I could just sense there was something coming, so I was like, I'll get that out in the air before we start. No abuse here.
I'll think of another secret of Mel's to share with our listeners.
I'm a closed book. You won't get anything on me. As in comes Hutton again, bowls, and that's a fuller, slightly slower ball, just driven back into the outstretched right hand of Hutton, and this could be another maiden on his return over. Bowling from the other end previously, and as we mentioned, a bit expensive.
Yeah, this has been a good over so far. Obviously boundaries coming from the previous 2 overs from Hampshire, and that lead was ticking along. They're just pulling it back here, slowing the run rate.
I just wonder whether at some point today we may see some spin from Nottinghamshire, as that ball's pushed off the back foot, and that'll be 4 runs to Liam Dawson, who's he started slowly, but moving on to 12 now off 31 deliveries. He's just starting to find his footing out there in the middle. Hampshire 59 for 4, and no loss of wicket now since that when Hampshire were 28 for 4, now 59 for 4.
Well, I think it's time for that story from Jim Smith, as we're having some hand sanitising breaks, as we do in this modern day. So back in 2005, on the evening of the last day of the Ashes at the Old Trafford Test, I stopped at the services on the M6 toll road to relieve myself, only to have Nasser Hussain and Mike Atherton come and stand either side of me at the urinals. We nodded to each other in the way that men do in such circumstances and went our separate ways. That is an absolute belter from Jim Smith. I mean, I can't emphasise what men do in urinals, but That sounds like a hell of a place of meeting famous cricketers.
I obviously know of the etiquette of men's urinals of, don't go stand next to someone if there's no other available ones, but to have only 2 available ones on either side and have those 2 walking next to you, I'm sure, that can make the experience in a service station toilet actually quite an enjoyable one. But, he didn't have the guts to ask for an autograph. But come on, selfie.
A selfie, what you hear that?
I think he might get done for indecent exposure on the internet.
It looks like we're having a change of bowling. And they're looking at the ball again, the umpires. And the Notts team and the umpires come together. And I'm understood from Mel, there's been about 7 ball changes in this game so far.
Yeah, I think this match is solely responsible for all the cricket ball sales in Hampshire. And I think it's close to sending Kev into a midlife crisis if they get one more ball. I think every single time there's been a discussion between the umpires here, there's been a slight head over hands and sighs of frustration up here, but there's clearly something, as we've said, across the season, a lot of counties experiencing this problem, and whether it's, the pitches, we had that dry spell in August, but not too much rain recently, but there definitely seems something in the quality of these brands.
It's the experience of Steve Mullaney coming into the attack for Notts, just changing his slip cord, and there's just one fielder in there, a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. As he comes into James Vince, who's cut that away, he's inside edged it onto his pad. Hand on the head from Mullaney, but it's no run after all of that.
And just another email in here, a very tiny one from Harry Martin, saying, great to hear an all-female commentary stint on the Hants Notts stream. Long may it continue. Best in Winchester. It's a lovely email to receive.
That is lovely.
You see, you won't find this often, because me and Emily have a weird coincidence of being on the other side of the country from each other at all times.
It's down the leg side from Mullaney. There's a desperate appeal, and the umpire looks at mid-off, Luke Fletcher, who made that appeal, in disbelief.
I tell you what, there were some desperate appeals yesterday, and this final game of our season, we needed to get all the wickets to achieve the points we required, and I have made some of the most outrageous LBW shouts of my life.
Mullaney in again to Vince, to mid-wicket. Be no run. I feel like, though, you win some, you lose some, don't you? You've got to appeal if it hits the pads.
Yeah, I mean, especially with certain umpiring decisions we've experienced this summer in particular, I speak for myself, but yeah, you might as well go for it, but I do get a bit embarrassed sometimes calling from about square leg.
In comes Mullaney, and that's turned away nicely from Vince. Just be a single. Lead now will creep up to 131 for Hampshire. What do you think here is a total that will be in the balance for Notts to chase? Should they bowl, obviously, Hampshire out here?
Well, I mean, we have seen, as we were mentioning on this pitch, it gets slower and slower, so actually not too many wickets can fall, because actually there can be not much in it for the batsmen, but also not much in it for the bowlers on that third, fourth kind of days. Notts as well, they've got a really, really convincing batting lineup. Obviously struggled a bit in this first innings, but we mentioned earlier how 8 of their batsmen averaged 30 or above in this competition so far. So out of all, and that's the highest out of all of the sides in this competition. So if anyone's set to get a big total, and I think Hampshire will have that, as partnerships grow just a bit more, it looks less and less like there's going to be a wicket. But as soon as this dry spell comes and Nottinghamshire just apply the pressure more, it suddenly looks as if there could be a wicket every delivery. And just looking at the pitch, or what we can see of the pitch with the sun glaring into the commentary box, I think there's a ball change.
I think you could be right, Mel. That is why there is a delay in our commentary. We're not bringing you much cricket at the moment. That's because the umpires are looking at all the balls available in the boxes. They must be struggling here, because you don't have too many reserve balls, do you? And of them to all be at different qualities, they must be struggling, because it's not been many overs really since the last ball was changed.
I reckon some poor intern at the Hampshire Cricket's been sent off in their car to go to every single cricket club in Hampshire and just scavenge whatever balls they can find. So yeah, as you say, with having to find a ball which replicates the point in the game, especially, they must be getting quite short. I reckon not to go, just, you know what, just give us one of those new ones over there. That'd be lovely. Thank you very much. And let's get this wicket and break this partnership, because I think Nottinghamshire will know as well that as we said, these two are key, and actually one more wicket and they could be looking at chasing something only like 150, 175. And actually, with their lineup, as I said, I think they would be backing themselves to get that.
Dawson, though, a gutsy cricketer. We have some action as Mullaney comes in and leaves that one alone outside the off stump. The sun really coming out here.
Yeah, I'm quite regretting the jumper decision at the moment. I even brought a winter coat with me, and suddenly the ground's been bathed in sunlight, and we were having discussions earlier. I mean, not we, I wasn't on the pitch, but the umpires were having discussions about whether even the light was bad enough to have Brad Wheel come on to bowl.
Mullaney into Dawson, left alone again outside the off stump. Some slight movement away, but 131 the lead.
So yeah, I mean, the complete contrast, and I drove over from home, so all the way from the West Country, and as I was leaving, I was, there was a bit of rain in the air, and I was going, are we even going to get a morning session in? But actually this weather now is glorious, and the crowd, who has remained quite steady now across the day, they've been enjoying a very eventful day of cricket here at the Ageas Bowl, but most of them opting to sit to the Shane Warne stand just in front of us to our right, which is actually in the shade at the moment. You'd think these last few weeks of sun in England, you'll be wanting to just bask in it.
The ones down in the sun, though, I've seen some fruit. Have you seen the fruit costumes that are here today? There's some melons.
Oh, are they back?
And some oranges. And it's not often you see fancy dress at a championship game.
See, Kev was talking about this earlier, that I think they were hoping, they're on a stag do potentially, and they were hoping to be at the Manchester Test match, but have instead opted to come down here for this championship game as Hutton comes in and Vince drives strongly but straight back to the bowler for no run. So I think they mentioned, I'm just looking down on them now, I can see a strawberry and a banana, I think, for sure, and they were saying there was a potato, which I'm not sure what quite fits into that categories game. Maybe he got the wrong memo for the costumes and then was a bit embarrassed.
Or is the potato the groom? Who's the groom?
Oh yeah, no, that would be wonderful. It reminds me, actually, we had a family wedding once, and my uncle came to the reception dressed as a banana, which I'll give context to after this ball from Hutton, which is left outside off stump. And I still remember it so significantly that him and his cousin, who was getting married, actually had made a deal when they were younger that they were going to dress up as a banana to the other one's wedding, or lost some kind of bet or something. So he stuck to his plan about 20 years later. And banana costumes are always quite popular at the cricket. You see it at Edgbaston. I'm hoping to see a few at T20 Finals Day on Saturday, especially in the Holly stand up at Edgbaston. 2 dots so far from this over from Hutton, and in he comes again, and again sideways movement there. That almost looked as if it had caught an edge, but Vince just withdrawing his bat at the last minute from that delivery, and we see Dawson run down all the way to the striker's end just to tap that pitch again. This inconsistent bounce here, and it's a very two-paced pitch.
Yeah, and probably Dawson there had a few words with his captain James Vince to say, stick here with me. Doesn't want Vince to feel that pressure.
Turns around at the top of his mark, does Hutton, coming in for the 4th ball, and that's a straighter ball and an appeal, but a muted appeal there. I think they knew that struck James Vince quite high, almost on the 5 pad there, and going down leg side. But Hutton here, he's finding his areas, but you do get the sense that he's potentially tiring just a bit. He's not looking quite as snappy as he was in his first spell. But I think what's interested me most about this game is the number of bowlers who have actually taken their first spell at a different end. It's not exactly gone to plan, and they've swapped quite promptly. It's Hutton in again to Vince and left outside the off stump. So whether, as I said, with this two-pace pitch, certain bowlers are finding that actually they want to be bowling from, let's say, this hotel end where we're seeing a bit more bounce from the wicket, or whether the likes of Mohammed Abbas bowling from that pavilion end because the ball's coming through lower and skiddy.
Yeah, and I think here, as you said there, it's a ground where, if you look at Lords, there's slopes sort of in the opposite direction. There doesn't tend to be too much preference from bowlers, but today we're seeing changes.
So that ball left outside off stump and through to the keeper for no run. Hampshire 60 for 4.
Changes in bounce and that skiddiness, as you say, and it favours different bowlers, doesn't it? Different style of bowlers. And obviously earlier this year when Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott were bowling together, they sort of complemented each other nicely, didn't they? Because Abbott more hits the deck, he gets that movement off the seam, and Mohammed Abbas skillful, skiddy, and when those two were running in at opposition, you just thought there could be a wicket any ball.
Absolutely. I mean, me and Kev were speaking earlier about how, you know, devastating it is to not have Kyle Abbott in the team today. They were hoping that maybe he would be fit enough for this fixture, and watching Kyle Abbott, I can say I've had some of the most exciting cricketing experiences in the crowd. He's just such a great person to bowl.
Mullaney to Dawson, just clips that to mid-wicket, who does a lovely diving stop to his left, so it'll be no run. And I'll tell you what, Kyle Abbott, my first commentary spell, Kyle Abbott was the one with the ball in hand, and he got a wicket on my very first delivery of ever doing commentary. Had no training. Kevin James, as he does, threw me under the bus and then said, off you go, and it hit the batter's pad first ball. There's Mullaney in to Dawson. That's driven lovely through the offside. He hasn't quite got hold of it, and there's a fielder out at deep extra cover. So it's just a single. Good bit of work out there. But yeah, so and then that spell, Kyle Abbott, every time I came on to commentary, would just pick up a wicket. So
see, that's good that you've got that effect. I've had this trend running this year that whenever I come on and obviously say someone's doing well, then they get out next ball. So I'd much rather have your magical talent.
Well, I mean, it was magical if you're a Hampshire fan. Anyone else, it wasn't. As Mullaney in, and that's down the leg side. Taken well by Moores. Again, an appeal from Fletcher.
I think that anything which goes down, because of course the first wicket of today from Keith Barker, first ball, it was a delivery going down the leg side, and it was just clipped into the gloves of Allsop. So I think now, wherever out of humour or just genuine desire for wickets, we've seen both teams just appeal for anything going down the leg side, which I know a lot of club sides do as well.
Mullaney, and again, defence by James Vince. Will be no run. That impressive spell we saw earlier today, 7 for 46 from Keith Barker, the left armour for Hampshire. Really blew Nottinghamshire away to bowl them out for 155. And Hampshire now back on the chase, 61 for 4, with a lead of 132. There's Mullaney in again from the pavilion end. Bowls to Vince, and that's pushed nicely to mid-off, and it'll be no run. As we just see the lights go off, Mel, for the first time today.
I mean, yeah, that's actually really good news, especially for obviously these county championship games starting at 10:30 now, just a bit earlier because the umpires and of course officials, as we get later into the year, worrying about light. But it's the complete opposite here at the Ageas today. I mean, this could be quite an extended evening session.
Mullaney to Vince, thick inside edge, going for that drive again. Skillful bowler is Mullaney for Notts, and a dangerous one in the attack. But 61 for 4 Hampshire, a lead of 132. Dawson 13 not out, and Vince, the other man at the crease, the Hampshire captain, 19 not out. And these two are building up a nice partnership here.
I think Mullaney is just one of those bowlers who can come in and just get a few overs under his belt, and you almost don't really realise it when you're in the middle, and suddenly he's bowled 6, gone for hardly any runs, and just manages almost just like a wobble seam down to the bowlers. And in these kind of conditions, whether it's prone to keeping quite low or popping up, actually bringing on that medium pace seamer is quite a good call from Nottinghamshire. Still no spin, which we may see later in the day as Hutton continues bowling to Dawson, who punches it off the back foot and tries to get it out to that deep cover fielder, but the fielder at point stops that, preventing the run.
It's weird, isn't it, though, the dynamic of championship cricket and one-day cricket being so different. That, to me, was in a gap and could have been a single, but Vince and Dawson were quite happily saying no here.
Emily, any time you hit the ball, there's a single there. I've never seen someone so quick between the wickets. The few times we've managed to bat together, I think I back up by about 2 metres just to make sure I can get down to the other end in time. As in comes Hutton again. It's left outside off stump by Dawson, and we're seeing some sideways movement. We mentioned that Hutton might just be looking to, well, it's looking a bit more tired, but actually this is probably some of the most spin and movement we've seen all day. Mohammed Abbas managed to nibble it round a bit, but he's no big mover of the ball. I think Hutton, on the other hand, will just be looking to generate as much outwards movement as he can, especially against the like of Vince, who is prone to nicking off to the slips. And that ball from Dawson, that does catch an edge, a thick edge, and bounces a couple times before going into slip. Ben Duckett there, just watching this replay, if you're following us on the live stream. And yeah, almost off the bottom of the bat and bounced into Ben Duckett. So finding the edge with that slight sideways movement.
These two are looking positive though, aren't they? They're not just leaving the ball outside off stump. They are looking to rotate the strikers. We see fielders out on the rope and just 2 slips here.
As in comes Hutton again past the umpire. And that's on the hips of Dawson. He works that fuller ball into the leg side where the fielder on the boundary games. They're just happy to get these singles and slowly just add to their lead. It's 133 now.
And I think Notts are in 2 minds here. They've got to be attacking because they need the wickets, because otherwise Hampshire are just going to accrue a lead. But they can't be too attacking so that Hampshire can find the boundaries that they were picking up, which is why they've got the sweepers on the rope.
Hutton past the stumps and outside off stump and looking to guide it through that gap between second slip and backwards point, but not enough pace on the ball there for which would have allowed Vince to do that. 1 ball left in this over, just the 1 run from it so far.
But you just feel the longer this partnership builds for Hampshire, the more Hampshire are going to dominate this game. They've still got batters to come. Felix Organ, who scored an impressive 36 in the first innings for Hampshire.
Final ball of the over, Vince on strike, and it's just dabbed into the leg side, and with those 2 fielders deep at fine leg and square leg, they're allowed to get through comfortably for a single, and Hampshire finishing that over 62 for 4.
You've got Keith Barker, who's been impressive with the bat this year. I've really enjoyed watching him play. And Brad Will, who, again, at the start of the season, I wouldn't have said he was much of a batter. Obviously, he is predominantly in the side as a bowler, but he's scored some useful lower order runs.
He has. I think I remember maybe it was against Surrey when we actually saw him. I think he got to 23 or 24, and we were like, that's his highest score, ever so far in this format and in first-class cricket at all. And I think he's reached a couple, as you say, valuable 30s and 40s, which any team, you don't want a long tail, but with Barker contributing, Abbott will always contribute a few runs there when he's playing, and now Wheel, it's positive stuff for Hampshire.
Driven nicely by Vince, just to mid-off. And the other one is James Phillip. I hear Kev on air saying a lot and boring the Hampshire fans that you don't know what you're going to get with James Phillip, but with the bat and the ball, he has that sort of temperament, if you like, that he can come and change the game with either. He could come and score a match-winning 50 or 100 as Mulaney, and again to Vince, turned away onto the onside. He's running that first one hard, but the fielder at deep fine leg does well.
I mean, we saw that innings from Fuller in that T20 quarterfinal against Nottinghamshire, where he joined, I think, Tom Prest at the crease, and Tom Prest playing the predominant role in that game. But he came in, got a level-headed 25-ish, I think, and really saw Hampshire through to what in the end was a defendable total. And as you say, he can come up with those innings out of nowhere.
Mulaney to Vince, stick inside edge. Dawson, sorry, not convincing this time. Hands on head by Mulaney. But they come through for a single, the lead creeping up. 136 now.
You can just tell that Nottinghamshire sense, this partnership needs to be broken now, because every single on a pitch which is difficult to get runs, Vince and Dawson look settled now, and they're just happy to work it around, get these runs and keep pushing up that lead, as you say.
In comes Mulaney again from the pavilion end to Vince, and that's forward in defence. There'll be no run. But we also know, as we've said since being on air, the trend of the pitches here, it does get easier and to bat on and harder to get wickets as it slows down. So that lead is really important for Hampshire, as Nottinghamshire with their fantastic batting lineup have the last chance to bat on this pitch. 65 for 4 Hampshire in their second innings. There's Mulaney in again to Vince in defence, and extra cover will do the fielding.
Do you almost think as if we've got 2 bowlers who are both slightly, medium or faster medium pace, and it doesn't feel as if there's many wickets happening. Yes, they're not timing a few balls. Yes, they're finding the edge now and again, but it doesn't look as if there was going to be a wicket, which at the start of Hampshire's second innings here, when they were 28 for 4, it looked as if a wicket could fall any ball.
Mulaney to Vince, thick inside edge, and keeper gets a glove to it. But that's gone away for 4. That is a chance, a very hard chance for Tom Moores. But 4 more to the Hampshire total. A lead of 140, 69 for 4.
I know we were just talking earlier about how well Tom Moores has done, but yeah, I mean, that was a chance, but a difficult chance.
As Mel will leave us, and there'll be a double change. The two men will return to the commentary box. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Nottinghamshire, and Kevin James, the one and only from BBC Radio Solent, will be joining alongside me. And I'm guessing you want this side, which is why we've changed the wrong way, and he's given me that death stare as Dave comes along to join us. A change of bowling for Notts. Joey Everson comes into the attack, and over to you, Dave.
Thank you very much to Emily and Melissa for the last half an hour. My word, I heard you two say now you're having to squint from up here at the front of the gantry. The sun now at its strongest intensity of the day. I hadn't realised, sat at the back there of the gantry, shielded from it. Really is bright. Here's Joey Everson then into the attack for the first time, bowling to Liam Dawson. His first ball is cut away to backward point, and although Liam Patterson-White makes a good diving stop there, it was always going to be the case that they'd be able to run through for a single, always enough in hand to take that run and get home. So Hampshire stretching their advantage, 70 for 4. Dawson on 16, James Vince on 25. These two England Test internationals holding Nottinghamshire up as Joey Everson bowls. And an elegant straight drive. You wouldn't expect anything else from Vince. Goes to the Notts skipper, Stephen Mullaney at mid-off.
Tense stuff here, isn't it, Dave? Melissa and Emily will be back just after 5:30. If you're thinking, where have they gone? I want more of them. We're just holding the fort, Dave, aren't we? Until then, they will be back together just after 5:30.
There's Joey Everson. 2 slips, a catching short extra cover, and Vince just plays this softly out on the offside. There's no addition to the total, so Notts blown away this morning for 155, 7 wickets to Keith Barker in the innings. Got the first 7. We were just starting to scroll through the record books for all 10s in the county championship, all 10s for Hampshire and against Notts, that sort of thing this morning. And then he came out of the attack, and the last wickets were taken by Brad Wheel and James Fuller as Everson bowls, and again it's steered for the 3rd time in the over to backward point to Liam Patterson-White. Brad Wheel finishing with 2 for 24, James Fuller 1 for 15, but it was Keith Barker, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 7 for 46. He got 2 wickets in the first over of the morning. Ben Duckett the first ball of the day, and Joe Clark the 5th, and that sort of set the wheels in motion for a Nottinghamshire collapse, the likes of which takes us back a couple of years to 2019. Again, Liam Patterson-White will do the field, and there's only 3 people playing at the moment, Kev. Joey Everson's bowling, James Vince is pushing it into the offside, and Patterson-White's doing the fielding.
Bowling to his field.
Yeah.
And this is an enthralling game. It really is. Nip and tuck. And Dawson and Vince have managed to steady the ship somewhat, but you always feel that another wicket and then maybe 2 or 3 is never far away. Just hang in there. It is that sort of wicket.
Going to ask Kevin in a moment if there is any good news for Nottinghamshire supporters here as Everson bowls and Vince defends. It remains 70 for 4 at the end of a tidy over from Joey Everson, just a single. Let's sort of play with hypothetical figures. 141. If Notts are left to chase 220 over the last 2 days, what chance would you give them?
Tight. That's tight, isn't it? I would say 200 is a sort of a marker here. Very similar game to what was happening last week at Edgbaston. It was just over 200 needed by Warwickshire. They got away to a good start, but you always felt again a cluster of wickets was never far away, and that's been a feature, isn't it, of this game over 2 days. But listen, I mean, right now, Notts are favourites. 141 well, they are. 141's nowhere near. I say nowhere near, but once you get towards 200, then you start to think, well, yeah, this could go either way. And then, of course, above that, then I think Hampshire become favourites. It's just a great game, David.
Yep.
And we didn't expect anything less. As Mulaney comes in with his right arm medium pace from the pavilion end, Dawson works that to mid-wicket. That's a good diving stop, and the throw comes in to make sure Dawson has to get back into his ground, and that is Brett Hutton doing a good job there. I don't think Melissa and Emily mentioned a couple of the random cricketer encounters. I don't think she saw this one. We were talking about apparently Mark Druckler, silentcricket@gmail.com, as Mulaney comes in. That's a length ball which is played to mid-wicket, again fielded by Hutton. He says, some years ago I saw a car emblazoned with Kevin James drive past in a nearby road on the edge of Reading. Right. Near edge of Reading.
Is that likely?
Well, I mean, it could possibly be. It's not a million miles away from here, Reading.
And you would have had a sponsored
car
all logoed up?
Yeah, I did. I was lucky. For about 6 or 7 years, I had a couple of makes.
Is that Middlesex or Hampshire or both?
That was at Hampshire. Yeah. No, not Middlesex. I wasn't a strong enough player to get one of those. Dawson works that just to the right of Hutton, so he'll pick up a single. Hamid is out in the deep, comes in quickly. He's been enthusiastic the whole time he's been out there. Hamid, 71 for 4. Dawson moves on to 17. The lead is 142. It's been great fun, this. I remember when we didn't holiday together. We just happened to be out in Portugal at the same time. You know what I'm going to say. And we were out there at the same time as the Portuguese Golf Open.
We did.
And there was quite a few people around the marina there, weren't they? Which
yep.
I know you had 1 or 2 pictures with. You quite enjoyed that with the golfers, as that's turned away down to fine leg by Vince. Wants 2, but there isn't, as that ball comes in quickly. From who's that out there? Number 4. Is that
Dane Patterson? No,
Dane
Patterson.
Patterson. Sorry,
yeah.
Of course it is. Yes, I can't even read my numbers.
He's been at the far end of the ground, in front of the Shane Warne stand for a lot of this innings.
Yeah. Alex Telfer at Sun and Sport says at the BDO Darts Championship at the Lakeside a few years ago, as well as seeing the tungsten technicians in the flesh, I met Chris Adams leading a Surrey County Cricket Club social. There's a little bit more of that as. He comes in again. That's flicked away on the leg side. Dawson's running the quick one, and equally as quick is Dane Patterson fielding. Only a single there, 74 for 4. He had Grizzly on the back of his shirt and pushed in front of me for a selfie with Co the Matchstick Stompy. Love it. Keep those encounters coming in.
That's a while ago.
Yeah,
Co Stompy's not played for a while.
Has he not?
Alex Hale's a big darts fan. He's been with Luke Fletcher a few times to watch the World Championships.
Mulaney comes in, drives, does Vince into the ground. That's fielded and extra cover by Duckett. End of the over. 73 for 4. Vince 26. Dawson 18. 144 the lead.
The sun, I'm pleased to say, and I presume just momentarily, has popped behind the clouds. The floodlights are off. If it's anything like last night, we went through, I think, till about 20 past 6, didn't we, when it just got too dark. Of course, no guarantee it'll be exactly the same today, but I wouldn't be too surprised. So that's perhaps an hour and 10 minutes of cricket. We have got 19 overs remaining in the day, so it might be that we'll be on course to finish sometime round about then. Anyway, Dawson has 18. Notts desperate for wickets, and Joey Everson charged with bringing them one. He comes in and bowls, and it'll fiddle out into the offside by Liam Dawson, and that will bring him a single. Asiba Mead coming in from the rope over on the nursery side of the ground, or the groundsman's equipment side of the ground. I don't know if it does have a name, the sides, but
well, it's the east side.
That's the
east gates to the
are.
left, the west gates to the right. Yeah, I mean, that's about it really, east and west.
I do like the fact that you can walk around the concourse, but the pitch level is down below you as Everson bowls, and it's just chopped down into the ground and fielded a second slip by Ben Duckett. He's not been too involved in the action in this innings. We've had one catch go to first slip where Calvin Harrison remains. He's on the field as a substitute for the injured Joe Clark. When I say injured, he nicked a finger on the first day yesterday, split the webbing. Came out to bat this morning, only lasted, well, he was out to the 4th ball he faced for a duck. There's Everson, and nice looking free flow of the bat out onto the offside by Vince. Asiba Mead, as always, loses his cap. It's a little bit of a wild throw that Joey Everson couldn't understandably take cleanly, because it was hurled in well to the left of him, and had they been looking they've both been looking, I think, for the overthrow. They might well have had one. You watch a Seabermead every single time he fields, his cap flies off.
I think that was happening with Amler here, with his sun hat.
75 for 4 Hampshire. Did have a look at the last Nottinghamshire win here in 2010, as Everson bowls another gentle push into the offside. Set to chase 246 in 58. They got home in 56 overs on the last day. Mark Waugh 131 not out. That was the last time Notts won here in the championship winning year. Different surface, different team, different time of the year. It was quite early season. That was a good old game. Stephen Mullaney had scored a century in the first innings for Notts on his debut for the county, as Everson bowls a ball of fullish length, which Liam Dawson plays up to Dane Patterson at mid-on. We're going to get the rumble, Kev, a warning for everybody. We're going to get the rumble because I can see them. The cleaners are coming round with those trolleys full of all their equipment in just a second. So on our effects microphone, you hear a rumble, almost of a train going over a level crossing. We heard it yesterday, didn't we? And you immediately spotted what it was. Well, I can see them coming towards us.
Yeah.
Here's Everson. Bowls to Dawson. Again, he works it away. Seems to have got an awful lot of timing. There doesn't seem to be too much devilment in this wicket at the moment. Liam Dawson playing it with the proverbial stick of rhubarb. And a warm round of applause is that for the 150 coming up? I think it will be when it goes on the board.
I think the runs might have gone on.
Might have gone on. So what were they clapping? Just the fact they'd taken an opportune second run. So the advantage is 148 at 77 for 4. Vince 27, Dawson 21. The last wicket went down for at 28. So they are closing in on a 50 partnership as well. They put 49 on. Yeah,
I think that was the applause for the 49-run partnership. That must have been. Talking about random encounters, which we have done this afternoon. Keep them coming in. silentcricket@gmail.com, at Silent Sport, Melissa G Story, or at Limbs Windsor, or at Brace Cricket, whatever you want to give your message to. I've got one here from Jack French, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, this is not a random cricketer encounter, but I once did see 1980s movie star Michael J. Fox at a gardening centre just outside Basingstoke, as that's pushed out like you do, as that's put out square on the offside. Michael J. Fox, Melissa's just gone. Michael J. Fox, there is the 50-run partnership. Vince has scored 28 of them, Dawson 21. Now there's the round of applause that was threatened in the previous run. At least I think it was him. I couldn't really tell. He had his back to the fuchsias.
He lured you in there, didn't he?
I've been done. Thank you, Jack.
Crikey, there was a big juicy worm on the end of that hook there, and you gobbled it up. Yeah. Very, very good. Who's that? Who's Jack that correspondent? Jack?
Yeah, he's on the blacklist.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I shall be reading the tweets before, or texts and emails before I do. That goes down to fine leg. I've been caught like that once or twice. I've been done again. Oh dear.
Very good.
Yeah, so there we are. That was fun. Hopefully other people enjoyed that more than I did.
It's been Brad Pitt this summer, hasn't it? He's been seen everywhere in any sporting occasion. He's been spotted, the British Grand Prix and the Wimbledon final and Euro, whatever it was, 2020 final. Brad Pitt's been there.
Yeah. That's pulled away by James Vince down to Dane Patterson. All along the ground, 80 for 4. Vince moves on to 29 now. The lead is 151.
But there's been sightings of him in between those big sporting occasions, popping into village pubs and popping into supermarkets and what have you. I think he's in the country filming Mission Impossible or one of the many sequels to that, and has certainly made himself part of the community wherever he's been.
Yeah. We've also been talking about the ice cream kiosk away to our left, which we can't see because of the big scoreboard, which I've never seen and didn't realise was there, as that's pushed by Dawson up towards mid-on. Phil Webb at Silent Sport says, Kev fed me some false information on the ice cream front. The kiosk is closed by the time we got there, invoicing you the cost of 2 hot chocolates and a brownie. I will just hand that invoice on to Dave Bracegirdle.
Oh, no problem. It is International Chocolate Day as well. We put that out there this morning, but no sign of any chocolate on the gantry here.
No. Let's cut away by Dawson. He's found the gap. That's going to be 4. Bit of width there from Mullaney. And both Vince and Dawson starting to put together a partnership which is just giving Hampshire a lead and pushing them up to a total which we think will make it a very, very interesting game indeed. 155, still a bit more work to do, but it's 84 for 4, having been 28 for 4.
Wonder if Liam Dawson's been batting out of his crease because Tom Moores has called for a helmet. Liam James with the bib on, the tabard. He's brought the helmet out, so Tom Moore standing up here. Stephen Mullaney, the bowler.
Yep. Mullaney Bowles always beaten outside the off stump. It's immediately brought something different to the party anyway, with Moore standing up. End of the over, 84 for 4.
So nicely settled this pair. 50-run partnership, just threatening to take Hampshire out of harm's way. They're not quite there as yet, and some fine players still to come. Keith Barker, what a match he's had already. He's listed to come in next. He made 19 yesterday. James Fuller made 36 yesterday. Felix Organ came in at number 9 last time Notts played against Hampshire back in 2019. He opened the batting on the Isle of Wight. He made 36 in the first innings, and then Brad Wheel and Mohammed Abbas. We've talked a couple of times about that was the last meeting. Of course it wasn't, because a couple of weeks after the Isle of Wight we were scheduled to play at Welbeck as Everson comes in and bowls nice and full to Vince, and he's played one of the shots of the day. Lovely bit of timing, square of the wicket on the leg side, and that one absolutely raced over the grass and into the advertising boards for 4. And James Vince into the 30s. He's on 33, 88 for 4, and the lead now 159.
Yeah, we had a good time up there, even though it rained for 3 full days.
With your friend the Cat, Phil the Cat Tufnell was there one evening doing one of his sportsman's dinners, and we went along very much, enjoyed it as Joey Everson bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper, former teammate of Kev. He was greeted like a long lost brother as he told us stories of the jungle and Strictly and his question of sport and his cricketing duels over the years in and out of the obviously the Middlesex and England sides, and also the Test match special box. So it was a nice old evening to catch up with the Cat.
A proper old-fashioned sporting evening, Dave, wasn't it? And we enjoyed it because we had to watch it rain for 3 days up there.
Yeah, we did indeed. Very squelchy as Everson bowls. Oh, is it straight back past him by James Vince, who's really starting to put on a show here. A little bit of a batting exhibition from Vince, and he moves on to 37 not out, 92 for 4, and the lead into the 160s, 163. Remember, Kevin James says anything over 200. Well, not quite saying forget it, but saying it will be very, very tricky.
I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it will. But there could be many, many, many more if Notts don't make a breakthrough soon and then follow it up with 1 or 2 more. They need a good session here, and already in the we're getting on for an hour now that they've been back out there. It's a session so far that, unlike the rest of the day, hasn't produced a wicket. Is Everson nice and full, and Vince again plays a lovely shot through mid-wicket, and this might go for 4 as well. Dive on the boundary from Slater is unsuccessful, and that's 3 4s in the over to James Vince, and that I think will yet take him into the 40s. 41 not out, and the lead, I was just going to do the maths, it's there written for me, the lead is 167 at 96 for 4.
Well, this is a good period for Hampshire here. It's important that they just don't get too overconfident here, as a clutch of wickets is just as likely as what we're seeing here at the moment. So yes, it's great, but don't get too carried away with what's happening at the moment. 3 4s in this over is very welcome indeed.
Joey Everson had, I think it was a 0 for 1, suddenly ramped up to 0 for 17. Bowls again to Vince, and he'll tuck this away on the leg side. Just have a look at the umpire to see if there's the old touch of the knee. There isn't, so there was some bat involved. The other 2 Division 1 games quickly. Yorkshire now 18 for 2 at Headingley against Warwickshire, needing 206 more to beat the Bears. And at Taunton, Somerset in their second innings, 198 for 3, still trailing Lancashire by 85 runs, having been bowled out earlier for 90 and being made to follow on. They are still 85 away from making Lancashire bat for a second time. Final ball of the over, Joey Everson. Passed umpire Saggers, nice and full to Liam Dawson, who's had the best view in the ground of James Vince, stroking the ball here, there and everywhere during the course of that over. 97 for 4. The brightest of bright sunshine. Kevin, guess what? The floodlights are coming back on.
Yeah, just in case a cloud comes over,
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know. But you're right, we certainly don't need them at the moment. Dick Ganatra has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com at the under the heading of random encounter. He says, hi team, I went to watch the test at the Oval between England and the West Indies in the late 70s and came out of the ground about half an hour after play and bumped into Geoffrey Boycott waiting for a taxi to take him to the hotel. Lovely fella, had a chat and signed an autograph, says Dink. Very nice.
It is those random encounters, you know, as a young man I can remember Brian Moore and Brian Clough being sat in the members area at Trent Bridge.
Mullaney started a new over as Moores is up and takes that one outside the off stump as Vince leaves alone. Yeah, Brian Moore, big match Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, that was him. In fact, in the I went as a fan, the 1987 Lords final. In fact, it was the one that dragged over into the Monday, but I went on the Saturday. I was in the mound upstairs in the mound stand at Lords. Is Mullaney.
It's worked on the leg side by Vince. Hamid's out there in the deep as it goes out towards deep mid wicket. He's quick as Hamid, keeps it down to a single, but Hampshire advanced to 98 for 4 and Vince to 43.
And behind me a row or two, I have to confess, I needed sort of telling and prompting, but fellow was signing a few autographs. Leslie Thomas, and he was the author on Onward Virgin Soldiers or some such. There was a series of books like that.
It's pushed out towards the covers by Dawson.
So random encounters, you never really know who you're going to bump into. Sometimes you can be obviously next to somebody or in the vicinity of somebody and not even know until like then somebody comes up and asks them for an autograph, and you've got to sort of make out you knew all along or be downright truthful and say, who is it?
Dawson's on the back foot, steers that to backward of point. Patterson comes off the boundary, although he's off the boundaries quite well in to make sure there's no 2. There isn't. Dawson moves on to 27, 99 for 4. Hampshire, the lead now is 170. I remember oh gosh, a long time ago. This is completely random. I don't think I've ever mentioned this before because I've only just thought of it, but I was on a tube train coming away from a do, as you do in London, as Vince went in the days when I used to do lots of that, and there were lots. That's pushed out towards backward of point, and I think at the same do, and we must have chatted or something. We must be on the table with me. I can't remember. But do you remember Are You Being Served? And the guy that was head of the actual department store, Mr.
Grace,
not that
Mr.
one.
Rumbelow,
that's the one. Yeah. And I just remember getting on the tube train and having a chat with him. As if it was like, an everyday occurrence. That's right. Yeah. That's a lovely shot off the back foot. Past a diving, I think that's Luke Fletcher at mid-off. He really timed that one, did James Vince. And he moves on to 47. And that's the Hampshire 100 up in at the end of the 34th over of their second innings.
It's funny, isn't it? Our names just suddenly come back to you.
I
don't think I've ever said the name Mr. Rumbelow for 40 years, if at all. But
and it just came straight off your tongue.
It did. And then there's other times people will say, what's the name of that bloke that lives next door to you? And you'll be scratching your head and, give me a minute.
Oh, I love it.
Mr. Rumbelow, where did he come from?
Well remembered. I never would have thought of that. I just remember,
Was his name Nicholas?
I think it was Nicholas somebody, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
103 for 4. Just when you thought random commentary topics couldn't get any more perverse. Luke Fletcher's going to come back into the attack. We're a minute or two away from 5:30. I'm going to just have a look at what Kev's pointing to me. What was his name? Nicholas Smith. There we are, Mr. Rumbelow. Is that the fella that you had your chat with? Yeah. Lovely. I'll speak to you shortly.
Thanks very much, Dave. Dave will take about half an hour off or so. Very shortly, Melissa Story and Emily Windsor will be back in as a commentary duo. They've already had half an hour together, and we thought they were so good that we'll have another session with them. So I'll just do a couple of minutes or so here. I'll have to do an update for BBC Radio Silent listeners, quick 30-second update in a couple of minutes, and then Melissa and Emily will be back with you. taking you through the next half hour. So 103 for 4. Luke Fletcher is back into the Nottinghamshire attack. 9 overs, 1 for 10, still going. Looks like he had a bit of a side strain earlier, but he's back as Dawson gets one that just holds in the turf a fraction. Just had to wait for that one to come on. Just pushes that out on the offside, and there is no run. Melissa, I think, is already primed and ready to go.
I'm fully equipped for the weather this time.
Got the sunglasses now as the sun is low and shining into our commentary box at the northern end of the ground. Emily Windsor shielding her eyes, hasn't got any sunglasses on. I haven't got any sunglasses on either, so I'm glad that I'm just coming out of the firing line in a minute or two. As Fletcher comes in and bowls, it's a length ball, and Dawson has to really watchfully play that back down the wicket. And there is no run. It's been a good half an hour or so here for Hampshire.
It has, and I mean, you just feel as if all that energy in the start of this innings, that there could be a wicket, has just completely dissipated. And in fact, they look so comfortable at the crease. It's the same sensation I think we had earlier today with that partnership between who was it, Slater and
Patterson White.
And you just feel almost a bit more relaxed up here in the box. It's the impact of that new ball. It just absolutely does bits on the surface.
Certainly does. Fletcher comes in and bowls to Dawson, and Dawson pushes forward. He wants a single, but that's not there with Hamid coming quickly in from the covers. Yes, Patterson White and Slater putting on 70 for the 6th wicket. And you're right, Melissa, because when they were batting together, you thought, doesn't look like a wicket.
It doesn't. They looked so solid in their defence, actually, and their 2 wickets did come as a bit of a surprise to me. And it feels the same here. Like, you know, yes, there's been a couple they've edged, but everyone has innings. You can't go a whole innings without edging something. But apart from those slightly riskier shots, they have not looked like getting out at all.
Yeah. Slight correction. It's Mr. Rumbold. That's right, Mr. Rumbold. That's right. We got close. Dave got close. Thank you, Simon Jones, as that's a length ball which is pushed to mid-wicket and there's no run. Simon is the cricket development manager here at the Hampshire Cricket Board. Thank you, Simon, for putting that right. And Mike Williams has also put us right. It's Mr. Cuthbert Rumbold, played by Nicholas Smith. Thank you, Mike Williams. Also Simon Woodhead, thank you for putting us right as well. You won't remember that, so don't worry, Melissa. Just let it all go over your head.
I've already done it.
Yes, you have. I could tell. You were blanking over as I was talking about Rumbold.
I don't think my expression could have been more obvious.
No. Here comes Fletcher again. In the sunshine here at the Ageas. Oh my word, that's bounced and taken off and beaten the outside edge there of Liam Dawson, and he looks perplexed. And Fletcher looks down at where it pitched. Where did that one come from? Here's the update, quick 30-second update. Here we go. It's coming. Good delivery that from Fletcher. Well, a bit of a recovery going on by Hampshire, and they needed it. They're 103 for 4 now in their second innings. They lead Nottinghamshire by 174. They were 28 for 4 at one stage, having lost 4 wickets for just 2 runs. But in has come James Vince and Liam Dawson to steady the ship and getting Hampshire up to what we think just over a 200 lead. Might be very interesting indeed. Vince is 47 not out. Dawson is 27 not out. So we still have just over 14 overs left in the day. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. That's the end of the over from Luke Fletcher. I'll just quickly read out this email. Harry Newton says, hello Kevin, the team. I've just got a feeling we're setting this up for a cracking back end to the game. I'm due, all being well, to come down tomorrow. Keep up the great work, says Harry Newton. He's from Dinton, the infamous Dinton in southwest Wiltshire. I think we are setting up for a cracking game. Melissa Story will carry on, and then Southern Vipers. Gosh, there's so many things to read out. TMS, Trent Rockets. Emily Windsor will be alongside her once more.
I can see her head just growing from here with all those compliments coming from Kev, but very excited to be joined again by Emily Windsor. And as Kev says, it could be an exciting 3rd day here at the Ageas Bowl, the way this game is setting up to be. Of course, this is the clash between the 2 teams sat 1st and 2nd in the table before this most recent round of fixtures. So both teams looking desperately for a win. And it feels, Emily, as if this is one of those games where we will get a result. Some games you can almost tell from the 2nd day that it's going to drone into a draw, but I'd like to think that both these teams will be working for a result.
Yeah, absolutely, but as we said on commentary here, we saw earlier in the season Gloucestershire bat out an incredible last day for a draw, so it is possible, but the pitch we've seen, I think a result will be in favour, and at the moment I'd say Hampshire, with these two at the crease and a partnership building, they'll be in the driving seat as as spin comes into the attack. And that's racked him on the pad. They're appealing first ball. They're desperately appealing, but the umpire does not move. It's Patterson White.
What's he bowl? Was that left arm spin?
Yeah, left arm spin.
Very, and I mean, good on this wicket because a lot of bowlers going across and over the wickets. There's quite a few foot marks already to aim at.
Is in again, and that's a miss outside the off stump again. Darting it in quickly. The left armour. Left arm off spinner.
So Patterson White bowled 7 overs in Hampshire's first innings, conceded 19 runs and no wicket. So not used too much in that first innings.
In again, and Vince plays nicely off the back foot. They come through for a quick single. Vince now moves to 48. 104 for 4 Hampshire in their second innings, and the lead now up to 175. Vince and Dawson just having a chat in the middle. Obviously a change in bowling attack, and Patterson White bowling quick spin here, bowling into the deck. Dawson takes guard. 2 fielders out, 1 either side of the wicket. As Patterson White in again, forward in defence from Dawson, no run.
I think what we're seeing from Vince here, as you say, 48 not out now, it's just he does this so often, gets his team out of difficult situation, and I mean it's that responsibility as a captain just to get your team out of a tricky one.
Patterson White in again, that's an outside edge, and it finds its way to extra cover, although he was shaping up to hit through the onside. And is that something you do, Mal, as Hursley Park captain? Do you get those Hursley out of tricky situations?
Don't put me on the spot like that.
Patterson White in again to Dawson, down the leg side, turn nicely. The fielder out on the boundary has to come quickly round, and Dawson adds 2 more to his total. He moves to 29.
I like to offer gentle encouragement from the boundary as I sit in my shorts, having already been dismissed for below 10.
But with the ball.
Yeah,
you don't have to just do it with the bat now.
That's why you should be an all-rounder, because if you have a difficult day with the bat, which is usually every Sunday, then you can always come back with the ball, and if you have a difficult day with the ball, then take a nice catch. You'll be all sorted.
You're not selling me the whole all-rounder thing there, because you didn't talk about too much about scoring runs with the bat there, just catches and wickets.
Yeah, this could be my argument that I consider fielding to be such a key thing. You can get specialist fielders these days. I mean, it looks like Alice Monaghan. She's almost for the Southern Vipers. She comes in and, her role in the team is to take an absolute specky and
she does that most games, to be fair to her.
Exactly, and you'll see that more in the shorter format with those specialist fielders, as Fletcher from the hotel end bowls, and that's a fuller delivery, just guided into the offside for no run. And Fletcher now coming into his 11th over, so a good stint from him so far. Probably not expecting to have been bowling this soon in the day.
I think here, though, as you said, that Hampshire earlier in the day, they lost their 4 wickets. Quickly with that new ball, and as the pitches go here at the Ageas Bowl, the new ball becomes key to pick up wickets, and it's just looking easier and easier to bat on as these two form this nice partnership for Hampshire.
Vince, of course, averaging 40 before this game, and Fletcher past the stumps, bowling to him, and he gets on the front foot, defends that calmly, and just the security almost felt, I mean, with those flurry of wickets at the beginning of the game, you just felt that you could almost feel the uneasiness of the change room up there for Hampshire. And actually now with these two at the crease, you'd say that even the next in batsman would be like, this is fine, these two are going to bat for the rest of the session. And discussions between these two, I guess that will be their next goal. We were chatting earlier that as a pair out in the middle, you make it to the lunch break, then you just tick off those 10 over spells almost. And now that the end is in sight for these two, for the day's play, and in comes Fletcher, and on the back foot is Vince, and defends it softly into the leg side. So, I mean, if these two can stay in till the end of the day, I think it is safe to say you could say this was Hampshire's day. Yeah,
absolutely, and I think as you said there, as an opposition, the wicket they're going to want the most when they look at this Hampshire lineup is James Vince. He's a fantastic cricketer and one that can do a job in every format, and he's now obviously taken England out of his sights and decided to bat at 5 in this order. And he's doing a job here for Hampshire.
Absolutely, as Fletcher passed the stumps and full of ball, and it takes the edge of James Vince. Is running down to the boundary and easily 4 runs there, but Luke Fletcher, hands in his head and looking at the replay. It was almost an intentional guide down to the boundary, but brings up Vince's 50. He's on 52 off 88 balls, and it's not exactly the shot he would have been dreaming of, but as we mentioned, he's done a role for his team now, and these are valuable runs for Hampshire.
And in the changing room, they'll be saying double up, skipper. But he played that nicely, I think. It was an outside edge, but he played with soft hands, so it didn't carry to just the 2 slips. And what a knock it's been from him so far in this second innings.
2 balls remaining in this over from Fletcher, and he's in, and this goes past the outside edge of Vince's bat. He just withdraws it at the last minute, and going on about, you know, converting these 50s into 100s. So far this competition, he's got 2 50s and 100, so he'll be looking to even those out, 2 apiece in each. And usually, as we mentioned, in a situation like this, he'll know that's what he wants to do. As captain, he'll want to put his team in a position where actually, you know, their leader's surpassing 200, and actually they'll be going, we've got almost, if they wanted, a day and a half a day to bowl out Nottinghamshire and hopefully take those full 16 points to get joint top of the table. And that ball's miscued to cover Hasib Hamid fields, and that's the end of the over. Look, Fletcher there just in the middle of the wicket, hands on his hips. He's not too impressed with something, it seems, whether he's just beginning to tire. And Hampshire 110 for 4.
Yeah, he's probably looking to find a way, as he walked past James Vince very closely, just find a way to unsettle him, as he does the same, walking back past the batsman, having a conversation, really trying to find a way to unsettle these 2, because at the moment they're looking very calm, very composed and in control. And the longer they bat, the easier it's going to get for them. So we've still got the left arm spin of Patterson White from the pavilion end. We'll be bowling to Liam Dawson with a short leg in place. And that's racked him on the pad there, appealing, and that is out. Liam Dawson given out LBW. That is the wicket Nottinghamshire needed. He's dismissed for 29, and Hampshire now 110 for 5.
Dawson there just really trapped in front of the stumps. He looked down a bit disappointed, but looking at this replay on the Hampshire Cricket live stream, you would say that the umpire is very justified in giving that out, and it's disappointing for Dawson. It took him so long to get going there. I think at one point he was about 1 off 17 deliveries, but he's played an important knock with his captain, got Hampshire out of a tricky situation, and this will just allow the new batter to do exactly the same, coming in, work with your captain, build up that partnership.
The key, though, I think for me, is it's broken that partnership. Yes, Dawson was slow there, and Vince is obviously taking the dominant role, as you'd expect, but it will be trickier for a new batter to come in and get going on this pitch. We've seen it throughout the innings we've seen so far. But Felix Organ comes to the crease, fresh off a fantastic 36 in the first innings, to join his skipper James Vince, and we've seen some very gutsy innings from him in his championship. We've seen him bat out days, if you like, and not scoring many runs, but he also has scoring options available. But here he's got a job to do to bat with the Hampshire skipper, but Nottinghamshire will be up and about now. They've broken this partnership.
Absolutely, I'm expecting them fully to be loud in the field here, and actually especially, I mean, Organ has some incredibly useful contributions. I think sometimes you forget just how young he is, and of course other members who have stepped up to this Hampshire first 11 across the season so far, but if they can just apply a bit of pressure here, spin from one end, seam from the other, and Seam being the highest wicket taker in the county championship so far, he's got a job to do, but it's going to be tough. And just seeing these lights come back on around the ground, the ball might just begin to skid on as this light slowly begins to go into this evening session.
Patterson White's done a job here. It's just by 1.1 overs, yes, 3 runs, but he's picked up the wicket, the important wicket of Liam Dawson, as Felix Organ settles himself as he comes in to bowl, and that's forward in defence from Organ. He's not giving much airtime, as Patterson White put it that way. It's firing in at the batter's pads.
Reckon he could bounce you out with this pace? First
Now,
bowler.
now. And that's turned into short leg from Felix Organ. We don't need to talk about that, Mel.
No, I think it is necessary to mention the mode of dismissal of Emily Windsor. Was it yesterday? In your Southern Vipers clash.
Patterson White in again to Felix Organ. Thick outside edge. Only to point as we are joined by BBC 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. And Dawson has just been dismissed to the left arm spinner of Patterson White, LBW for 29, breaking an important partnership with James Vince. But James Vince still here, 52 not out. Patterson White in again, Felix Organ forward in defence. 110 for 5, and the lead here for Hampshire, 181.
I think I'll let you off on your mode of dismissal now that we've been joined by 5 Live. Won't embarrass you on national radio.
There's Patterson White in again, and that's played out to extra cover for a dot ball. Good over though from Patterson White, getting that breakthrough of Liam Dawson. A wicket maiden for him. And the battle continues between Hampshire and Notts. And I'm sort of just ignoring you here, Mel, because you've sown the seed to the national listeners. They're not going to have any clue what you're on about, embarrassing me, and will want to know now.
So Emily Windsor has... See, you say embarrassed, but you were very keen to show me this. And Emily rushed me going, did you see how I got out yesterday? Did you see how I got out? And I was like, no, I'm sorry, I was playing cricket. And she showed me this video of her getting a very well-directed bouncer on her first delivery, having probably the most enormous swing at a ball I've ever seen. I'm surprised you didn't knock yourself off your feet, and proceeding to edge behind into the keeper's hands. And I'll admit it was a good delivery, and hopefully the kind of delivery Luke Fletcher will be looking to bowl here to James Vince, who of course 52 not out. He is the main batsman at the crease for Hampshire and will be looking to bat out these final few overs of the day. Fletcher comes past the stumps, and a full ball defended right in front of him by James Vince and flicked back to the fielder by Luke Fletcher. And actually, we've got an interesting tweet in which I'll read from Ralph Brooker saying, well, this was a few minutes ago, so of course before the wicket of Liam Dawson, but he was saying England colleagues James Vince and Liam Dawson are swinging this back Hampshire Cricket's way after collapsing to 33 for 4 in second innings on a sticky wicket. I'd take Vince to Australia. Don't think he got enough run time when England thought itself spoilt for choice. That's an interesting question to bring up, taking Vince to Australia, which sure I'll ask you about after this delivery, as that ball's pushed off the back foot and Point comes around to field that ball for no run. What are your thoughts then, Emily?
I mean, slightly biased, obviously, as seeing Vince play week in, week out as a Hampshire sort of women's player. But I think he brings something to a batting lineup. I think, obviously, when he has played for England, we know he hasn't got converted and he gets out a similar way, but he seems to always get you a 30 and do a job, and sometimes the batters at the moment in England haven't been able to do that. But he's also had success in Australia, the leading run scorer in the Big Bash.
Fletcher in, and middle stump line, just defended back to the bowler again for no run.
The leading run scorer in the Big Bash, yes, a shorter format, but I mean, I really rate him as a player, and I think a lot of players do. When he's at his best, there's no better cricketer to watch. He's so fluent and he plays some absolutely phenomenal shots, but I think him making that decision to come and bat at 5, he's probably said to himself it's not going to be an option now in the future. But I personally would like to see him on the plane, but I'm not sure we will see him on the plane.
I mean, of course, this decision to bat 5 as Fletcher comes in, and it's defended again by Vince. I've seen some people obviously say it could be a look as England look more to bolster their middle order, perhaps. He's adjusting to that, and actually playing at the Ageas Bowl, we've spoken so much of how much the new ball moves and creates wickets at the start of the game, so maybe he's actually moved himself down to 5 just to offer a bit more security, a bit more oomph to Hampshire's middle order. But I agree with you about how he plays in Australian conditions. So good on his back foot and against that shorter, quicker delivery, and in fact he's a English domestic player, you would say, who it probably plays on Australian pitches better than he does on English ones. As in comes Fletcher, back of a length and just pushed into the leg side by James Vince, who definitely looks as if he's switched the tempo of his innings here, just looking to slow it down, stay in till the end of play today.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to do that for Hampshire here. If Nottinghamshire pick up the wicket of James Vince, they're really right back in it. But I think James Vince is a quality cricketer. He's one of my favourite batters to watch in multi-format. As I said, I'm slightly biased, but I think, I think he's had chances, and that's what people will say, and hasn't gone on. So it is a tough call.
That ball just pushed into the offside, and cover comes around to collect it for no run, and Hampshire 110 for 5. Another maiden over for Luke Fletcher.
And obviously with, at the moment, Ben Stokes taking himself out, he had that position in the middle order, that slightly more aggressive batsman. But obviously at the moment that's been filled by Moeen Ali.
I think as well that the criticisms of how Vince is so often dismissed with that, chasing those wider balls, the problem is arising, of course, because that is his attacking shot as well. So of course he will get dismissed that way more than perhaps other people. Just as I think I've used this example before, Sibley, and who likes to play off his legs, will be dismissed LBW a few more times, because whatever your strength is can simultaneously be your weakness.
The left arm spinner Patterson White in again. Felix Organ in defence, yet to get off the mark. A lead of 181 for Hampshire, 5 wickets down in this second innings. There's Patterson White into Organ again. That's in defence, will be no run. But I think with the Vince situation, it's a bit like Marmite, isn't it? You get two ends of the spectrum. People are like, he should definitely be on that plane, and then you get people that think completely the opposite. But there is, when he's on form, no better cricketers to watch as Patterson in, and that's driven up to mid-on. Will be another dot ball.
Just watching this spin here of Patterson White, and whether we're just seeing again a bit more bounce than would be expected on this pitch here from his bowling.
As that's down the leg side, the keeper can't get hold of it, but the fielder at slip comes round. Mulaney does the fielding there.
It's not too common to see much turn here at the Ageas, especially on day 2, the day 2 pitch, but we've already seen an inconsistent bounce. It's a 2-pace pitch, and the quick spin of Patterson White is proving to get a bit more bounce.
That's forward in defence again from Organ. Be no run. It's a lovely day here at the Ageas Bowl. The sun's out this evening. The lights have just come back on, but it's certainly been a battle worth watching between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire, as that's a player miss outside the off stump. A bit of bounce, an extra bounce. Organ in the end pulls his bat out the way. As we watch the replay here on the live stream, that's a bit of bounce and turn away from the bat. So it's a great over, maiden over again from Patterson. 3 overs, 3 runs, and the wicket of Liam Dawson. He's certainly come into his own since he's been given the ball in this second innings.
He has a useful contribution with the bat in Nottinghamshire's innings as well. He scored 53 before being bowled by Brad Wheel, and just looking at that final shot selection from Felix Organ, he almost got so far onto the offside that it threatened to bowl him just on his leg stump, and Hampshire just got to be careful here they don't give away any more wickets in this final session. But Luke Fletcher will continue, putting a good stint today, and there's movement off the pitch there as the ball deviates away from the keeper behind the stumps, and James Vince just fishing at that delivery. I think he'll be reminding himself this ball, just what's, the stakes at hand here for Hampshire, and how important it is for them to retain this position on top. As Emily mentioned, a lead of 181 now for Hampshire, and we reckon anything over 200 will be hard to chase down.
Yeah, but that's the type of shot that people that would see from James Vince, that he gets himself out so often, fishing outside that off stump.
As Fletcher passed the umpire and middle stump line and defended straight back to the bowler for no run.
Interesting there, Vince advanced a little bit, didn't he? He took a step towards Fletcher.
I mean, one thing obviously we were mentioning earlier, that with the likes of Fletcher and Mulaney, and then also Hutton coming in, a lot of the seam bowlers of this Nottinghamshire lineup, especially towards the end of the day, get a bit samey. There's a lot of medium pace, and we have seen with the keeper standing back, as you just mentioned there, James Vince using his feet. Liam Dawson, before he was dismissed, was just standing a bit more out of his crease, and whether trying to navigate this sideways movement. As in comes Fletcher again, and that's down the leg side, and James Vince misses out on it there, and a diving stop from Tom Moores prevents that for going for 4 byes.
See the frustration from Vince. He looked into the air there. He knew he missed out on that one. But he's doing a job here. But Nottinghamshire have done really well these last few overs. They've just stemmed that run flow since losing Liam Dawson for 29. There's been a lot more dot balls and that scoreboard's not ticking over, as we saw so freely when Dawson and Vince were together.
Fletcher, top of his mark, halfway through this over, and bowling to Vince, who defends and pushes it into the offside, almost looking to embark on a single there, but Felix Organ not interested. And I guess what we've seen so often in this game is just how play is fluctuating in favour of both teams. You'd say, you know, there's never been a time when it's been two at the balance. I think one team's either dominating or wickets are falling in a hurry, and it's the kind of wicket this is. As soon as these dot balls begin to pile up, then wickets just come freely with it. But all it takes is two batsmen to create a partnership, and suddenly the roles are entirely reversed, the tables are turned, and you're suddenly finding yourself on the back foot as the bowling team. As in comes Fletcher again. Full of delivery, and James Vince drives, and the fielder gets round at mid-off. Who's eyeing that up? Just showing signs of tiredness here, Fletcher. I think that was the most enjoyable half volley James Vince has received all day, and he'll be disappointed to miss out on that one.
He will, but what you just explained there, Mel, is the joys of championship cricket, isn't it? It's not one-sided. It's been up and down. We've seen success from bowlers. Keith Barker earlier, 7 for 46 to dismiss Nottinghamshire. James Vince now with the bat, 50. So we've seen a real mix between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire.
Fletcher in and on the hip of James Vince. He was trying to work it into that vacant square leg region, but Hasiba Mead gets round from mid-wicket and prevents any singles there, meaning Felix Organ remains on strike. It's a maiden over from Fletcher, and Hampshire 110 for 5. And just looking at these other scores in the county championship, keeping an eye on that Yorkshire-Warwickshire game. Yorkshire need 181 runs to win. They're currently 43 for 2. And you'd say it's quite a big ask on a pitch which hasn't produced a score so far higher than 176. Second game, of course, in this Division 1, Somerset versus Lancashire. Somerset have been forced to bat again after being dismissed for 90.
Patterson White into Organ, that's turned into the onside.
And they trail Lancashire by 61 runs now, with 6 wickets remaining. So a tough ask for Somerset there.
Patterson White, the left arm spinner in, that's driven. Will only find mid-on though. Another dot ball from Felix Organ. They're putting pressure on him. Big tight squeeze in the ring. Well, obviously there's no ring in championship cricket, but if there was one. There's Patterson White in again, forward in defence, no run.
I always forget there's no ring here, and in describing where the fielders are stood, I think I'd be at an absolute loss if I was in the field now and standing in clueless positions.
There's Patterson White in again, Organ forward. The lead still stuck on 181. This is fantastic bowling from Nottinghamshire. Just change the momentum. They're battling hard. If they get another wicket here, it really sets them in the balance, as that's in defence on the back foot this time from Organ. Listening here on BBC Radio 5 Live, BBC Radio Solent and BBC Nottinghamshire. Hampshire have a lead of 181 with Vince and Organ at the crease, 5 down in their second innings. As that's swept away by Felix Organ, that's gone miles. I can't quite see, that is 6, that's gone all the way as the sun shines in our eyes. That's a way to get off the mark. A slog sweep for 6 by Felix Organ, and the lead now 187.
Felix Organ clearly practicing there for T20 finals day on Saturday, and as you say, unconventional way to get off the mark, but he'd been playing so sensibly and actually seeing that delivery, pitching slightly outside the leg stump. It was a calculated risk, and in the end he made good contact as we saw it sailed over the boundary rope. And I was about to declare that another maiden here, but I like that from Organ. You say Hampshire potentially on the back foot here in the last few overs, but actually, continuing to play positive cricket, especially with Vince at the crease, it takes the pressure off his shoulders as well. You don't want to get too bogged down in this final session of the day, but positive cricket. And not being afraid to score freely as Fletcher goes into his 14th over now, and fuller ball defended by James Vince down the ground for no run. Hasiba Mead has been busy in that mid-wicket region all day as this pitch slow and quite low here, and just having to play very straight, straight shots, showing the full face. And we saw that dismissal of Joe Clark in Nottinghamshire's first innings, where he was looking to work a straight delivery a bit too square and ended up chipping it in the air to mid-on.
Hasiba Mead's been very impressive in the field, and when he was playing for England in the Test match this series this summer, he was impressive for them as well.
Fletcher in and edged and taken. That's the big wicket there. Vince gone.
Bowled him off stump.
Oh my
That's
word.
nipped back.
See, that as an indication of how bright this sun is, but that has bowled him, clipping off stump and then flying into the keeper's hands there. And what a pearl of a delivery from Luke Fletcher. He's deserved that wicket coming into his 14th over now, and that is why he is the leading wicket taker of this tournament. He's just kept putting the ball on a spot and taking the key wicket, and you can now, I think, confidently say that the balance is now gone in favour of Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, that was a huge wicket from Notts, that dot ball pressure, but what a delivery from Luke Fletcher. The lead of 187, but Hampshire now 6 wickets down, and they've picked up 2 important wickets so far. Vince for 52 and Dawson for 29. Well, is this game in the balance now? This is really setting up a brilliant, I know we keep going on about it, but a brilliant third day here. And it's, it comes as a shock sometimes that we are only just at the end of the second day here. We've seen, of course, in that Yorkshire-Somerset game how quickly things are going, and at the end of the season that does tend to happen, but it could be make or break in this third day here. So anyone in the area of Southampton, if you fancy a very on-edge day of cricket tomorrow, then make your way down to the Ageas Bowl. I'm sure the Hampshire boys would appreciate some home support, and at least it's the man of the moment, Keith Barker, coming into the middle and scoring runs in Hampshire's last county championship, taking the casual 7 wickets today. There's nothing's going against him. Yeah, it's really important. I think he sticks about here with Felix Organ. Hampshire are going to want to finish the day just the 6 wickets down, but that's a big breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. The captain, James Vince, gone for 52. Fantastic delivery by Luke Fletcher to dismiss him. And James Vince, I imagine, will be very frustrated with that, because he's worked hard, he's battled to get to that 52, and then he's just got a peach of a delivery and he's walking back to the pavilion.
There you go. Would you rather have that delivery or a bouncer?
Probably a bouncer.
Fletcher past the stumps and past the outside edge of the left-handed Barker's bat, and he comes down the wicket, taps it, and has a little chat there with Luke Fletcher, who's probably going, yeah, it's proper dodgy on that bit of the wicket there, watch out.
I think here, though, you're now seeing Nottinghamshire be up and about. They know that was the big wicket of James Vince, and all of a sudden they've got a bit of energy in the field, a bit of belief. As Fletcher walks so slowly back to his mark, he's toiled away in his 14th over.
You're only saying so slowly because you've been doing one-day cricket recently. This is a joyous pace. You've got all the time to compose yourself before the next ball, and the next ball it is against Barker, who defends that but doesn't look comfortable at the crease. 3 slips in place now, of course, and Hasiba Mead at that extra cover has come into a closer catching position. And as you say, you can just feel that they're on their toes a bit more. They know that one wicket, again another wicket now, could completely change this game. And actually this angle Luke Fletcher's coming at Keith Barker across the wicket with that extra bit of bounce now and again could be a bit destructive for Hampshire. But as a Hampshire supporter, not to be biased, they'll be hoping that no more wickets are lost in this evening session. 2 balls remain in this over, and in comes Fletcher, defended, and they managed to sneak through for a single here, as it wasn't quite timed but went to the left of the mid-on fielder, and every run counting as this lead moves on to 188.
Yeah, again, it's going to be cat and mouse. where they've got to be attacking Nottinghamshire. They're going to want these last 4 wickets, but at the same time they don't want this lead to creep up. It's exciting stuff here, the evening session and the second day at the Ageas Bowl.
I reckon you should call a sickie at work tomorrow. Just rock up again.
I'm not sure Kev will want to see me again, that's for sure.
Fletcher past the stumps and a 4 ball down the leg side. Felix Organ tries to pay that ball, but Tom Moores executes a diving stop behind the stumps. And at the end of the over, Hampshire 117 for 6, and the big wicket of James Vince in that over, of course, for 52. Hampshire on the back foot now and just looking to hang in here till the end of the day. So we'll welcome back Kev and then shortly after Dave. Just a recap of some of these wickets which have fallen so far. Most recently, of course, Vince most recently dismissed, bowled by Fletcher. Dawson just before that, LBW to Patterson White, and the wickets falling before that I'll allow Kev to go through.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Emily. What a commentary duo. Comedy? Well, there's a bit of comedy in it as well, but a great female commentary duo there, which me and Dave are going to try and attempt to sort of, I don't know, somehow emulate and take you through to these last 6 overs to the close of day 2. Thank you, Emily Windsor. Thank you, Melissa Story. Great stuff from you. Myself and Dave Bracegirdle with you now, as we've got Patterson White to continue from that pavilion end. Isn't it lovely to have an all-female commentary team, Dave? Unfortunately, we can't emulate that quite in the same way. But
emulate? Is
that the word?
Is that a nickname for her? Emulate.
So he's got a short leg in here, Keith Barker. What a big wicket that was, wasn't it, of James Vince? Again, it shows, doesn't it, when even though there's a partnership building, wickets are never very far away, and one has brought two wickets for 6 runs between Dawson and Vince, both going along nicely, putting on 82 together, and all of a sudden Notts will feel that they're back in the game. That turns out of the rough. Barker pushes forward, bats on the front pad.
Meteorology is another of the subjects I'm not very good at, but the technical term is a bit squidgy or squiffy for tomorrow, the forecast.
Yes, it's not as good. There's a reverse sweep. Barker misses it. It goes off the pad to first slip.
It was a fairly ambitious stroke early in his career.
Yeah, he does that. He did that to Danny Briggs last week at Warwickshire, who was bowling into rough. So, yeah, he does it, but I wouldn't say it always comes off.
Early in his innings, of course, rather than his career.
Here comes Patterson White again. You can see the puff of dust every time it bounces at the moment as Barker plays that harmlessly on the leg side.
Just about kept themselves in it, haven't they not?
So Patterson White in again with his left arm spin over the wicket to the left-handed Barker. There's the reverse sweep. He gets hold of that one. That's 4. Well, I suppose if it comes off 50% of the time, it's a decent shot, but you just hope that the other 50% it doesn't get him out.
That's right. Nicely played. Lead up to 192. 4 wickets left. Nottinghamshire would love to at least make inroads into those last 4, of course. They're down to number 7 and 8 on the card. James Fuller, Brad Wheel and Mohammed Abbas to come.
So the ball gets back to Patterson White, or LPW as Dave Bracegirdle calls him. That's a bit too close to LBW for me, as Barker prods that out on the offside, and there is no run. 5 overs to bowl in the day after this. This is very, very tight indeed, as Patterson White comes in again. Bowls to Barker. Barker prods that away on the onside. That's a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. 121 for 6. The lead is 192.
Just a 50-year-old sent a tweet in whilst the ladies were on commentary. I'm putting this out there early, I know. Liam Patterson White will one day play for England. I'm just so impressed with him. Come on, Notts. So there we are. If he keeps that, and one day Liam does represent the 3 Lions, he can say, yeah, we knew back in the day. He's certainly made a really, really good impression in his first full season. Of course, Samit Patel has not been around this year, only playing white ball cricket. He's over in the Caribbean at the moment, playing for St Lucia in the Caribbean Premier League.
The Zooks. Are they the Zooks, or they've changed?
They were the Zooks. I think there's something else.
They changed,
Here's Luke Fletcher. There are 3 slips Calvin Harrison at first on a sub-fielder, and the ball to Felix Organ is pushed into the offside. The BBC Sport website always does have it as the St Lucia Zouks, but I do think maybe for sponsorship reasons, I think they are calling themselves in the Caribbean, they're calling themselves something else. I think they've moved on from the Zouks, which is what they used to be, but it's the same team. All the matches are being played in St Kitts, obviously, in these COVID times. They've got all the island nations and of course the imported stars all together in one place, and lots of games happening at St Kitts over a short period of time, as the next delivery ball by Fletcher dropped on the leg side, fielded by Hasib Ahmed.
St Lucia Kings.
That might be it. That might well be it.
Changed,
122 for 6. Felix Organ, who was very selective in the first innings between blocking and playing some very handsome lofted shots down the ground, has thus far limited those attacking shots. He's been very watchful, very cautious, made his way to 6. Luke Fletcher just racking up the overs again, and of course the maidens. His 15th over, 2 for 15. Bowls, and this is worked away, and that's brilliant from Hasib Ahmed. They'll take a single, but he's saved 3 runs there. Fairly short. He's probably what, 25 yards from the bat at mid-wicket, and he flung himself to his left, parried it to Liam Patterson-White, but they took the single, but he saved 3 runs certainly.
Good stop. Good, very good stop.
122 for 6, around about 10 past 6 the local time. Very, very gloomy this time yesterday, and considering how gloomy it has been for much of the day today, it's really turned on its head as Fletcher bowls above the knee roll of Keith Barker, who certainly was the story of the morning, the story of the Hampshire bowling effort this morning, wreaking havoc as he took the first 7 wickets to plunge Nottinghamshire into all sorts of trouble. They were 115 for 7, and he'd got them all, but at one stage at 39 for 5 he really did threaten to get all 10 and bowl not so out for under 60. That seemed to be on the cards. Fletcher in again, bowling. That's a good delivery. You just wonder how that hasn't made contact with anything. It was a fairly tight line to off stump and just nipped away. So the ball's still doing a little bit. One of many balls that we've used in this game. Did have a correspondent who kept tally. If we can find it, perhaps not. A lot of messages have come in during the course of the afternoon. I think it was somebody who said, Xavier. Here we go. Just give him a mention in a second as Fletcher back on it. Bowls. Barker leaves it alone. Xavier says, I've been trying to keep track of all the swaps of the ball from the score box. I reckon we've had at least 9 balls so far in this match. And he's gone through it. The first innings, the new ball, 1 after 16.4, 1 after 67 overs, and the second new ball at 80. And in the second innings, the new ball, 1 after 31 overs. In the third innings of the match, a new ball and 1 changed after 8.4 overs and 1 after 23.4 overs. That's very dedicated work, Xavier, and I appreciate you letting us know. An awful lot of other appeals as well to the umpire, the ball going out of shape, but that is extraordinary. That's terrific stuff. We've used 9 balls so far, according to Xavier.
It's been an expensive game for Hampshire then. I certainly won't argue with those stats. I've got another cricket...
Seem to be fairly accurate, don't they?
I'm not going to argue with that. Patterson-White then, he's got Hamid in close on the offside in front, very close. As Organ works that in the gap through mid-wicket. That could be 4 as well. And it is Brett Hutton giving that one up. And lovely striking from Felix Organ, both in the first innings and here in the second innings. It's a lot of blocks, and then all of a sudden the full shot comes out, and it's always well hit. Organ moves on to 11, and the lead now is 197, close to that psychological barrier of 200. I must read out this cricket-related famous people encounter, because we're getting towards the end, because we've loved these today. As Patterson-White bowls, it is getting gloomy now. He's wrapped on the pad. Oh, he's given out. Oh, he's given a big yell as well there, Patterson-White, but I think that's because, again, it's another wicket late on, and not happy that they've picked up these 3 late wickets, and Organ goes for 11. Hampshire 126 now for 7.
Yeah, can we say now, Organ, LBW, LPW. Well, I have said it. Gone for 11. As you say, it was, I think, an expression of absolute relief having been hit for 4. Felix Organ has been very watchful. Faced an awful lot of balls, hasn't he, there? 23 deliveries for his 11. Just the 1-4 at the crease for just over half an hour. He looks a very disappointed young man as he troops off, but once again he's played his part. It might not look so much 11, but he's just, as Kevin described, helped Hampshire up to that 200 lead, and as in the first innings played a major role in just holding the lower order together. Nicely done by Felix Organ. 126 for 7. Those sort of things tend to get overlooked a little bit, but he's now come and gone. Notts need 3 more wickets. Hampshire will be looking for, well, obviously as many runs as they can get.
Yeah. It's important now just to just put on a few, and maybe it gets to tomorrow morning as well. Right, here we go. Ian Payne then says, enjoying the commentary and looking good so far. Years ago I was playing indoor cricket at Lord's. We finished our game and a showbiz team turned up for the next game, but with no opposition, so asked if we wanted a game. Our captain had to go, so I took over. The only member of their team I recognised was Peter O'Toole, and as captain I opened the batting and bowling and luckily got a few runs. He was a very well organised bowler and batsman, but quite old, so I could only play and he could only play straight to anything outside the off stump. Just waiting for this first delivery of Brad Wheel as Patterson White comes in. Bowls and Wheel prods forward. Don't get that pad in the way. I duly bowled everything outside the off stump where any other batsman would have massacred me. We won and he came over and congratulated me. I changed and went up to the bar where he approached me and asked if I wanted a drink as Patterson White bowls and Wheel pushes that out on the odd side. I became starstruck and mumbled something unintelligible. He asked again and I said no thank you, rather too forcefully than I meant. There's a couple more lines, yeah. As Patterson White comes in from that pavilion end and bowls, and Brad Wheel prods forward back to the bowler. He looked surprised and then walked away. I glanced over occasionally at his group, having a great time, no doubt, listening to his stories, and kept telling myself, Ian, you are an idiot. Thank you very much.
Brad Wheel's coming ahead of James Fuller in this innings. I don't know what you make of that, if anything.
Maybe to try and just, I don't know, steady things. I don't know. Fuller might have done, but as Wheel pushes it out the offside, they could have taken a single. Barker says no. We have 3 overs to do here at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire 126 for 7, lead by 197.
So 2 wickets to Liam Patterson White. He's got figures at the moment of 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. Luke Fletcher, what a stint he's put in once again, of 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 16. 3 wickets to Dane Patterson as well. He made the initial breakthrough, getting Ian Holland dismissed with the first ball of the 10th over after Stephen Mullaney brought him on rather earlier than he did in the first innings. And also in that same first Patterson over, he dismissed Tom Alsop for a duck. So Dane Patterson with 3 wickets, 2 apiece to Luke Fletcher and Liam Patterson White. Here is Fletcher bowling to the left-handed Keith Barker, who scuffs this one back along the ground, and there's no run. Fletcher was going to pick it up and then left it for his skipper. There's a single anyway. Barker wants to take it on the leg side. Could be a little bit of cat and mouse here if Notts want to bowl at Brad Wheel, and Hampshire, in the form of Keith Barker, don't want them to bowl at Brad Wheel. Let's have a look how this pans out. In terms of his figures, Fletcher won't mind joining up the dots again. Runs away from us up to the crease and bowls in a bit of a leading edge, and they will take a single from the second ball of the over as it runs out behind square on the offside. So the lead up to 198 at 127 for 7.
Just found a little spot outside Barker's off stump, hasn't he, where it just seems to just hold and nip away, and very difficult to play that. Difficult to know what speed the ball's coming off the pitch to play it.
It's going to be an extremely tough assignment for Nottinghamshire in their 4th innings. Their potential title hopes very much going to rest on how they get on here, you would imagine. Can very quickly drop from top of the table to perhaps 3rd or 4th if this result and others go against them. There is Fletcher in, bowls this one, shapes away from Brad Wheel, but on the other hand, they know, I mean, what a carrot is there if they could chase down whatever they're left to, whatever, Kev, we don't know, do we, 220, 250, 280, whatever it is they're left, if they could chase it down, my word, they would almost be there.
Yeah, well, they would, yeah. They'd certainly, if they win the game, it's Hampshire out of sight, unfortunately, on the maths. So Hampshire can't afford to lose if they want to win the county championship. I mean, if it was around 200, 205, how would you feel, Dave?
Oh, well, 198. They need a clatter of wickets to do that. Is Fletcher bowling, another single taken. So what's that? 199 the lead. So they need 200 already. I think it's going to be rather more than that.
But let's say it was. Let's say 200, 205. I mean, how would you feel?
You just can't quantify it, can you? This morning I was quietly confident that it would be pretty much even Stevens, towards the back end of this day, and what a start, what a dramatic start for Hampshire and Keith Parker, and suddenly we were 39 for 5, and it was sort of fanciful to think that Nos would be up on level terms. They'd find it difficult to come back from that a second time. Fletcher bowls edged away past the diving Brett Hutton at third slip, and it's going to run down towards the boundary rope, and we'll go for 4 valuable, useful runs for Keith Parker and for Hampshire, as that lead now stretches beyond 200. 203 in front, Barker into double figures on 10, 132 for 7. And what have we got left? A maximum of 13 legitimate deliveries.
Well, again, that's that spot, isn't it, really? I mean, that can fly anywhere. And luckily for Barker, it's just wide of third slip. But that spot there for Fletcher, he's found to the left-hander. And if he keeps hitting that, I mean, Barker will do well to be here at the end.
Fletcher hasn't gone for many boundaries. Be disappointed to leak that one. I think Stephen Mullaney's been excellent with his field as well, but he can't have them everywhere. This one is chopped in the same area. And this time Brett Hutton at the third slip does get a hand on it and parries it to Ben Slater at backward point, otherwise it would have been back-to-back 4s. We've got some caps and helmets coming on. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is, but maybe, just maybe, it's to put a little bit more pressure on around Brad Wheel, who's going to be facing Liam Patterson-White. 2 overs remain in the day, so Mullaney desperate, I think, just to try and winkle another one out if he can.
So anything can happen in these 12 balls, that's for sure.
Wasn't that a Jerry Anderson line, was it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I mean, sometimes at the end of the couple of overs at the end of the day, you think, oh, okay, this will be a nice little quiet end, and just play for the morning. I'm not sure that there isn't maybe another little twist here somewhere, maybe a few runs somewhere. That I don't know. Who knows? Let's find out as we get to the penultimate over of day 2. As Wheel plays forward and plays and misses. Well, there's the first one that's got a bit excitable.
Not sure if it was. You see, you've got me now. You've taken me away from the cricket. Was it Stingray or 5-ball XL5 or Captain Scarlet? It was anything can happen in the next half hour.
I mentioned that last week actually at Warwickshire, and it was Stingray. I think somebody mentioned. Yeah, I've obviously got the same phrases. Sorry, I'm sorry to be so limited in my vocabulary. As Patterson-White plays. In fact, I think his Wheels again played forward and missed it. Moores has had the bails off. Oh dear.
It's not the wheels coming off anyway, it's the bails coming off.
Boom, boom. 10 balls left. Hampshire lead by 203. At least they've got over 200. That's for me, that's a psychological mark. 220 if they can eke out is the next one. Here comes Patterson-White bowls again. Wheel does get a bat on this. Prods that back to the bowler. There are 4 men close in. There's a slip, there's a gully, there's a silly mid-off and a short leg. 2 helmeted, the ones in front of square. Patterson-White comes in again and bowls. Wheel pushes forward. Bowls a good line, doesn't he, Patterson-White? I have to say, very good line. Makes you play, and of course, as we've seen already, with a couple of LBWs, you need to play it with your bat.
Yeah, he batted nicely as well today for his 53. Yeah. He's had a good day.
Yes, he has. Comes in again and bowls, and off the back foot there, Brad Wheel plays that into the ground on the offside. 8 more balls left of day 2. It's been a great 2 days here.
Yeah,
it really has. Befitting. I'll put 2 sides in with a shout. Nottinghamshire more so of the county championship as Wheel pushes forward, and that's the end of the penultimate over. 132 for 7, 203 the lead.
It's Mark who said it was definitely Stingray, Dave. It's amazing. You had the Grace Brothers reference earlier, and I stupidly said Rumbelows. And
well, I believe
I came off commentary about a minute or two after then, and the whole host of people, thank you very much for saying it was Mr. Rumbold and not Mr. Rumbelow, who was the big cheese at Grace Brothers in Are You Being Served. Somebody said, are you thinking of the old League Cup, Dave? Somebody said it was a rental shop.
Yes, it was.
Other rental shops are available.
Yes.
But if you weren't with us then, we've been down one or two cul-de-sacs and rabbit holes during the course of the day, and of course many thanks for everybody that's got involved, and occasionally we have a little bit of fun with the things we talk about in between the cricket. But of course the cricket's not been dull at all. It's been terrific. We don't know how it's going to come, and we are literally at the halfway stage of the match. It's Fletcher round the wicket, bowls to Keith Barker, and he's taken a single from the first ball, and no slight on Brad Wheel's batting ability, but I think Luke Fletcher would certainly like to bowl these 5 balls at the right-hander, and at Brad Wheel has certainly got an inferior career batting average to Keith Barker. I think he'd want to have a go at Brad Wheel.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he came round the wicket to Barker there. I thought he was causing him problems on or just outside off stump almost every ball, and yet why he came round the wicket, I have no idea.
What's the lead? 204. Notts need 3 wickets. Fletcher into bowl to Brad Wheel. There are 3 slips there. Had there been 4 slips, it might have been stopped, but as it was, sharp work by Dane Patterson, running to his left from backward point, prevents a run being taken. I don't think Keith Barker did anything other than lean on his bat as if to say, I'm here. I'm here. You look after this, Brad, my old boy. 133 for 7 is the score. Keith Barker has 11. Dangerous player, of course. If and when play resumes, I've already mentioned the forecast for tomorrow not great. Often, as we've seen, that proves to be a bit of a nonsense, and you'll rack up at 10:30. It'll be fine. Let's hope so. As Fletcher comes in and bowls, and Wheel defends. Brett Hutton's just snuck in there at third slip, so close that once again he's required to pop a helmet on, just in case. I think one pops on the batsman and comes off the shoulder and loops up to Hutton. Seba Mead has run all the way down to have a word in Luke Fletcher's ear. I think he wants a helmet. Can I go in there at short leg, Fletch? Of course you can, mate. So Seba Mead has asked for a helmet to be brought out, and here it comes. Joe Clark in training gear brings it on. Clark off the field with a finger injury. And Seba Mead thought he was going to go in at short leg, but he's not. Well, where's he standing? Right next to Brett Hutton, so 3rd and 4th slip, very close, just in case one is nicked. So Fletcher put this outside the off stump, and well, he puts it on off stump, and Brad Wheel with a textbook forward defence, and that'll be another one chalked off. There are 2 balls left in the day. As I say, many thanks to everybody that's been with us throughout the course of the day. There was a little bit of news from Trent Bridge today. If we can pop that in towards the end of the day, I'm sure it's the same here on the south coast at this wonderful cricket club. Memberships now available, and those of you that are not supporters, trentbridge.co.uk, all the information there. Memberships for 2022 are now on sale as Fletcher bowls past the outside edge and through to Tom Moores, and of course there's all the information there on the website about early people getting in the ballot, getting first in line for those international tickets with a test match, an ODI, a Royal London One Day Cup final, and the 100 all at Trent Bridge next year.
Well said.
One left, Kev. What have we had? 15, 16 wickets today, I think.
Never been dull, is it?
No. So what can Luke Fletcher produce? It's time for a little bit of Merlin magic here. Last ball of the day. Bowls to Wheel. He leaves it alone, and will be ready to resume, hopefully in the morning when we come back. Terrific day of cricket. Hampshire's day of cricket. Notts are going to be playing catch-up. They know that. They disappointed this morning hugely, but vast amount of credit to Keith Parker, who ends the day as he began it, with a bit of a swagger as he makes his way off. Terrific cricketer. He's 11 not out, and he'll be smiling, I think, from cheek to cheek as he reflects on his performance today. 7 wickets this morning, or 6 of them this morning. Career best figures of a 7 for, and he ends the day with power to add in this second innings. He's 11 not out as Hampshire close on 133 for 7.
Thanks, Dave Bracegirdle. Thanks for your contribution today. Also, thanks earlier for Melissa Story and Emily Windsor. Great stuff between those two. How refreshing that was to hear both of them on together. Melissa Story is back here tomorrow with myself, Kevin James and Dave Bracegirdle. That's all the action from here at the Ageas Bowl. Thank you for watching on the live stream. Thank you for listening on the BBC Sport website, and listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. I'll hand you to Kevin Howes.